since we've been here. Play hard, not worry about the past one, just worry about the next one.
We're in the education business during the week. We're in show business on the weekend, so you've got to win to be effective.
This is Carolina football.
Now Newsom at the 5 makes a man miss for the touchdown. How about an interception for a touchdown? Storm done. Carolina makes the stop on 4th and short. Goodbye. Michael Carter from 60 yards away.
When adversity hit, we said be more positive.
Yes, Newsom tiptoes at the right side of the end zone for 6.
And for them to see that happen, it gives us a chance every week to fight.
3, 2, 1, touchdown. De'Ami Brown, light that bell tower blue and give us that victory bell back. Tar Heels win.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield IMG College, and Carolina football is on the air. This is the Bojangles Countdown to Kickoff. To get our game day started, here's your host, Dave Nathan.
Well, the first Saturday in December is usually reserved for Championship Saturday. Conference championship games usually played on this date, but as you've come to know 2020, it is anything but usual as Carolina hosts Western Carolina in what is now a senior day ball game for the Tar Heels inside Kenan Stadium, with the kickoff coming your way at high noon. We've got the Reed's Jewelers pregame show coming up at 11 o'clock, and over the course of the next hour, we'll check in with both head coaches participating in today's game. Mack Brown, of course, of Carolina, Coach Spear of Western Carolina. We'll chat with Harris Barton, who is on the College Football Hall of Fame ballot this season, plus we'll peruse the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Where we start, though, as we customarily do, if there's anything that's still running as scheduled, it's Deems May joining us off the top of the broadcast. And, partner, I want to wish you happy December here. Good to have you back on, and hopefully we're talking about a Tar Heel win here later on this afternoon.
Yeah, I tell you, I don't think that's going to be much of a doubt. I think I'm really excited about getting to see some of these younger kids play. This is a game that is, it is what it is. It's a team that's I think only played 2 games. If I'm right, I don't know who they played, but coming off of that tough loss against Notre Dame and seemingly doing everything right for the whole year. I mean, we're very fortunate to be able to play this many games that we had. Western's only played 2, and I know they're glad to be playing, but this is going to be a game where, hopefully some of these kids that have really done everything right, practiced hard, gotten the guys ready, get some time to either run down on the kickoff, play some plays, and see, what they have and get a little bit of reward for all the hard work and doing the things the right way this season. They get out there on the field a little bit and see what they have. So I'm excited about that day.
Yeah, you're right. Carolina 6-3 entering play here today. Takes on a Catamount bunch that's 0-2 and will play a Southern Conference schedule starting in February. The only 2 games Western Carolina has played to this point, a game earlier this month at Liberty. The Flames won that one 58-14. Liberty, again, has been a top 25 team this year. No shame in that. And then a loss in the Eastern Kentucky game a couple of weeks back. That was 49-17. The final, but Eastern Kentucky scored 28 in the fourth quarter to make it look like a runaway. So that's what Carolina has in its opponent in Western Carolina. And I like the line of thinking, Deems. We'll get to this a little bit later on, but to see what younger players and newcomers look like in live game situations, Deems, you got spring practice, you got bowl practice, you got regular practice, you got off-season conditioning. Is there anything more important than seeing a player on the field in a live game?
No, because there's what we call practice All-Americans sometimes, and they don't. It doesn't translate to the field. And then you got some guys that don't practice as well. But when you get a little bit of crowd in there and the band playing and some noise and TV cameras on, they really shine. So it's going to be fun to see some of these younger guys get out there, just how they react. You can sometimes smell out their instincts, watch them, especially defensively. Who's around the ball all the time? Who's reading their reads right? Who's tackling well, who's rapping and rolling, just all kinds of things that we don't get to see, especially this year with practices being closed and everything, and most of our games being extremely competitive. That we just don't get to see that. And these guys have put in a lot of time. They've done it right, like I said. They've quarantined. They've done everything Coach Brown and the staff's asked them, and now's their reward. And and hopefully we can get them in there quick and not mess around a whole lot in the first quarter. But I just don't see Western being able to stop our running game and the receivers running by. So hopefully we can get these guys in pretty quickly.
Deems May, our guest here as we begin Saturday coverage of Carolina and Western Carolina on Countdown to Kickoff, presented as always by our friends at Bojangles, who want to remind you that it's bow time. If you're making your way into Kenan Stadium today, that's great. Or if you're just around town, stop by our nearest Bojangles, home of the original tailgate special. That's Bojangles, your official Tar Heel tailgate headquarters. Deems, you mentioned the run game. Michael Carter and Javonte Williams still have a few yards to go before they get to 1,000. And should both of them get to 1,000, be it in this game or the next or at some other point in time during the season, it'd be, by my count, just the fifth duo in Carolina history with 1,000 yards. And you were on the extreme front end of the old Johnson & Johnson days. Those two did that back in 1993. But what sort of an accomplishment is it for an offensive unit to have two guys like that go for 1,000?
It's a credit to everybody. The running game, we talk about it so much. It really sets up the pass, and sometimes you do use the pass to set up the run. But you got two guys that are just offer such different dynamics. One's just going to run over people, and then Carter's going to come in there and make you miss. That's just a nightmare for linebackers. 1 minute you're bracing for, just a huge impact, and the next minute you're lifting, and that's just defensive off balance. Credit to the offensive line coming off the ball, creating holes, and it just, offensively we've just been very dynamic, and it's exciting to see. We're going to miss those guys if they ended up leaving, but man, that's hard to do, especially in a 10-game season and everything that's going on. The guys doing right, staying healthy. It's a great accomplishment.
Michael Carter right now with 864 yards rushing on the season, 4 touchdowns, at least on the ground, 2 receiving. Javonte has 896 on the ground, 15 rushing touchdowns, and also 3 touchdowns through the air. He's got more touchdowns than anybody else in college football right now. So, again, Carolina's been able to do some pretty dynamic things with those two backs. And, of course, none of this stuff happens without Sam Howell. And, Deems, you said it, for the first time in a long time, it feels like Sam Howell may get an early hook here and a chance for Tar Heel fans and Tar Heel coaches, I think most importantly, to get a look at possibly Jacoby Criswell.
Yeah, I tell you, a well-deserved hook, hopefully. You keep thinking about this, all the cliches, but there's just with what we have offensively, you just want to get him out. He took a big shot on that first drive against Notre Dame, and I don't know, I don't know if he seemed all right after that, but, that was a big shot, and you hate that, but the guy's tough as nails, and he hung in there. He hangs in the pocket well, and just been the key to our offense. And I look forward to seeing other guys. Maybe Reuter gets in there a little bit if this is his last game, and Criswell, I'd like to see him more. And Coach Brown's been very diplomatic and nice on some of these blowouts, and not letting him throw the ball. So I'm looking forward to seeing him with some run pass options and just getting some stuff where we can see his arm strength and how live his arm is and accuracy and things like that. So, yeah, there are a lot of things to look forward to in a game that this on paper not very competitive.
Well, if it goes the way that we both expect it to, and that's a big Carolina win, the Tar Heels in the past couple of meetings against Western Carolina, it really hasn't been close. There was the 65-10 game 3 years ago, 49-26 a couple seasons back. Looks like both rosters have turned over a great deal, Deems. If there was any sort of key outside of getting the starters off the field after halftime, what do you think it'd be?
I'm hoping it's before that, but you never know. You want these guys to stay sharp because you got a big game next week, and hopefully that happens. You just never know. But so, you want to get some confidence built back up. You want our offensive linemen to come off the ball and create some holes and get the running game going. But this is just a warm up game for a big showdown in Miami next week. So I know we've got a plan. I know we've got a play chart. I know we've got to work on some things, and coaches want to see it. But we got to fine tune for Miami, and hopefully by midway through the second quarter or halftime, we'll start seeing some of these younger guys trickle in here and there.
All right, good stuff from the great Deems May with us here on Countdown to Kickoff. Deems, enjoy the ball game. I expect that we'll be talking in post game.
Yep, talk to you then. Go Heels.
Okay. Deems May again leading things off for us on Countdown to Kickoff. It is a full day's worth of Carolina football coverage with our broadcast taking you up to 11 o'clock. Then it's the Reach Jewelers pregame show from 11 until noon. You'll hear from Jones Angel, Lee Pace, Brian Simmons, our whole cast of characters, either in Kenan Stadium or elsewhere, in Brian's case, bringing you up-to-the-minute action, taking us up to kickoff between Carolina and Western Carolina. And then following the game, we've got the Coca-Cola postgame show and the Carolina Ford Dealers wrap-up show. So we're just getting started here on a Saturday morning, and we'll check in with the victorious head coach of the Tar Heels, Mack Brown. At least he's been victorious 6 times so far this year, amassing a 6-3 record on the season, trying to bounce back after a 31-17 loss to Notre Dame a week ago. So that's what's on the way after this. It's Countdown to Kickoff from Learfield, IMG College.
It's bow time.
So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of gas. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea.
It's bow time.
This holiday season at Dunkin', we're cheersing to all with drinks that will really get you into the holiday spirit, like the signature peppermint mocha latte, the signature gingerbread latte, and the new chai oat milk latte. Whether you're visiting friends or getting the whole family together on a video call. Now if some of them could just find the mute button. That's better. Bring the cheers in with holiday-inspired drinks from Dunkin' and make this season a little extra special. And now you can send a virtual cheers in via the Dunkin' app with an e-gift card. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer.
As North Carolina goes back to school and to work, let Janney King Professionals ensure your facility is properly cleaned and disinfected for your employees, students, and customers. Our fogging and electrostatic disinfection services use EPA-approved disinfectants that mitigate pathogens at the cellular level and are safe in all applications. For schools, food services, hospitals, and office buildings, call Janney King at 919-852-1555 or go to JanneyKingRDU.com.
Quality equipment is homegrown, made up of your family, friends, and neighbors. Growing up with the smell of fresh-cut grass, the sound of touchdown victories in the yard, and the pride of owning a John Deere tractor. We work hard to provide your land with what it needs at a price you can afford, and we go above and beyond for what you need. Here, you're not just a sale. You're a part of the Quality Equipment family. Visit Quality Equipment for our best John Deere tractor deals, or better yet, stop by any of our 27 locations across North Carolina and Virginia.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Make mobile merry this holiday season with special deals from Bark Mobile. Put something special under the tree with up to 4 LG Stylo 6 smartphones for free when you switch. We have our sleigh stocked with many other free smartphone options too, and we can make the holidays even easier with our 90-day payment option. Celebrate the season with big savings from Bark. It's mobile made merry. Certain restrictions apply. See store for details or visit mybarkmobile.com/terms and conditions.
Search college sports now.
Dave Nathan welcoming you back to Countdown to Kickoff on a Saturday morning, and thanking Deems May for getting us started just a moment ago. We've got a lot more show left. We'll check in with Harris Barton coming up in about 10-15 minutes' time. Harris is, of course, a decorated former Tar Heel, was a member of a bunch of San Francisco 49ers Super Bowl teams back in the 80s and on the College Football Hall of Fame ballot this year. We'll hear from Coach Spear of Western Carolina trying to get his first win against the Tar Heels as he leads them into Kenan Stadium for the 3rd time since 2017. We'll take a drive around the ACC and peruse the North Carolina Farm Bureau's scoreboard, all taking you up to 11 o'clock and the Reach Jewelers pregame show. Let's go now to the head coach of the Tar Heels, Mack Brown, who spoke earlier this week. And again, a lot of curiosity about Western Carolina having only played 2 games so far this year. Their conference will begin in the spring in February. So with just 2 games to take a look at, Coach Brown, kind of a limited sample size when giving us the scout on the Catamounts.
Coach Spire's done a good job. I think he played with Lonnie Galloway. He's really good friends with Lonnie and Stacy Searles. I think he coached with Stacy at Appalachian State. They've got a really good running back with Donovan Spencer. They blitz a lot on defense. They're not going to be as good as us. They're going to play hard because they like us playing against Notre Dame. They'll be excited about coming to Chapel Hill, and they've done this. They've gone to Tuscaloosa. This isn't new for them. It's a strange year for them in that they're only playing 3 games, then they'll play their conference games in the spring. But the biggest thing for us is we got to get ready to play. And we can't be the up and down team that we've been some this year. And for our program to get where it needs to be, we've got to be excited about practicing every day and playing every day, regardless of who the opponent is.
Head coach of the Tar Heels, Coach Brown, discussing Western Carolina. The Tar Heels going for their 7th win of the season. Western Carolina going for its first win of 2020. Deems and I talked at the beginning of the broadcast about how, if all goes according to form, this should be a Carolina win, and truth be told, this game shouldn't be in doubt in the second half. And so with those sorts of narratives circling around the Carolina football program right now on game day, you can assume that there's been a lot of talk about that throughout the week outside the program. Now, inside the program is what's most important, and Coach Brown discussed how he is trying to get his team up to play Western Carolina.
It's about your process. It's not going to be hard because our guys have to go back to work. And their goal is to be as good as a Notre Dame, to be as good as a Clemson. That's who we want to be, and we're not there. So every day that you practice, you got to practice against Notre Dame. You got to practice against Clemson. You got to practice against a team like Miami that is a top 10 team. And by doing that, then you're ready to play each week. And I think that's the big thing. And people will say, well, this game's not important. Well, try to lose it, and then it becomes important. So they're all important, and we need to play our best. The other thing that I've told guys for my 40-something years in coaching is if you go out to practice not ready to practice, you'll get hurt. You don't get to play anymore. You go into a game on Saturday and you're not ready to play, you get hurt because you're staying around, because Western's going to be excited. So get excited. We've got some things we got to fix. We need to build on the progress that we made on defense, and we've got to go back and do a better job on offense. So and continue to improve on special teams, because we've got 3 games left, hopefully, here as we look at the end.
So that's Coach Brown on getting the Tar Heels up to play Western Carolina, and those comments come courtesy of the team at UNC Health, dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds, you and your family included. See their lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports. Time to take another break, but when we come back, we'll chat with former Tar Heel out on the left coast right now. Harris Barton joins the broadcast when we come back after this from Learfield, IMG College.
Hey Carolina family, this is Athletic Director Bubba Cunningham. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off-season. With the Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2020 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved. When you're getting ready for the big game, make sure you have plenty of Hampton Farms peanuts on hand. Hampton Farms is based in North Carolina, just like the Tar Heels, and they specialize in producing only the highest quality, fresh roasted, in-the-shell peanuts and snacks. In addition, peanuts are one of the healthiest snacks around. They are naturally low in carbs and high in protein. So before the next game, head to your favorite store's produce department and grab a bag of Hampton Farms in-the-shell peanuts, the official peanuts of the Tar Heels.
At UNC Health, we're experts in primary care and caring. Our specialists don't just see a condition. We see you, the whole you, mind and body. Because when we know you better, we're better at getting you well and keeping you well. And with more experts in each office, same-day appointments, and more urgent care centers, it's no wonder it's the better way of primary caring. Find the right provider for you and your family at uncprimarycare.org.
It's bow time.
So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of gas. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea.
It's bow time.
This is Carolina football on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
Elora Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. It's all about you. Elora Bridal offers unique collections with more than 300 styles, which are as unique as you are. Visit Reed's Jewelers to try on diamond rings from their timeless couture, blush, and harmony collections. Or you can custom build your own ring from their design collection. Elora Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. It's your style and your choice. Reed's Jewelers, official partner of the Tar Heels.
This holiday season at Dunkin', we're cheersing to all with drinks that will really get you into the holiday spirit, like the signature peppermint mocha latte, the signature gingerbread latte, and the new chai oat milk latte. Whether you're visiting friends or getting the whole family together on a video call. Now if some of them could just find the mute button. That's better. Bring the cheers in with holiday-inspired drinks from Dunkin' and make this season a little extra special. And now you can send a virtual cheers in via the Dunkin' app with an e-gift card. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer.
Countdown to kickoff brought to you by Bojangles continues on a Saturday morning from our studios here in Chapel Hill. Hey, it's bow time as you make your way to today's ball game, or if you're just looking for a little breakfast, lunch, brunch, dinner, or anything else in between, check out Bojangles, home of the original tailgate special. That's Bojangles, your official Tar Heel tailgate headquarters. So far, we've heard from Deems May and Mack Brown. Coach Brown, by the way, is in the College Football Hall of Fame. One of the folks on the ballot this year is former Tar Heel Harris Barton.
Growing up just outside of Atlanta, what was it that drew you to Chapel Hill?
Well, at the time, I mean, I was recruited to play football. Actually, was recruited to play defensive tackle. Ended up being an offensive tackle, but I went to Carolina because the sole purpose was that it was impossible to get into from out of state, and I figured that I'd go there, play football at Carolina, and then move back to Atlanta and work for Morgan Stanley or Coca-Cola or Georgia Pacific, use my education to kind of get me advanced in the business world back in Atlanta. But it turned out that, hey, you know, things happened, and I played well and got drafted by the 49ers and came out west and met my wife and stayed out here.
It's so interesting that you say that because nowadays, people I interact with, almost every kid coming out of high school is planning for a career in pro football, and it seems like your experience coming out of high school is the exact opposite.
Yeah, well, I guess, you know, I mean, I was a 220-pound, you know, slow, smart kid, and, you know, I had no aspirations of playing in the NFL. I just knew that it wasn't going to happen. And, you know, the first 3 years of my career, at Carolina, I played well. And then my junior year, I had a great year. And then sure enough, in that April, you know, I was drafted 22nd pick. So, you know, I can't say it was a dream. It's not something I focused in on, but it ended up happening. And, it turned out great.
Well, again, for folks that know, the smart stuff stayed with you throughout your career, but the slow stuff and the 220-pound stuff all went away at some point. Specifically, Harris, how and when did things really change for you during your career at Carolina, which turned you from a pretty good player into a first-round caliber pick?
Well, it was one guy. You know, Coach Dick Crum was our head coach, but our offensive line coach at the time was a guy by the name of John Matsko, and John Matsko we had a great offensive line at Carolina when I first got there. Guys like Dave Drexel and Brian Blados were on the team, Joe Conwell. And when I first got there, I was a defensive lineman. The first day I walked into training camp, they looked at me and said, "Hey, you're a center." And so I had never snapped the ball in my life, and so I redshirted that year and worked on the practice field against guys like William Fuller, and got to learn how to play center, right? And John Matsko was there all the way along. And so then the next year I played center as a starter as a freshman redshirt. And John Masco was there the whole way. And so now John still coaches. Coaches in the pro leagues now. He went on to coach at Carolina for a long time. Now he's the offensive line coach at the Washington Redskins. But that's the one guy that made me into an NFL football player.
William Fuller, as you mentioned, has already gotten the call into the College Football Hall of Fame, as has current Carolina coach Mack Brown. And when I talked to Mack about getting into the Hall a few years back, he said he wanted to go in right away after it was announced, and they said, no, we wait a year, and the reason why we do that is so you can go around the country and thank everybody that's put you in that position. And Harris, you've named a couple of folks that helped you get to where you are right now, but who else specifically would you like to seek out and thank if this does indeed come true?
Well, if it does indeed come true, I mean, there's guys like my buddy Dan Burmeister, who I played with at Carolina, my college roommate, Legally Armis, who was my best friend and godfather of our children. You know, guys like Ronnie Lott, who I played out here in San Francisco with, right? He wrote a letter. Actually, Archie Manning I've talked to a bunch. He's the president of the College Football Hall of Fame. You know, he's been really encouraging. So there's a ton of teammates and a ton of coaches and people that have kind of, you know, made my career. And certainly I'd love to do it now. My kids have no idea how well I played in college football. So there's a lot of thanking to do if it does in fact happen. But you know, fingers crossed.
That's Harris Barden, former Carolina offensive lineman, one of just 6 players to have played in the ACC on this year's College Football Hall of Fame ballot. And for Coach Brown, you played for Coach Crum a few years before Coach Brown took over the first time at Carolina. And you said that he had gone to bat for you with the College Football Hall of Fame folks. How did your relationship begin with Coach Brown?
Well, when he first came back, you know, I called up and said, hey, welcome back. And, you know, they had a new athletic director, you know, Bubba Cunningham, and Coach Brown said, hey, man, he had just gone into the Hall, and he called me back and said, hey, thanks so much for calling, and you need to be in this thing. You need to be in this College Football Hall of Fame. And he says, I'm going to work on it. I'm going to work on it real hard. And we've stayed in touch, and I came back when I dropped my daughter off at Carolina. I went and talked to the team, and just the enthusiasm that he brings to the whole, the whole school is, you catch the fever, and it's just a wonderful tribute to have a guy like Mack Brown at the helm at Carolina football.
I did want to ask you a couple of questions about your pro career with the 49ers. You were part of 3 Super Bowl championship teams, and for our younger listeners, they don't remember some of the greats on those teams, specifically on offense. But given the way the game is played right now, I'm guessing one side of things it's unrecognizable to you, and on the other side, your eyes would just be open about what those offenses from, say, the 80s would be doing right now in 2020.
Yeah, the defenses have changed dramatically. I mean, when I first played the game in the pro league, you know, the defenses, what you watch in film all week was what showed up on game day. Now defenses change, you know, every down and distance, right? I mean, sometimes they're blitzing safety, sometimes they're bringing cornerbacks, sometimes they're rushing 6 on one side. So the game is dramatically different. Could I play the game now? Probably not. You know, I don't have the size. I don't have the speed to play, you know, to block guys like Julius Peppers and some of the great, you know, defensive linemen that have played. So, you know, I had a great career with the 49ers, but do I miss it? No, I don't miss it. They don't, and they don't. I don't go down there much either because they don't want to hear from me. So I watched the game. I'm a big fan of the 49ers, but you know, after that, I don't miss the game at all.
You sound so at peace with your career and life after things. Was it a seamless transition? It seems about as seamless as there is. You go to school and graduate in finance. You go to work in finance, and life seems pretty good right now.
Yeah, life is good. I mean, I'm not, you know, I've been real fortunate, right? So I came out to San Francisco Bay Area right when everything was really getting started with Yahoo and Intel and Sun Microsystems and Cisco Systems. And, you know, the Bay Area was up and to the right. At the same time, the 49ers were up and to the right. And so I just kind of gravitated toward venture capital and finance just when I was out here because those were the type of people I was meeting when I was playing. Those were the guys I was going to charity events with. And so I was really, really fortunate to get into what I'm doing now. but it was really based on location, right? If I would have gone to Miami or I would have gone to Cleveland to play, I would have never had the post career that I have out here now.
Harris Barton, our guest here on Countdown to Kickoff, reliving some of the glory days at Carolina and with the San Francisco 49ers. And maybe, just maybe, Harris Barton can chart a path into the College Football Hall of Fame as well. So we thank him for joining us on today's broadcast, which is brought to you in part by the Carolina Club. You can still be social and keep a close connection with your fellow Tar Heels and friends of Carolina, and you don't even have to be a UNC alum. Everyone is welcome at the Carolina Club. You can visit carolina-club.com to request membership information and schedule a visit to the Carolina Club. We'll hit the pause button one more time and come back and get the Western Carolina side of things with ninth-year head coach Mark Spear when we come back after this from Learfield, IMG College.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we have a number of vaccines, including the Quad-Vac flu immunization at no cost with most insurance plans. If you have any concerns about the flu vaccination, please call our pharmacy and ask to speak to one of our pharmacists. We also have the Tdap, pneumococcal, and shingles vaccinations available. With COVID-19 continuing, we have masks, mask lanyards, hand sanitizers, disinfectant spray, and gloves while supplies last. Seating in our fountain is still limited to 65 patrons on a first-come, first-served basis. We are continuing to offer curbside pickup for the fountain and prescription pickup. Please utilize our drive-through prescription window at the back of the store. And remember that our back entrance is still closed to the public at this time. Please check our Facebook page for any updates on over-the-counter and gift shop items. Our home medical equipment department is ready to help you with any of your CPAP needs, mobility, bathroom safety, lift chairs, and any diabetic needs to include meters, test strips, and shoes. Please call us with any questions you may have about any of our services or message us on our Facebook page. We are located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City. Our phone number is 828-245-4591.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Hi, this is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels, and this is WCAB, the most sports for the Foothills.
Carolina fans, you can still be social and keep a close connection to your fellow Tar Heels simply by contacting the Carolina Club. Conveniently located next to Kenan Stadium, the club is the perfect place to enjoy exceptional dining and unique programs in a safe environment with abundant space for physical distancing. Club members enjoy a full calendar of virtual events designed to connect, entertain, and inform. And you don't have to be a UNC alum. Everyone is welcome at the Carolina Club. Visit carolina-club.com to request membership information and schedule a visit to the Carolina Club.
It's back, the return of the prestigious Learfield IMG College Directors Cup, honoring college sports excellence across all competitive divisions, both men's and women's sports. Follow along with L Directors Cup on Twitter or online to see which schools will be taking home a first place trophy in June for their season-long success. Learfield IMG College Directors Cup, a premier institutional award jointly launched in 1993 by USA Today and NACDA.
Countdown to kickoff rolls on here on a Saturday, thanks to Bojangles, who wants to remind you that it's bow time. And it's home with the original tailgate special. Bojangles is your official Tar Heel tailgate headquarters. Western Carolina is in town to take on the Tar Heels. Carolina 6-3, Western Carolina 0-2. And to give us more of the inside skinny on the Catamounts, let's say hello to their ninth-year head coach, Mark Spear. Coach?
Coach, for those that don't know, that really follow Carolina football more than Western Carolina football, this has been among the strangest seasons you could probably ever imagine
You've got, I think, 3 non-conference games leading into the Christmas break. You're in exams this past week. You've got a spring season coming up in conference. And as a guy that's coached a lot of football, can you paint the picture of what the fall semester has been like for your program?
Well, it's been an incredibly challenging time. Now, it's been a daily. You got to do daily tasks. I'm on about schedule 57. I quit making schedules. Got a pencil with big erasers. And what we're doing this fall for us, this was our spring practice. Really, we missed spring because of COVID and this past spring, so we didn't get to really start practicing here until mid-October. And so we've gone about 24, 25 practices now, and we've played Liberty and Eastern Kentucky. And, this game was supposed to be next Friday. And because of some ACC schedule changes, we got bumped up to this week. And it's been really challenging this week because we were in exams all week. And so we've had to practice late at night. We haven't been able to meet this week like we normally do out of respect for our players and finishing strong in exams. But for us, it's about our football team getting better. As you said, our first Southern Conference game in our season will start February 20th. So, it's been kind of weird. Every team we've played, including North Carolina, their game 10, 9-10. We're game 3. So we're still trying to fix a lot of early season, special teams play, offense and defense, the things you do early and the mistakes you make early. And then you're playing a veteran team late in their season, and the quality of North Carolina. I just tell our kids, it's not about North Carolina. This is about us getting better each day and part of the process for us. So it has been a uniquely challenging year, but what a year to try to empower young men, to teach them life lessons that we can either get better, we can complain about circumstances, about contact trade, all the stuff, or we can learn to deal with adversity and daily challenges and be a better team because of it. So yes, it's been unique, unprecedented, but we're just daily trying to get better.
Coach, you mentioned that you've got a number of different schedules and a big eraser that's getting smaller by the day. This game was not only scheduled for a week from now, but originally it wasn't even on the schedule. The Tar Heels had a game canceled against Charlotte back in September. And can you walk me through the steps that unfolded in the next couple of days just to get this game on both of your schedules?
Well, I've known Rick Steinbacher for a long time, back when he was a GA for, I think, Coach Brown the first time, and Carl Torbush. And I know Kenny Browning, who's around the program. Lonnie Galloway is in the Hall of Fame here at Western Carolina. Stacy Searles is a great friend of mine. So it just started once the UNC game got canceled. I think me and Coach Galloway were talking, and then Rick Steinbacher reached out to us. And it was just another opportunity because we were only going to have the 2 games, Liberty and Eastern Kentucky. And this gave us a chance to continue to practice. It was going to give us, when it was on the 11th of December, it was going to give us 9 more practice opportunities. And we have 52 of our 107. We got 107 on our roster right now. 52 of our 107 are either true freshmen or redshirt freshmen. So this was going to give us 9 more practice opportunities to prepare us for our SoCon schedule. And obviously it helps us financially. But for me, it was a lot more about 9 more practice opportunities because our players are going to practice really hard when they know they're going to be on the ACC network and play in the University of North Carolina, where a lot of them grew up wanting to play as juniors and seniors in high school. So I just thought, man, this is going to give us instead of just 9 more practices, it's going to give us 9 more quality practices because they know they're going to be on national TV. And you always practice harder when you know that you're going to play. And so for me, it was just a huge win-win situation for our program and for us to get better in preparing for where we've got to peak February 20th. When we get on a bus to go to Furman. So there was just a lot of positives in this. And, on the phone a lot with Rick Steinbacher, and man, he's been first class in this whole deal. Coach Brown's been first class. And, I told them we're not going to shake hands at the end of the game because Carolina's got a big opponent, the next week in Miami. I wanted to do everything I could to try to reciprocate that class so that I don't want any of your fans to think we're not being, we're doing that out of respect for Coach Brown and his program because, we want to keep our coaches and all as with everything going on in this COVID world, we want to, hey, we'll do one of those air high fives and go off the field. So it's just been nothing but class with the University of North Carolina at this point. That's why we're going to do what we're going to do at the end of the game out of respect and class back towards North Carolina.
Well, Coach, there's no doubt it's a great opportunity for all parties involved. And you talk about the youth in your program. I'm guessing that this is a program that's turned over almost entirely from the last matchup a couple of years ago, which feels like a lifetime ago. From the Carolina perspective, though, with Coach Brown now back in Chapel Hill and a new Tar Heel bunch, how does Carolina look differently from what you've seen on film this year as opposed to your last matchup?
I tell you, one of the most explosive, complete offenses I've seen in a long time. And you got 2 running backs. It's hard enough to get 1,000-yard rusher, but Carolina, you guys are going to have 2. But when it's all said and done, you're probably going to have 2,000-yard rushers. There's 3 or 4 receivers out there that, to be quite honest, we can't really play what we want to play. I mean, with Sam Howell at the quarterback, he reminds me. He doesn't have the mouth and all of a Baker Mayfield, but he's got the skill sets of a Baker Mayfield. He can run. He can keep a play alive. He's a tremendous passer. He is scary back there. And so it's just kind of a 3-headed monster that a lot of people feel like you got to play man to have an extra guy in the box to account for the running backs and the quarterback's abilities to run, the RPOs. And so we're just going to, and then you got the receivers that are as good as anybody in the country. You see them, I think 3 ACC opponents, they've put up 50 points on 3 other Power Fives. So, obviously we've got a huge task in front of us. We got to do a great job of managing the clock, of ball control ourselves. And we got to take care of the football. We're scared to death of the number of possessions they're going to get anyway. We can't give them any more possessions, because of turnovers or bad plays and penalties that extend drives for them. So they're a complete, football team, very sound in the kicking game, and each week they're getting better and better. On defense. Surratt is as good a linebacker, I think, as I've seen in a long time. They're physical up front on the defensive line. So they are a much different football team than the last time we came to Kenan Stadium. And Coach Brown obviously does a phenomenal job in recruiting and running the program. And that's good for our entire state. We benefit from that at Western Carolina because we're not just a basketball state. When you have the success Coach Brown and North Carolina are having right now in football, that helps us all. So, I'm not excited about it for the 3 hours we got to play them today. But other than that, we're glad Coach Brown's back in the state. And I think that brings recognition to football in the state of North Carolina.
Well, Coach, as I've said all year, just getting to Saturday before the ball gets kicked off feels like a win for both programs. So thanks again for bringing your bunch over from Cullowhee, and we'll be looking forward to seeing this game play out.
Well, we appreciate you having us on, and we're looking forward to a great day.
It's Western Carolina coach Mark Spear with us here on Countdown to Kickoff. As time continues to run down towards the top of the hour, we'll step aside and come back with a drive around the ACC and a look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard when we come back after this from Learfield IMG College.
Hey, Carolina family. This is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off-season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2020 Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. All rights reserved.
Quality equipment is homegrown, made up of your family, friends, and neighbors. Growing up with the smell of fresh-cut grass, the sound of touchdown victories in the yard, and the pride of owning a John Deere tractor. We work hard to provide your land with what it needs at a price you can afford, and we go above and beyond for what you need. Here, you're not just a sale. You're a part of the Quality Equipment family. Visit Quality Equipment for our best John Deere tractor deals, or better yet, stop by any of our 27 locations across North Carolina and Virginia.
Tar Heel fans, when shopping for your game day celebrations, don't forget to pick up your favorite variety of Lay's potato chips and Tostitos to tailgate like the Tar Heels. Tostitos and Lay's are an essential part of the game day tradition and a proud partner of Carolina Athletics. Whether you are at Kenan Stadium or hosting Heels fans at home, make sure Lay's and Tostitos are a part of your Tar Heels game day ritual. Go Heels!
The biggest schools.
Grabs in traffic, comes down with it. Touchdown! Touchdown, Alabama! Ohio State. Oregon. LSU.
The biggest moments.
Incomplete! Michigan. Game over! Touchdown, Gators! How much?
This is the College Football Rewind.
That had to be a great game to watch. I'll tell you, unbelievable.
Download on Sunday mornings on Apple Podcasts. Search College Sports now.
This is Carolina football on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
As North Carolina goes back to school and to work, let Janney King Professionals ensure your facility is properly cleaned and disinfected for your employees, students, and customers. Our fogging and electrostatic disinfection services use EPA-approved disinfectants that mitigate pathogens at the cellular level and are safe in all applications. For schools, food services, hospitals, and office buildings, call Janney King at 919-852-1555 or go to JanneyKingRDU.com.
It's bow time.
So it's game time and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of GAS. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea.
It's bow time.
Dave Nathan welcoming you back to Countdown to Kickoff. It's the Catamounts of Western Carolina and the Tar Heels kicking off at 12 noon from Kenan Stadium. We've got to drive around the ACC coming up right now to look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard to follow as the Tar Heels and Catamounts, the only noon game today involving an ACC team. Syracuse and number 2 Notre Dame will kick at 2:30 from South Bend. Later at 3:30, Boston College goes to Virginia. Again, that's a 3:30 tilt from Charlottesville. At 4 o'clock in Raleigh, NC State versus Georgia Tech. At 7:30, number 3 Clemson tries to cement a spot in the ACC title game against Notre Dame. Virginia Tech stands in the way. That game in Blacksburg. And at 8, number 10 Miami is at Duke. ACC standings right now look like this. Notre Dame into the ACC title game with a record of 8-0. Clemson and Miami both at 7-1. Those 3 teams will be judged on a 9-game ACC schedule. So, again, a win for Clemson today pushes the Tigers into the ACC title game. A loss for the Tigers today, and the door's still open for Miami, who would need to win out. Carolina sitting in 4th place at 6-3. North Carolina State also at 6-3. BC 5-4. Virginia Tech 4-4. Wake Forest 3-3. Pittsburgh's 4-5. Virginia and Georgia Tech both 3-4, with Louisville at 2-7. FSU 1-6. Duke 1-7, and Syracuse bringing up the rear at 1-8. There's your drive around the ACC. And, of course, Lee's 24-hour towing is the preferred hauler of Carolina football equipment. We'll take another quick timeout, come back with the rest of the top 25 schedule, and, again, get you ready for the Reed's Jewelers pregame show, which comes your way at the top of the hour. Carolina and Western Carolina kicking at noon from Learfield, IMG College.
Make this holiday season holly jolly with big savings from Carolina West Wireless. Have a new iPhone on your Christmas list? Then this is one sale you don't want to miss. We have the full lineup of new iPhones in our Santa bag. Get $350 off the just-released iPhone 12 to put under the tree. While you're there, wrap up a new iPad for $100 off. Plus, you can still get the iPhone 11 series for $350 off, or the iPhone SE for just $5 a month. Come into our holly jolly holiday event at Carolina West Wireless today. Certain restrictions or conditions may apply. See store for details or visit carolinawest.com/terms and conditions.
Dreams are what the holidays are all about. And nothing says dreams like holiday scratch-offs from the North Carolina Education Lottery. It's a gift that could be so many things. Holiday scratch-offs with over $45 million in total prizes. There's a lot of dreams to give this holiday season. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning range from 1 in 2.98 to 4.77. Problem Gambling Helpline 877-718-5543.
The Grace of God Rescue Mission in Forest City is inviting all who need a hot meal to stop by Christmas Eve at 11 o'clock. This free meal is a ministry outreach from Terry Hageman and his team at Grace of God Rescue Mission. If you know someone who is down on their luck this year and otherwise will not have a hot meal for Christmas, invite them to the mission on West Main Street, Forest City at 11 o'clock Christmas Eve. Also, the team will be giving out Christmas gifts, hats, scarves, toboggans, gloves, and fruit baskets. For just $5, you can help provide one of these dinners or one of the thousands that will be provided next year. Your gifts can be a real blessing to someone who needs a hot meal. Please mail your gift to Grace of God Rescue Mission, P.O. Box 212, Forest City 28043. Please mail the most generous gift you can today. You can be a bright spot for those who may have stumbled in the darkness. And from the volunteers at Grace of God Rescue Mission, thank you and Merry Christmas. Nobody gets a better deal than the customers of Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. They continue to strive hard to keep that honor. Come on in and see for yourself. Take a look at the all-new design 2021 F-150 or reserve an all-new 2021 Bronco coming in the spring. Don't miss out on the automobile you've been wanting at the Sisk Family Ford price. Take your pick while the picking is good on Oak Street in Forest City.
Hello, this is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates. Are you on disability? Or maybe you're on Medicare? Or maybe both? Come see me, Dwayne Hunt, at Insurance Service Associates about a Medicare Advantage product brought to you by Humana. Please give me a call, 245-5301 at Insurance Service Associates, 127 East Trade Street, Forest City.
This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. And I don't need to tell you, you are listening to the sports station for the Foothills, WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Stop by any of our 27 locations across North Carolina and Virginia.
Bojangles Countdown to Kickoff resumes as we close in on the top of the hour and the Reach Jewelers pregame show. Of course, it's bow time on your way to Kenan Stadium today, or if you're just looking for lunch, find your nearest Bojangles, home of the original tailgate special. That's Bojangles, your official Tar Heel tailgate headquarters. Well, it's been a big show here this morning so far. We've chatted with former Carolina great Deems May. Of course, we had comments from the head coach of the Tar Heels, Coach Brown, whose daughter, by the way, was a winner on Jeopardy last night. If you missed that, there's good news. She'll be back on Monday, I suppose, as the one-day defending champ of Jeopardy. So that was a fun find on TV last night for Coach Brown's family. Harris Barton on the College Football Hall of Fame ballot, former Tar Heel, former San Francisco 49er, stopped by the broadcast midway through, and we heard from Western Carolina coach Mark Spear, who looks for his first win against Carolina after dropping two earlier matchups in 2017 and 2018. So with all of the conversation we've had on the broadcast so far this morning, we have not yet had time to set the stage for the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Helping you is what they do best. So let's get to it here. Top 25 action coming up later on today. #1 Alabama in Death Valley to take on LSU. That's an 8 o'clock tilt. The stakes don't seem to be quite the same as what they usually are, but still, Bama LSU, a big one under the lights tonight from Tiger Stadium. Number 4, Ohio State is at Michigan State. Those two teams kick off at high noon, as do number 5, Texas A&M, and Auburn. Number 6, Florida, in Knoxville to play Tennessee. That's a 3:30 kick from Neyland Stadium. Another 3:30 tilt for West Virginia and number 9, Iowa State. Tonight at 8 o'clock, Big 12 action, Baylor and number 11, Oklahoma. Back to the Big 10, number 12, Indiana is at number 16, Wisconsin. They'll kick at 3:30 from Camp Randall. At 5:30, how about this one from the beach? Number 13, BYU, and number 18, Coastal Carolina. Game day is there as we speak, and so a unique setting for college football game day at Myrtle Beach, Coastal Carolina, BYU at 5:30. At noon, Oklahoma State and TCU. The Cowboys ranked number 15 in this week's college football playoff poll. At 3:30, number 19, Iowa is at Illinois. Tomorrow night at 7:30, Washington State goes to number 20, USC. At noon today, it's Rice and number 21, Marshall. 4 o'clock from the Pac-12, Stanford and number 22, Washington. Staying in the Pac-12, number 23, Oregon is at California tonight at 7. 24th-ranked Tulsa plays Navy at 3:30. And last night, a wild one as number 25, Louisiana holds off Appalachian State 24-21. Vanderbilt, number 8, Georgia, have been postponed. That is tentatively rescheduled for December the 19th. And Northwestern Minnesota has been canceled. So there is all of your action on the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. A big thank you to all those who listened and participated on this morning's broadcast. It has been countdown to kickoff, setting the stage for the Reed's Jewelers pregame show, which comes your way at the top of the hour. In the meantime, Dave Nathan signing off and saying so long and farewell from Learfield IMG College.
Elora Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. It's all about you. Elora Bridal offers unique collections with more than 300 styles, which are as unique as you are. Visit Reed's Jewelers to try on diamond rings from their timeless couture, blush, and harmony collections. Or you can custom build your own ring from their design collection. Elora Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. It's your style and your choice. Reed's Jewelers, official partner of the Tar Heels.
Hey, it's your homie. Sorry, it's your home. I know you don't like it when I call myself your homie. So I have some favors to ask you. Could you get rid of a few chairs in the living room? My floorboards are tired. Another easy thing, we could save money if you bundled your home and car insurance with Geico. One more thing. I know you love lavender-scented candles, but could we try Tahitian vanilla? I think it would fit my vibe better.
Geico. For bundling made easy, go to geico.com today.
Tar Heel fans, when shopping for your game day celebrations, don't forget to pick up your favorite variety of Lay's potato chips and Tostitos to tailgate like the Tar Heels. Tostitos and Lay's are an essential part of the game day tradition and a proud partner of Carolina Athletics. Whether you are at Keenan Stadium or hosting Heels fans at home, make sure Lay's and Tostitos are a part of your Tar Heels game day ritual. Go Heels!
This holiday season at Dunkin', we're cheersing to all with drinks that will really get you into the holiday spirit, like the signature peppermint mocha latte, the signature gingerbread latte, and the new chai oat milk latte. Whether you're visiting friends or getting the whole family together on a video call. Now if some of them could just find the mute button. That's better. Bring the cheers in with holiday-inspired drinks from Dunkin' and make this season a little extra special. And now you can send a virtual cheers in via the Dunkin' app with an e-gift card. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer.
This is Carolina football on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
From star athletes to super fans, UNC Health is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds. For you, the latest advancements and our greatest expertise are always in play to deliver personalized care with the utmost compassion. It's the kind of care that keeps champions like you and your family in the game when it matters the most. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
Carolina fans, you can still be social and keep a close connection to your fellow Tar Heels simply by contacting the Carolina Club. Conveniently located next to Kenan Stadium, the club is the perfect place to enjoy exceptional dining and unique programs in a safe environment with abundant space for physical distancing. Club members enjoy a full calendar of virtual events designed to connect, entertain, and inform. And you don't have to be a UNC alum. Everyone is welcome at the Carolina Club. Visit carolina-club.com to request membership information and schedule a visit to the Carolina Club.
What is it that binds us to this place as to no other?
The following is a presentation of the Tar Heels Sports Network.
It is Senior Day in Chapel Hill as Carolina closes its home slate in what has been a most unusual 2020 season. And the matchup with Western Carolina today perfectly summarizes the uniqueness of this campaign. This game wasn't on Carolina's original schedule. It wasn't on the COVID-altered schedule released in August. And even once the Tar Heels struck a deal with the Catamounts after Charlotte canceled earlier in the year, the game wasn't even supposed to be played on this date. Yes, 2020 has been unusual and difficult in a lot of ways. The Tar Heels hope to put an exclamation point on the home portion of the year with a big win today. The Tar Heels Sports Network's coverage of the third meeting between Western Carolina and Carolina starts right now.
College football is about tradition.
Light that bell tower blue and give us that victory bell back.
You sing the same fight song. You tailgate in the same spot. You high-five the same friends when the Tar Heels find the end zone again.
Howe looking, standing tall, lets it go, man there. Touchdown! Touchdown, Carolina! Jazz Newsome tiptoes in the right side of the end zone for 6.
This year will be different, but still, it's football. It's fall in North Carolina. And no matter what else has happened in 2020, the Tar Heels are going to play a game today. Maybe the game will look a little different this year, but we're going to make sure it sounds just the way you remember it.
It's a touchdown! A 76-yard run by freshman Nathan Means. Mr. Jordan meets Mr. Walker. Give to Leon Johnson, left side. Touchdown, Carolina! Good gosh, dirty. Switzer with the Jets, and he's done it again. Surratt intercepts it. Holy cow, Carolina's going to win.
Come join us for 2020 Carolina football on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
This is Jones Angel. Notre Dame was last week. Miami is next week. But the Tar Heels need to focus on this week, which brings Western Carolina to Chapel Hill for the third time in the last 4 seasons. Lee Pace authors Extra Points and has covered Carolina for more than 30 years.
It's Senior Day with an asterisk in Kenan Stadium today. Officially, the number is 16 seniors who will be recognized prior to their last home game as Tar Heels, but their parents cannot be introduced on field per COVID-19 protection protocols, and there are a couple of highly regarded juniors who could opt out for the NFL this spring. So today is just part and parcel of a screwball college football season.
We have all those storylines to talk about, plus interviews with the 2 head coaches, Mac Brown and Mark Spear. We will continue our weekly pregame conversations with former Tar Heel great Jeff Saturday. 2 great Tar Heels themselves. Brian Simmons going to chat with Ebenezer Ekuban, and we'll get you ready for a busy day across the ACC and top 25 as well. All of that and a lot more coming up. It's Western Carolina at Carolina and the Reed's Jewelers pregame show from Learfield IMG College.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Justice, Rosenbluth, LT, Jordan, Hansbrough, Geo. This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. Certain names in Tar Heel athletics resonate across generations, bringing to mind an unmatched commitment to excellence. When someone mentions Smith's Drugs of Forest City, I think of a similar commitment to excellence. Since 1939, Smith's Drugs has served Rutherford County with the highest quality customer service and care. The friendly staff at Smith's Drugs not only provides you with prompt service, they give you the individual attention needed to understand your medication and how it works. This same level of care is exhibited by the staff in the Smith's Drugs Home Medical Equipment Department. And don't forget about the old-fashioned soda fountain, where you'll be served up the best pimento cheese sandwich in North Carolina. Call on Smith's Drugs of Forest City at 828-245-4591, located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City, where they've been putting the customer first since 1939.
Make mobile merry this holiday season with special deals from Bark Mobile. Put something special under the tree with up to 4 LG Stylo 6 smartphones for free when you switch. We have our sleigh stocked with many other free smartphone options too, and we can make the holidays even easier with our 90-day payment option. Celebrate the season with big savings from Bark. It's mobile made merry. Certain restrictions apply. See store for details or visit mybarkmobile.com/terms and conditions.
Better. Hunt Brothers Pizza, the official pizza of Carolina Athletics. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show.
It is a cool, crisp, sunny day in Chapel Hill. Little December football for you. That's a rarity. Carolina, in its history, this is just the 13th time that Carolina will play a regular season game in the month of December, so not counting bowls or ACC championships. And, of course, one of many unusual things as we've moved through this year. So glad that you're here with us as we get you ready for the third meeting between Carolina and Western Carolina. It's the Reed's Jewelers pregame show, brought to you by Reed's Jewelers, your local-owned, family-owned jeweler and trusted for generations. And I'm Jones Angel, Lee Pace. We're here in the booth in Kenan Stadium. We're joined by Jody Zeugner, our statistician and spotter, Ben Alexander, our chief network engineer, Brian Simmons joining us on the telephone. And Brian, it is senior day in Chapel Hill. Carolina's going to honor nearly 20 players going through the ceremony today. And for a group that was a part of teams which won just 5 combined games in 2017 and 18, there's no doubt that this group is leaving Carolina football in a better place than when they arrived.
And there's no question about that. And when you come into a program, that's really the main thing that you want to get accomplished as a player, you know, especially as your group, because you kind of talk about it, as your class coming in and making the football team, the football program, a better team, a better program than it was when you got there. And I think without a question, this group has done that. Guys like Daz Newsome and Michael Carter, those guys, Chaz Surratt, those guys have done that, and they've been through the struggle early on, as you spoke about, and to be able to come out on the other side and to build this program the way, it's obviously it's not where they want it or where Coach Brown and his staff wants it, but it's definitely on the correct trajectory, and it's something that they should be proud of. And speaking of Senior Day, this is the time where you realize how fast that 4 or 5 years go by, and it's great that they're going to be able to do the video board, but, it's kind of a disappointment that the parents don't get to walk out on the field with their kids in the uniform and the 50,000-plus fans cheering for them, because it's not only a special day for the players, but it's a really special day for the parents who, in most cases, have sacrificed a lot to get their kids to where they are today.
Absolutely, and Carolina is still going to try to make it as special as possible. Brian referenced it. There'll be some messages from the parents that'll be played on the video board here in Kenan for those seniors, but just not quite the same feel, and that stinks. But unfortunately, everybody trying to stay as safe as possible under COVID has forced that change, and hopefully everybody still has an enjoyable time in that regard this afternoon. Lee, Brian mentioned a couple of those names, and there are some pretty darn familiar ones in this senior class, successful players. Michael Carter, Tamon Fox, Daz Newsome, Patrice Renee, Chaz Surratt, Garrett Walston, that's just a couple. They're going to take the field in Kenan Stadium for the final time today.
Well, you go down that list, Jones, just good kids and good stories, all of them. You delve into their past and where they came from and how they got to Carolina. And one thing this week that has been consistent is that Mack Brown and his staff have been very generous in the credit they've given Larry Fedora and his staff in recruiting high-quality, high-character kids. You just go down the list, and it has taken what Mack Brown brings to a program to install the structure, discipline, and confidence, particularly on offense, with the exception of Sam Howell. This offense was totally recruited by Larry Fedora and his guys, and Mack has given them the structure, the confidence, the discipline. Phil Longo, his version of the air raid offense, and they have just thrived. The defense, a little bit of a different situation, still more of a building process, but Coach Brown made the point that when you come in a transition year, it's really hard on the players. They lose the coaches that brought them in, and there's insecurity, uncertainty, and this band of seniors, the 16 who will be recognized today, has bought into what Mack Brown and his staff are selling, and have totally helped been a part of turning this program in the right direction.
Carolina and Western Carolina coming today, senior day in Chapel Hill. Brian, let's talk a little bit about the football side of things. Tar Heels entered this game coming off the loss to Notre Dame last Friday night and seemed to show two things. One, Carolina isn't that far away from where it wants to go, but it also still has work to do to get there, particularly along both lines of scrimmages as far as the offensive and defensive fronts.
Without a question, and it just depends on how you like to look at things. You could look at that Notre Dame game both ways, right? And you really could be correct on either side. You could say, man, if we play against a team like Notre Dame, we have a ways to go to be able to beat a team like Notre Dame, a team like Clemson. We'll see about what the Miami game poses next week if we get to that point. And then you can look at it and say, late in the third quarter, we were down by only one score. Notre Dame scored a point, touchdown late in the fourth quarter to put it up 2 scores, and we were right there with the best team. And then on the third side, just talking strictly about the football, you can say, if we're going to beat teams like this, we can't jump off sides on fourth down. We have to make the plays on the quarterback in the backfield when we get an opportunity. We have to be able to block guys up front when we have one-on-one situations. And on the flip side of defense, we have to win. And you can pick any one of those three things out of the Notre Dame game and be correct. But when I look at it, I was proud of the way we performed. Was Notre Dame a better team than us last week? Yes, they were. But did it give me confidence that the University of North Carolina football team and program is on the right trajectory and is a ascending program? Absolutely it did.
And, Brian, one good thing about those offensive and defensive lines, there are no seniors on the O-line, and that defensive line is stocked with a lot of young players and some more on the way.
Yeah, and I will say, early signing day coming up on December 16th, so just about a week and a half away, and you're going to, if you don't already, you'll hear the names of and start to get to know the names of a really good recruiting class that's coming in for the Tar Heels. A lot of that focused on the defensive side of things. And, Carolina played a lot of young guys in that game. Miles Murphy played more than 20 snaps in the game against Notre Dame. Clyde Pender played more than 10 snaps. Kevin Hester played right around 10 snaps. Tony Grimes started and played the entire game. So Des Evans played more than 10 snaps. So a lot of young guys got in against a high-level football team to get experience, and Carolina really feels like those guys will be the core of their defense moving forward.
18 commitments on the way for the early signing period, Jones. Of those, 5 of them are either defensive end, outside linebacker types. So with what Carolina has signed in this class and next year's, they're well on their way talent-wise. Jay Bateman says, get us now if you're going to get us.
All right, let's take a break. Come back. We're going to focus in on the matchup with Western Carolina. You think it's been a weird year for the Tar Heels. Just wait till you hear how things been going for the Catamounts. We'll talk about the visitors when we return to the Reed's Jewelers pregame show from Learfield, IMG College.
What does Julie, who runs a thriving local business, have in common with the starting quarterback? Well, they both know how to hustle. As a small business owner, you rise before the sun and push till well after it sets. Outpace and defy expectations. Every quarterback needs a great team. UPS is here to support the hustle with tools and expert advice to help you be unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics partner of Carolina Athletics.
From star athletes to super fans, UNC Health is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds. For you, the latest advancements and our greatest expertise are always in play to deliver personalized care with the utmost compassion. It's the kind of care that keeps champions like you and your family in the game when it matters the most. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
This is Carolina football on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
Have you been injured in an auto accident and need to know your rights? Dial 919 all fours. Have you been hurt at work? Do you know if you're getting every single workers' compensation benefit within your rights? Dial 919 all fours. Fighting for disability benefits and need someone in your corner? Dial 919 all fours. Have you been injured by a prescribed medication? Dial 919 all fours. For all injuries and disability questions, call Hardison and Cochran Attorneys at Law. 919 all fours.
Safe, accessible, reliable. Breakthrough Physical Therapy, proud partner of Carolina Athletics, promises that your care will be safe, accessible, and reliable, making sure you're back to your daily activities sooner. Contact Breakthrough, Carolina's choice for keeping you in the game of life today. Breakthrough-pt.com.
Percentage of both teams out on the field starting to go through warm-ups on a cold, windy day here in Chapel Hill. We're up at a little higher level here in Kenan Stadium. The wind really whipping from west to east here in the stadium. It doesn't seem to be affecting things necessarily down on the field as much, but higher up once you go in the stadium, the flags that are on the top of the rim of the stadium, the big American flag in the west end zone really standing tall and flapping out with the wind coming hard through the stadium right now. Big storms came through the area late last night, brought this chillier weather with it. So due to be a cold day here in Kenan Stadium for Carolina and Western. Tar Heels are warming up to your left and our left as well, wearing the traditional Carolina blue helmets with the white NC on the side, the Carolina blue uniforms with the white numbers and letters, white pants as well with the Carolina blue Argyle down the side. Meanwhile, the visitors today, Western Carolina, wearing purple helmets with the WCU and Catamount logo on the side. A catamount, kind of like a mountain cap. Then you have the white jerseys with purple numbers and gold pants for Western today. Let's talk about Western Carolina and how they and the Tar Heels will match up today. And Brian, I actually want to focus a little bit on Carolina here first in this segment, because one of the key words this week for the Tar Heels has indeed been focus. This game is sandwiched between two top 10 opponents. The Tar Heels are heavily favored in this game. So Mac Brown has really hammered home with his team, hey, stay focused, go out and execute, which sometimes is easier said than done.
Yeah, and Coach Brown has talked about it, and I heard, I listened to the Mac Brown show that you did with Coach, and he talks about being who you are all the time, right? And so that goes into how you approach the week, how you approach the game. If you say you want to be a very good player individually, you want to be a very good program, it's a certain way that you have to approach every single week, regardless. It almost doesn't matter who you're playing, because you have to learn how to take care of yourself, do the things that you're supposed to do during the week, study the tape, practice hard. And then when you show up on Saturdays, regardless of who you play, if you play Notre Dame and that kickoff, they decide you're playing Western Carolina, it shouldn't matter because you went through the week the same way. And that's what Coach Brown is talking about. If you want to be a great program, that's what you have to do. Because if you don't approach it that way, you're selling yourself short, and you're also fooling yourself if you think you can be great that way.
Lee, it has been a strange journey for Western Carolina. The Catamounts aren't actually going to compete in conference play until the spring. So after the game today, Western's next action comes on February 20th when they travel to Furman for Southern Conference play. And head coach Mark Spear has said that his team is essentially treating this handful of games, and this will be the third game Western has played this fall, essentially treating this handful of games like preseason contest before they get into conference play in the spring.
Well, you talk about how cold it is today here in Chapel Hill. The Western Carolina guys, talked to them, a couple of them before a game. They're talking about how this is sort of spring weather for them.
That's right, it feels great.
And they literally have got to restart football practice on January 20th to play. 1 month later, they will open against Furman, I believe it is. They played 2 games. They lost to Liberty by 44 points 3 weeks ago, and Eastern Kentucky by 32 points the following week. And after today, they're off until February 20th when they play at Furman. And what a year for Mark Spear to have to deal with COVID in this situation, because he's got 2 major challenges. Number one, he's trying to find a quarterback to replace Tyree Adams, who was the Catamounts' all-time total offensive leader. He started for 4 years. We saw him a couple of times here in 18 and 19. And he also is rebuilding on defense. He's got a new coordinator there, and Andy McCollum, who had been for a decade on Paul Johnson's staff at Georgia Tech. So Andy McCollum takes a job in late February, and a couple of weeks later, spring practice blows up. So this team has all kind of problems, and, yeah, they are just sort of looking at it. He's talked about like an NFL exhibition season, just play a lot of young guys and hunt and peck and see where we are on both sides of the football.
And at that quarterback position, it has mostly been Mark Wright and Will Jones. They have split the time at the QB spot for Western Carolina. Wright started against Liberty. Jones started against Eastern Kentucky. Jones has been in the program, 4 career starts for the Catamounts. Wright is a Ellsworth Community College, then Hutchinson Community College transfer, so 2 different JUCOs before coming to Western. So we are unclear who we will see at that spot today. May also see Kason Link, a 6'1 freshman from Mobile, Alabama. They have him listed on the depth chart too, so we'll see who Western runs out at the quarterback spot. Again, there's already some natural advantages, of course, for the Tar Heels in this game, but when you mix in some of the other things that Western is dealing with, and it is a unique matchup today as well. So, Brian, with that backdrop, I ask you this. Of course, Carolina's number 1 goal today is to win, and they've got to go out there and they've got to execute and they've got to make it happen. But ideally, what else, in your opinion, would the Tar Heels like to achieve today other than just winning the ball game?
And Jones, before I answer that, look, can I touch on the Western Carolina situation?
Of course.
Really quick? If you're Mark Spears, and coaches do a great job of spinning it, you really have to look at these 3 games as a great situation for your football program, because the win-losses almost don't count, right? And if you're going into a season, with which they start in February, and you're trying to evaluate players and you're trying to figure out depth chart and trying to figure out who is going to be your starting quarterback, what better way than in live situations versus teams against other teams versus just going through spring or just going through some kind of fall ball where you're only practicing against yourself. You get to play against the Liberty, who's a really good football team this year. You get to go to Eastern Kentucky, and then you come to Chapel Hill to play Carolina. So if you're Coach Spear, in terms of your opportunity to evaluate what you have on your roster, it's a great opportunity for him. And then speaking about Carolina today, ideally, Carolina, there's no secret. Carolina is the better football team, and if they play the way that they're supposed to play, they should win by a lot. So with that said, if you're on the 2 deep or 3 deep, you're telling the starters to go out there, be focused, and handle your business really early so I can get about 3 quarters, 2.5 quarters of play, and so they can get those young guys some play time and some more experience. And I would say really we've played so many young guys on defense, really the exception of the young linebackers. So it's really on offense, because you look at the offense, you got guys like Daz and, who knows about Diami, who knows about Javante, but Michael Carter will be gone. So we're going to miss a lot of skill guys coming next season, the possibility of more than we may want to. But, being able to get some of those young guys more snaps is going to be important on offense. And Coach Brown, he's going to approach this the same way. He's going to be hard on the starters. I guarantee you this week he was harder on them than he was last week, because it's about how they focus and it's about being who you want to be all the time.
It'll be interesting to see if we do see some younger skill guys. Have to think that's a possibility today, after Michael Carter, Javante Williams, maybe Josh Henderson, British Brooks, Elijah Green, DJ Jones, all guys you may see at running back. Antoine Green has been in the program a while, just hadn't had a year where it's shaken out for him. Have to think you may see him at wide receiver, Justin Olson, Stephen Gosnell, Tylee Kraft. I mean, there's some guys on the roster that are working hard every day that haven't had the chance to have a ton of snaps that you may end up seeing. Ray Rose, another one at the receiver position that you may end up seeing today. So we'll see how it all shakes out, Lee.
The template Mercer game last year,
Yeah.
49 win by the Tar Heels. They made no turnovers. They came out, they hit Mercer in the face to the very beginning. There was no doubt about it. They didn't let them hang around, and they got to play a lot of kids. So that's exactly what Carolina wants today.
Yeah, Mac Brown still references that game as when he thought his team really came together a season ago. Was that easy win against Mercer, forced a turnover, I think, on the first play, and then ended up heading on to a victory after that. All right, we need to take a break, come back. Brian, good to talk with you, by the way. We'll talk to you in postgame, and Dave Nathan's going to take control the rest of the way here on the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. Getting you ready for Carolina and Western here from Chapel Hill, from Learfield, IMG College.
It's bow time.
So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of GAS. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea.
It's bow time.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina resolves to help you stay healthy during COVID-19. Just a few simple steps called the 3 W's go a long way in protecting you and your loved ones. Wear a cloth face covering. Wait by standing 6 feet apart from others. And wash your hands often. Together, by practicing the 3 W's, we can resolve to improve the health of our state. Learn more at bluecrossnc.com/3W.
This is your radio home for the Tar Heels on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
Quality equipment is homegrown, made up of your family, friends, and neighbors. Growing up with the smell of fresh-cut grass, the sound of touchdown victories in the yard, and the pride of owning a John Deere tractor. We work hard to provide your land with what it needs at a price you can afford, and we go above and beyond for what you need. Here, you're not just a sale. You're a part of the Quality Equipment family. Visit Quality Equipment for our best John Deere tractor deals, or better yet, stop by any of our 27 locations across North Carolina and Virginia.
Pandemic pain? Is this pandemic adding frustration, pain, and increased stress? Great news, there's hope without the use of pills or surgery. The experts at Breakthrough Physical Therapy have a cutting-edge program for that pain and stress. Call the location nearest for free information. Contact Breakthrough, Carolina's choice for keeping you in the game of life today. Breakthrough-pt.com.
Dave Nathan welcoming you back to the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. The official Reed's Jewelers kickoff time is 12:03. Reed's Jewelers, your home for fine Swiss timepieces, beautiful diamonds, and the world's most luxurious jewelry brands. That's Reed's Jewelers, trusted with life's moments. Well, one of the best moments we have week in and week out here on the broadcast is catching up with Jeff Saturday, and Jones has him on the phone line right now.
Getting ready for Carolina and Western Carolina here in Kenan Stadium this afternoon. Final home game for the Tar Heels, and that means it is Senior Day. Wanted to talk about that with our guest, Jeff Saturday. Always enjoy our time chatting with Jeff before Carolina games. And, Jeff, I'd be interested in your memories of Senior Day from your time in Chapel Hill and just the kind of emotions that are going through these nearly 20 Tar Heels that are going through the process of Senior Day today?
Oh, man, one of the greatest days of my college experience, in all honesty, Joe. That when you look back at it, my parents, were there and had come up, and then obviously afterwards with everybody, with all your teammates and everybody's parents being there, just the just all the kind of the culmination of your entire experience and how much fun we all had and how awesome it was to watch our parents enjoying our teammates' parents, right? Everybody hanging out and just kind of the shared experience. It was just awesome, man. And I will say though, it is a hard focus game in my opinion, right? Like you come off this emotional experience with your folks, and the hugs and all those things, and it kind of takes you a minute because you are kind of playing that out in your head, and so when you kind of got to lock yourself back into, hey man, I got to go play and get this thing going. But again, I still look back. I got pictures of it in my office to this day, and it's just a special one, man, and one that I hope they all treasure. Because this thing goes by so much faster than you think. I know I sound old, but I feel that way just thinking about it. But man, just a heck of a day, man, and congratulations to all of them. Just cherish it.
Speaking about the focus side of it, Jeff, Western Carolina it doesn't have a ranking next to its name. It is not Notre Dame, Carolina. It's not Miami, who the Tar Heels play next week. How big of a challenge is it when you have a smaller school sandwiched here between two really big games at the end of the season to keep that level of focus and to be able to grind through this week to try to compete at your highest level possible here coming up this afternoon?
Yeah, this is maturation week, in all honesty, right? How mature of a football team are you? Because the truth is you need to go step on this team early, and you should have young guys playing by the end of the second quarter. That's the truth of it. And it sounds terrible when you talk like that, but that's the reality of how good the Tar Heels are and the way they should handle this game. But you have to go handle your business, because the last thing you want to do is let a team hang around and grab energy from you, right? And so if you're not focused on the details and you start leaving a team like this in, then all of a sudden you're in a battle and the pressure flips to you. But the way I see this is jump out early, man. Let's take care of business. Let some young guys get some experience. Keep your guys healthy and as fresh as you can for Miami, and that's really the reality of what this game should be. It's just a matter of can we execute it today and make sure it goes that way from the jump.
Jeff, am I right in saying that, especially in football, maybe more than any other sport, you can't go half speed, no matter who the opponent is? That's right. It would be more dangerous to go out there and not go all out this afternoon. Would that be a fair statement?
100%. 100%. We used to talk about that in the NFL, even in preseason games. No matter if you're in for 10 snaps or 100 snaps, man, you go 100 miles an hour, because the truth is the most dangerous from a physical standpoint of getting injured is when you're not focused and you're not playing at 100%. And I also think there's something about being proficient and being crisp, no matter who's, take the decals off, no matter who is over there. At some point you want to execute flawlessly. And so whether that's offense, defense, or special teams, it doesn't matter. It's are we honing our craft? Because whether you believe it or not, there are guys on all kinds of teams who have the skill set to be, difference makers. And so you use each one of those moments as kind of an individual moment of improving yourself. But you're 100% right. The last thing you want to do is not be focused, be standing around piles and, not finishing plays. And it doesn't matter what level, high school, college, or pro, you understand this is not a game you take lightly, and you never look at it that way. So you're 100% right. Go 100 miles an hour when you're on, and when the coach pulls you off, that's when you put the ball cap on and cheer for your squad.
Duke Energy is honored to recognize 2020 Social Justice and Racial Equity grantee Heal Charlotte for their work to address social justice and racial equity in our communities. In addition, Duke Energy is committed to overcoming racism in our state and has pledged to offer an annual social justice and racial equity grant cycle in North Carolina. Visit duke-energy.com/racial equity to learn more.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12. Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Tanisha Lee of Hollister Elementary in Hollister. Her project, Hands-On Safety Science Oh My, is sponsored by Halifax EMC in Enfield. If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
This is your radio home for the Tar Heels on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
The yard work, the shopping list, the in-laws.
There are plenty of things that can keep you from seeing the Tar Heels play on Saturday.
The garage cleanup.
But nothing can keep you from enjoying the game.
Tar Heel football, hear every game, home and away, on 106.1 FM Talk.
Want to turn up the excitement on your Saturdays?
You just got to turn up your radio.
You just got to turn your radio Carolina Blue.
Tar Heel football, hear every play of every game, home and away, on 106.1 FM Talk.
Our mailbox is painted Carolina blue. So are my kitchen appliances. My husband is a huge Tar Heel fan. He never misses hearing a game.
Once.
It was our daughter's wedding.
Tar Heel football. Every game, home and away, on 106.1 FM Talk.
The yard work, the shopping list, the in-laws.
There are plenty of things that can keep you from seeing the Tar Heels play on Saturday.
The garage cleanup.
But nothing can keep you from enjoying the game.
Tar Heel football, hear every game, home and away, on 106.1 FM Talk.
Carolina football is brought to you by Duke Energy, building a smarter energy future for you. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And by Wells Fargo, official retail bank sponsor of Carolina Athletics. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show.
It's Carolina and Western Carolina this afternoon from Kenan Stadium. Dave Nathan welcoming you back to the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. And while Brian Simmons may not be in the booth with us as much this year, he's still a big part of what we're doing on our broadcast each week. And he speaks to a former Tar Heel each week. It's presented by Graduate Chapel Hill, now open on Franklin Street. Today, Brian is joined by Ebenezer Ekubon.
Talk to me a little bit about what you've seen from Carolina's team this year and you know, some of the things that you really like and some of the areas you feel like, you know, they can obviously improve on.
Man, I'm so excited, B. It feels good, man. I tell you, the past couple of years, 4 or 5 years, it's been tough, bruh. But with Matt coming back and seeing that swagger come back, it feels good to turn on the TV and watch them boys play, man. And, you know, I get so excited because it feels like just yesterday that me and you were still in that Kenan Stadium doing our thing, man. So I'm just so happy for what Mac is doing and all the recruits, the top-notch recruits that he's bringing in. And the sky's the limit, man. And, you know, we live in a culture where we want everything good to happen so fast.
Yeah.
And, you know, when they lose one game, I get mad, I get upset, but when you look at the long-term prognosis, man, I'm telling you what, good things are on its way to Carolina football, man. I'm seeing the way that the guys are gelling together. I'm seeing this massive offensive linemen that we have right now that are young and only going to get better. I see the young defensive line that we have. They're going through struggles at times right now, but you know what? They're only going to get better with time and hitting that weight room. And I just can't wait for the opportunity when this vaccine comes along and we can get back to Kenan Stadium and be tight and watching them in person. So I'm just waiting for that time when I can fly down there and come to a couple games in person, man. But I'm excited, bro.
That's Brian Simmons with Ebenezer Ekubon, presented by Graduate Chapel Hill, now open on Franklin Street as we get ready to send things back over to Lee Pace for our Carolina injury and field report, brought to you by Breakthrough Physical Therapy, Carolina's trusted choice for safely keeping you in the game of life. Lee, it's a little cooler than we've had most of the time this football season, and some of the usual suspects still not dressed out for today's game.
Dave, had a lot of rain overnight here in Chapel Hill, so it's great to have this Root Zone 3D3 by AstroTurf surface here in Kenan Stadium that was installed prior to last year's season, so the footing will not be an issue. The wind will be an issue. It's blowing very strongly from the west, so teams going toward the direction of the Keenan Football Center will have 15 to 20 miles an hour gusts to deal with, so it will affect the passing and kicking game. Not a lot of injury news to talk about. No sign of Storm Duck and Bo Corrales today, even though they did get back into practice the last couple of weeks. It looks like the decision has been made that they're just not ready to get back out there, or at least particularly for this game today. So beyond that, though, it's a credit to Brian Hess and his staff for the great work they've done, keeping this team stout and in great shape. That injuries have been a little bit of a problem, but nothing major like it was back in the 2017-18 area, Dave.
All righty, good stuff from Lee Pace over at Keenan Stadium on our Breakthrough Physical Therapy Injury Report. And as we get ready to head to another timeout, every sack is a sack to give back. For every sack the Tar Heels make this season, Food Lion Feeds will donate 1,000 meals to feed our neighbors in need right here in Chapel Hill. We'll come back with the Continental Tire Coaches Corner. Jones will be joined by Coach Brown after this from Learfield, IMG College.
Good things come to those who wait. At Jersey Mike's, they also come to those who don't. Download our app, order ahead, and skip the line. Cut to the Chase by Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina resolves to help you stay healthy during COVID-19. Just a few simple steps called the 3 W's go a long way in protecting you and your loved ones. Wear a cloth face covering. Wait by standing 6 feet apart from others. And wash your hands often. Together, by practicing the 3 W's, we can resolve to improve the health of our state. Learn more at bluecrossnc.com/3W.
Good things come to those who wait. At Jersey Mike's, they also come to those who don't. Download our app, order ahead, and skip the line. Cut to the Chase by Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
This is Carolina football on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
For more than 30 years, Crumley Roberts has been caring like family, listening to learn and doing what's right as they stand up for you. This year more than ever, they are proud to support Carolina athletics and Tar Heels everywhere. Whether studying or teaching from home or on campus, we are all in this together as one Carolina family. Follow Crumley Roberts on Facebook and Instagram to find out how Tar Heels and the Crumley Roberts family are working to make a difference in the world today and how they continue to stand up for you. Go Crumley Roberts and go Heels.
Hey, all you Carolina fans, Nationwide agents are just like you. They support the Tar Heels, too. They are also proud to live in the Triangle, where they help families like yours with auto, home, business, farm, and life. Don't drop the ball. Get the professional coaching you need to win at life. Give Pete Seagroves in Chapel Hill a call at 919-942-8733 or Terry Nobles in Raleigh a call at 919-833-3803 and go Tar Heels. Nationwide is on your side.
Inside the Continental Tire Coaches Corner with the head coach of the Tar Heels, Mack Brown. Carolina hosting Western Carolina in the home finale. And, Coach, it is the final home game for nearly 20 Tar Heels who will be going through senior day activities today. Always an emotional day, and especially with such a large group of quality players, quality people that will be playing in Keenan for the final time.
Yes, these guys, Jones, have done so much for this program. The 2 or 3 years they were here before we got here, and then after the transition, they've really stepped up and helped us make the improvement that we've made. So I'm so proud of them because it's very difficult to lose your head coach that recruited you and the assistants in the middle of your career. And that's what happened with these guys. And it is an emotional day today because this is the last time they'll ever play a game in Keenan Stadium. And really, it's one of the last 3 games this team will ever have. So as you get to the end of the year, and especially with all the stuff that's been going on in their lives this year, and we started on August 6th, I'm just really, really proud of this group.
Coach, how did the determination come as far as who would return? And you said earlier this week that Grayson Atkins, Bo Corrales, Tyrone Hopper, at least as of right now, planning on returning even though they are currently seniors. How did those decisions come about?
We had the position coach and coordinators basically sit down with every senior and say, we love you. We want you to come back. If you want to come back, we don't want to recruit you. We don't want to have any pressure on you. You may want to go to the NFL. You may want to just start getting into the job market. But here's where we see you fitting next year if you decide to come back. So we tried to be very direct and very honest and wanted what's best for them. And, Jones, we've done that with every player on the team that's not playing very much either. If you're not playing, that means you and your assistant coach for some reason aren't hitting it off, or the assistant coach doesn't think you can help us win, and the coordinator doesn't think you can help us win. It's all about winning. You can stay, but if you want to play, we'll help you go somewhere else. And if you're not playing much, we'll get video for you. We'll get practice video and try to help you get where you need to go. And the same thing with our juniors that are looking at the NFL. We're trying to be honest with them. Coach Moody's done a great job of telling them exactly where you would fit in the draft and talking to general managers and scouts, and he had 18 years of experience with those people. So hopefully we can educate all of our players on exactly where your situation is here. If you like it, we'd love to have you come back. If not, then we'll help you get where you need to be.
Coach, there's so many quality seniors going through senior day today. I just wanted to highlight two in Michael Carter and Chaz Surratt. They seem to really embody what you want your program to be about, both off the field and on it.
Yeah, they're both graduates. They're both high character guys. They both have a story. It was interesting with ESPN when I first got here. The first question I asked Bubba is, number 8 coming back? And he said, yeah, and better than that, he's a sophomore. So Michael's meant so much to our progress and rebuilding going forward. And Michael, probably more than anybody else on this team, has been the closest to me as a consultant. When I can ask him the pulse of the team or what we need to do or what are they thinking or what am I missing, Michael's been so direct and honest that I love that. Chaz is the best story in college football, maybe the history of, to be a 5-star quarterback and come in. And those guys usually have big egos, and he wants to move over. And now he's going to be a high draft choice. So, and he could have opted out this year. Everybody would have understood. He could have quit before this game and said, I've had enough. I don't want to get hurt. I've got enough video out there. He's done everything we've asked him to do, and he's helped our team. He's helped himself with the NFL. Had by far his best game against the best team we've played this year in Notre Dame. So really, really proud of both those guys.
We'll focus in on the matchup with Western Carolina when Coach and I meet a little later in our pregame show.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12. Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Tanisha Lee of Hollister Elementary in Hollister. Her project, Hands-On Safety Science Oh My, is sponsored by Halifax EMC in Enfield. If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
How are you the ultimate UNC fan? Because I got this air horn installed in my throat. Pretty sick, right? Yes. You look really sick. What doctor would even do this? Doctor? I did this myself. I mean, I can't swallow whole food, but still. Wait, what? Just gotta plow through it. Hey, can I get a couple of soups up there? What about some chamomile tea?
Don't be that guy. Get a fan card. The smart way to be the ultimate Tar Heels fan. Just go to unccards.com.
This is Carolina football on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
Right now, you can get 5 cents off every gallon of fuel every day. That's 5 cents off every gallon with Make It Count rewards from Marathon. Plus, you can earn points for additional savings on fuel, airfare, hotels, and more. It's quick and easy to join. Just visit makeitcount.com/radio or download the free app. So start saving today with Make It Count from Marathon. Offer valid only at participating Marathon locations. Marathon, fueling the American spirit.
Window World, America's largest exterior remodeler and a proud partner of UNC, provides exceptional quality windows, siding, doors, and more. They're headquartered right here in North Carolina and have enhanced over 100,000 homes across 30 counties for over 25 years. Improving your largest investment with energy efficiency products and creating amazing curb appeal is what they do best. From Raleigh-Durham to Rocky Mount, down to Fayetteville and beyond. Call, click, or visit Window World, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics, today.
Carolina football is brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. And by Continental Tire, for what you do. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. Keenan Moments with Lee Pace, brought to you by Pinehurst. There's never been more to discover at the cradle of American golf. Go to pinehurst.com to plan your visit.
Carolina's regular season ends today with a non-conference game against Western Carolina, and it's the Catamounts' third trip to Kenan Stadium in the last 4 years for late-season games. The matchup continues Carolina's evolving scheduling philosophy over the last 2 decades to play in-state non-conference opponents such as Elon, North Carolina A&T, and Charlotte. These games are in stark contrast to the 1960s when the Tar Heels regularly scheduled high-profile opponents from the Big Ten and Southeastern Conference and actually fared quite well. Over a 7-year span from 1960 to 66, the Tar Heels under Coach Jim Hickey beat Notre Dame, Tennessee, Georgia, and Michigan State within the hospitable confines of Kenan Stadium, then ventured on the road to win at Ohio State and at Michigan. The 1963 team was the pinnacle of that era and made quick work of Georgia, rolling the Bulldogs 28-7 in Kenan Stadium on the way to a 9-2 record, ACC title, and domination of Air Force in the Gator Bowl.
You can check out Lee Pace's Football in a Forest, the life and times of Kenan Memorial Stadium to relive more Kenan moments just like that. Well, as we get inside 15 minutes to kickoff presented by Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. We catch up with the head coach of Western Carolina, Mark Spear, who says the Carolina offense is the first thing that he noticed when scouting the Heels.
I tell you, one of the most explosive, complete offenses I've seen in a long time. And you got 2 running backs. It's hard enough to get 1,000-yard rusher, but Carolina, you guys are going to have 2. But when it's all said and done, you're probably going to have 2,000-yard rushers. There's 3 or 4 receivers out there that, to be quite honest, we can't really play what we want to play. I mean, with Sam Howell at the quarterback, he reminds me, he doesn't have the mouth and all of a Baker Mayfield, but he's got the skill sets of a Baker Mayfield. He can run. He can keep a play alive. He's a tremendous passer. He is scary back there. And so it's just kind of a 3-headed monster that a lot of people feel like you got to play man to have an extra guy in the box to account for the running backs and the quarterback's abilities to run, the RPOs. And so we're just going to, and then you got the receivers that are as good as anybody in the country. You see them, I think 3 ACC opponents, they put up 50 points on 3 other Power 5s. So, obviously we've got a huge task in front of us. We got to do a great job of managing the clock, of ball control ourselves. And we got to take care of the football. We're scared to death of the number of possessions they're going to get anyway. We can't give them any more possessions.
That's Western Carolina football coach Mark Spear with us here on the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. As we take a timeout, we'll come back with the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard from Learfield, IMG College.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
At McCurry Deck Motors, you can browse a selection of vehicles that includes all of the top models in Chevrolet, Buick, and GMC lineups. The McCurry Deck Motors lineup of vehicles checks all the boxes, ensuring that they will have the perfect vehicle for any car shopper that visits their lot. Come visit and see what's in store for you and your family with the McCurry Deck quality reputation of fair deals and customer service. Try the Chevy. Find new roads with Chevy. At McCurry Deck Motors, we're the home of Chevy, Buick, and GMC. 1740 U.S. Highway 74A, Forest City.
Make this holiday season holly jolly with big savings from Carolina West Wireless. Have a new iPhone on your Christmas list? Then this is one sale you don't want to miss. We have the full lineup of new iPhones in our Santa bag. Get $350 off the just-released iPhone 12 to put under the tree. While you're there, wrap up a new iPad for $100 off. Plus, you can still get the iPhone 11 series for $350 off, or the iPhone SE for just $5 a month. Come into our holly jolly holiday event at Carolina West Wireless today. Certain restrictions or conditions may apply. See store for details or visit carolinawest.com/terms and conditions.
Hey, non-attorney spokesperson. Are you over the age of 60 and been diagnosed with lung cancer? If so, you and your family may qualify for a cash award. We can help make sure that you and your family are financially safe and medical expenses are covered. If you've been diagnosed with lung cancer and are over 60, call 24/7, 1-800-893-4016, 1-800-893-4016. Attorney advertising. William Stephacker Jr. is the attorney responsible for this ad. Main office, Scranton, Pennsylvania. May not be available in all states.
Carolina hosting Western Carolina in Kenan Stadium as we get you ready for a Lee's 24-hour towing drive around the ACC preferred hauler of Carolina football equipment. Our game is the only noon game. Syracuse and number 2 Notre Dame kick at 2:30. At 3:30, it's Boston College at Virginia. Later at 4, Georgia Tech goes to NC State. At 7:30 from Blacksburg, Virginia Tech hosting number 3 Clemson. And at 8, number 10 Miami travels to Duke. There is your drive around the ACC, setting the stage for the Continental Tire Coach's Corner, which comes your way next from Learfield IMG College.
When you're craving delicious, crunchy snacks, reach for the brand you grew up with. Utz. Delicious snacks like Utz Ripple, Wavy, or Kettle Classic chips, sourdough pretzels, or cheese curls. Utz snacks have been made by the same family for nearly 100 years. Cooked craft style with only the highest quality ingredients and delivered quickly for the freshest snacks ever. Utz Snacks. Freshness you can hear and authentic flavor you can taste with a satisfying crunch. Everyone loves Utz.
Texting while driving takes your eyes off the road for an average of 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a football field with your eyes closed. Research shows you are 3 times more likely to get into an accident when distracted by a cell phone. I'm joining Trusted Choice independent insurance agents to urge you and your families to put down your phone. Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice independent insurance agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
This is your radio home for the Tar Heels on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
It's fall, and that means the competition is on for the best tailgate at home. Let Cruiser stock all your food and beverages for your next home gate, garage gate, yard gate, heck, even a balcony gate. Cruisers is your quick one-stop shop for cold beer and drinks, hot food, fresh grab-and-go items, and game-time snacks. Show us how you home gate with Cruisers. Share a pic on Cruiser's Facebook page, and one legendary home gator will win a $50 Exxon gas card. Cruisers, let's go.
This holiday season at Dunkin', we're cheersing to all with drinks that will really get you into the holiday spirit, like the signature peppermint mocha latte, the signature gingerbread latte, and the new chai oat milk latte. Whether you're visiting friends or getting the whole family together on a video call. Now if some of them could just find the mute button. That's better. Bring the cheers in with holiday-inspired drinks from Dunkin' and make this season a little extra special. And now you can send a virtual cheers in via the Dunkin' app with an e-gift card. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer.
Tar Heel fans, put your game face on and practice your 3 W's. Wear, wait, and wash. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina, resolving to help keep North Carolina healthy. Let's send things back over to Jones with Coach Brown and the Continental Tire Coach's Corner.
It's the third meeting in the last 4 seasons between Carolina and Western Carolina, coming today in Kenan Stadium. I'm inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner with the head coach of the Tar Heels, Mac Brown. Coach, you've put a lot of emphasis on your team preparing for this game, just like they would any other game, even though the Heels are heavily favored in this one. How has your group responded in that aspect this week?
Jones, Gene Stallings, the old coach at Alabama that won the national championship there, told me one time, somebody doesn't think it's a big game, lose it, and then it becomes a big game. So my job is to get our team prepared to win every game, and that's important. The media ask, are you going to play a lot of players? You're going to win the game, and then you handle the circumstances that come up during the game, and you're prepared for anything that might come up. But you got to win the game, and that's the most important thing. Every player on the Western team is going to come in here to show with a chip on their shoulder, to show everybody they should have been recruited here and they can play at this level. And they're going to upset the Tar Heels with a game between Notre Dame and Miami, 2 top 10 teams. I told our team this is a big game to show our culture, our process. Who are we? Do we play because we like to play? Do we play because we want to win? Or do we play up to the level of expectation? So this is an important day for us that we play with energy. We got better last year at the Mercer game, and we finished strong. And that was the first time I thought as a team it all clicked in. And we still haven't clicked as a team yet. So hopefully we'll see some of that today.
Carolina and Western Carolina coming in just a few minutes here in Kenan Stadium. Coach, as always, thank you for your time. Best of luck today.
Thank you, Jones.
Today tastes like game day at home, like assigned couch seating. Tastes like coffee table dining and an ice-cold Coke to cool down the heat. It tastes like the game you've waited for all week with friends you've known your whole life. Today tastes like watching football is supposed to. And it never tasted this good. Coca-Cola. Together tastes better.
Now another edition of Obvious News from Geico. A study says that soft talkers do not make great radio personalities. We asked local librarian Steve Sage about this, and here's what he said.
Honestly, I don't buy it. I think I make very captivating radio.
Also in Obvious News, Geico makes it easy to save money and easy to manage your policy with the Geico app. So switching is a really smart decision. How does Steve feel about this?
I love the Geico app. I use it all the time.
That's Obvious News from Geico.
This is Carolina football on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
For more than 30 years, Crumley Roberts has been caring like family, listening to learn and doing what's right as they stand up for you. This year more than ever, they are proud to support Carolina athletics and Tar Heels everywhere. Whether studying or teaching from home or on campus, we are all in this together as one Carolina family. Follow Crumley Roberts on Facebook and Instagram to find out how Tar Heels and the Crumley Roberts family are working to make a difference in the world today and how they continue to stand up for you. Go Crumley Roberts and go Heels.
Quality equipment is homegrown, made up of your family, friends, and neighbors. Growing up with the smell of fresh-cut grass, the sound of touchdown victories in the yard, and the pride of owning a John Deere tractor. We work hard to provide your land with what it needs at a price you can afford, and we go above and beyond for what you need. Here, you're not just a sale. You're a part of the Quality Equipment family. Visit Quality Equipment for our best John Deere tractor deals, or better yet, stop by any of our 27 locations across North Carolina and Virginia.
It's the Reach Jewelers pregame show, and it continues. Carolina hosting Western Carolina on a senior day, and our Keys to the Game segment is brought to you by Crumley Roberts, personal injury lawyers serving North Carolina. Crumley Roberts, they'll stand up for you. Our keys come right after this 10-second station ID down the lines on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
You're listening to Tar Heel Football on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, the best of both worlds, WCAB, Rutherfordton.
All right, our keys to the game. Jones, I know that you and Coach Brown just talked about this one, but my key is making this a 30-minute game instead of a 60-minute one.
Don't get hurt. Carolina needs to play full speed. Don't go half speed. Big game next week, Lee. No sense in getting hurt in this one.
And the best way to do that, Jones, just don't turn the ball over. No mistakes like that. No missed assignments. Play to your capabilities.
Carolina and Western Carolina coming in Kenan. Man, thanks so much for being here. And they had the Senior Day festivities, the 16 seniors honored, and I got to tell you, even though the parents weren't on the field, it was a terrific ceremony. They had each individual senior called out. He would then take a picture with Coach Brown, and there'd be a short message on the video board from that individual player's family or friends, and a really neat ceremony. So a nice setting as we're getting ready to go here between the Tar Heels and Catamounts. Western Carolina won the toss and elected to receive. So Western will get the football first. They'll be returning this from right to left here in Kenan. We'll give you the starters for the Catamount offense once we see them. Not 100% clear who will be starting at the quarterback spot. We'll have to wait and see. Daquan Patton and Reggie Jones back to receive the kick for Western Carolina. Jonathan Kim, who's had a terrific year. 89% of his kicks have been touchbacks. Jogs up, boots it away, and the final home game of the 2020 season is underway, and it starts with a touchback. So Western will start on its own 25-yard line. And Carolina defensively, Tamari Fox, Raymond Vahasek, Jalil Taylor up front, Tyrone Hopper, Jeremiah Gimmel, Jazz Surratt, Tamon Fox. Also might see Chris Collins heavily involved at linebacker. Patrice Renee as a senior getting the start along with freshman Tony Grimes. Des Evans out there at one of the linebacker spots. Freshman for the Heels. Don Chapman, Trey Morrison, the two starting at safety. So a couple of surprises there, most notably Evans starting at one of the linebacker spots. It is Will Jones who will get the start for Western. Hands off on first down and running to the right side. Tackled by Jeremiah Gimmel. It was Makai Stanley, the running back for Western Carolina. He was listed as the fourth potential running back for the Catamounts. And the freshman from Wilmington out of New Hanover High School is the first player to touch the football for Western. Now the Catamounts will come out 5 wide. 2 to the right, 3 to the left. That was a 5-yard run on first down. So 2nd and 5. Western going from right to left. Ball now at the 30-yard line. Jones in the shotgun, has a back to either side. He'll hand off to Donovan Spencer this time, stretching to the right, and is able to pick his way for a first down over the 35 to the 36. Tamari Fox with the stop. So back-to-back quality runs for Western Carolina. Gains 5 and then 6. And it's first down at the 36-yard line.
Des Evans getting that start over Tyrone Hopper today, Jones. And Tyrone is one of 3 seniors who could have graduated who've announced that they are coming back. Bo Corrales and Grayson Atkins, the place kicker, being the other 2.
Everybody tight to the line for Western Carolina. Well, now they're going to spread everybody out. So they started with everybody right up on the line of scrimmage. Now they'll spread out to 5 wide, 3 to the left and 2 to the right. It's a straight quarterback run for Will Jones, and he is going nowhere. Tamon Fox comes flying in and spins him down for a gain of 1. And it will be 2nd and 9. First drive of the ball game. Western Carolina going from right to left. Catamounts out of the Southern Conference. They've played 2 games here in this abbreviated fall. Lost to Liberty 58-14, and then to Eastern Kentucky 49-17. Only 4 teams in the Southern Conference have played games in the fall, and none of them have won. The conference in total is 0 of 10. Again, they'll be playing a spring season when they get into conference action. Second down, Jones pulls the ball on the read option and is able to cross the 40, coming around the left side of the line. Chaz Surratt makes the hit. Gain of 4, and it will bring up a third down for Western Carolina. First third down the Catamounts have seen on the season, converting, again, we're talking just 2 games here, converting at 29% thus far for Western Carolina.
Catamounts taking in no hurry, Jones. Mark Wright looking over to the sideline. Staff taking a while to get the play in, and it's down to 12, 11 seconds. They didn't snap the ball until 4 seconds on the last snap.
Yeah, and every play's been a run thus far for Western Carolina as well. This is going to be 3rd and 4 officially from the 42-yard line. Will Jones is going to throw for the first time. He's in trouble and just has to throw it away. He looked to the left, nothing there, so he turned to the right, and all he saw was Tamon Fox bearing down at him, so he tossed it into the sideline just to end the play, avoid the sack, and it will bring up 4th down. So Western able to get 5 snaps off before having to punt it away. Daz Newsome will be back at about the 15-yard line to receive this punt from Brandon Dickerson, a sophomore from Fort Mill. He's a good punter now. He had 10 punts in the last game. 7 of them were inside the 20. Carolina sends the house, but Dickerson able to get rid of it. Newsome catches at the 19, coming in the near side. Daz has some space. He's at the 25. Newsome, a stiff arm, gets him to the 30-yard line. So Newsome able to work his way through some heavy traffic right when he made the catch, and eventually picks up about 11 yards on the return, including a unwelcome stiff arm into the face of Brandon Dickerson at the end of the run. That's going to send us to a timeout here in Kenan. Carolina will have the football for the first time. Western able to pick up a first down, but that's all on its initial drive. Heels will start at the 29. When we return, it's a little chilly, but bright and sunny here in early December in Kenan Stadium. Thanks for being here. Tar Heel football from Learfield, IMG College.
For any surface in every season, there's a Continental tire that delivers superior performance. From ultra-high performance tires like the Extreme Contact Sport, to passenger touring tires, to all-terrain light truck tires like the Terrain Contact AT. Continental has a tire that gives you confidence no matter the road conditions. Whether you're looking for summer, all-season, or winter tires, Continental Tire has something to fit your needs. Visit ContinentalTire.com to find your ideal tire. Continental Tire, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
This is your radio home for the Tar Heels on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
Today tastes like game day at home. Like assigned couch seating. Tastes like coffee table dining. And an ice-cold Coke to cool down the heat. It tastes like the game you've waited for all week with friends you've known your whole life. Today tastes like watching football is supposed to. And it never tasted this good. Coca-Cola. Together tastes better.
Have you been injured in an auto accident and need to know your rights? Dial 919 all fours. Have you been hurt at work? Do you know if you're getting every single workers' compensation benefit within your rights? Dial 919 all fours. Fighting for disability benefits and need someone in your corner? Dial 919 all fours. Have you been injured by a prescribed medication? Dial 919 all fours. For all injuries and disability questions, call Hardison and Cochran Attorneys at Law. 919 all fours.
First drive for the Tar Heels upcoming. No score. Carolina and Western Carolina. 12-11 to go first quarter. Catamounts had to punt after 5 plays on the initial drive. Carolina football brought to you in part by Buffalo Wild Wings and their new boneless wings. With more meat and less breading, they'll turn any boneless hater into a boneless believer. Get to B-Dubs. Try their new boneless wings. Carolina snapping from the 29 after what was officially a 10-yard return by Daz Newsome on the previous punt. Sam Howell, the quarterback, with Carter to his right. He'll hand off to Carter, stretching around the left side. Carter hits the Jets as he gets the corner turn and eventually pushed out of bounds around the 40-yard line. It will be a gain of 11 on the first play for the Heels. So Carter, the running back, Newsome, Simmons, and De'Ami Brown, the receivers, Garrett Walston, the tight end. The O-line, Richards, Izudu, Anderson, McKeithen, and Tucker. Swing pass near side to Michael Carter. Crosses the 40, crosses the 45, and bangs his way out of bounds at around the 46-yard line. Quentin Talley, a freshman from Spartanburg, South Carolina, the man who bumped into Carter on his way out.
Javonte Williams in now, Jones.
Gain of 6 on that swing pass, Lee, and it's going to be another swing pass, this time to Javonte, and a lot of space on the far side. Over the 50, lowers his head, crosses the Catamount 45 to the 44-yard line. Again, Quentin Talley involved on the hit. Also, Darius Smith, the junior from Roberson, North Carolina, in on the hit as well. So the Heels into Western territory at the 44. They keep it on the ground. Javonte Williams, right side over the 35. That's going to be close to a first down. And there's a flag down. First drive of the game for Carolina. No score.
Personal foul. Legal block below the waist. Number 68, offense. 15-yard penalty. Repeat, first down.
So it's going to be a legal block on the Tar Heel starting center, Brian Anderson. So wipe away the 9.5, 10-yard run by Javonte Williams, and Carolina's going to get pushed back, and the ball will actually move back over the 50-yard line. See where it is officially marked at the Tar Heel 46.
Anderson did not like the call. He's making motions over to Stacy Searles, the O-line coach, with his arms and body showing what he did do, but obviously officials did not agree.
So it'll be first and long here for the Tar Heels after the penalty. Need to get to the Catamount 34. Quick throw to De'Ami Brown. Made the catch at the 49, but was immediately hit by Ronald Kent Jr. It's a gain of 4 out to midfield on the first pass of the day that crossed the line of scrimmage. Howell has thrown a couple of swing passes to his running backs, but the first time that he's gone downfield in any way for a gain of 4. 2nd and 16 now for Carolina. Ball right on midfield as the Heels go left to right. Sunsplash Field here in Kenan. Ball on the far hash. Howell for the first time looking deep. Clean pocket to throw. Rips one. Caught at the 35. And coming to the near sideline is Daz Newsome working through traffic and has the first down. Newsome caught it in between the hashes at the 35, then took the long journey to the Tar Heel sideline trying to avoid tacklers. Gained 2 more yards in all that running, but also gained a first down. Carolina and Western still scoreless. This is the first drive of the day for the Heels. 9:57 in the first quarter. Catamounts had to punt on their initial possession. Howell will keep it on the ground with Michael Carter. And not a ton doing up the middle. Gains 3 to the 30-yard line.
Boy, Jones, enjoy this last game of Michael Carter and Javonte Williams together. We know for certain that Michael Carter is out of here. We don't know about Javonte Williams, but arguably the best 1-2 tandem of Tar Heel tailbacks in history, and they've just been a joy to watch. So let's enjoy the spectacle today.
Yeah, a handful of games remaining in this season, but last time they'll be in Kenan Stadium. Western brings some pressure. Heels pick it up. Howell dumps it over the middle to his tight end, Walston. Crosses the 20 and is knocked down at the 17. A gain of 13 on the play, and the Tar Heels continue their march. 5 for 5 for Howell. And he'll keep it on the ground to Carter. A lot of space up the middle. 10-5 touchdown. Michael Carter right up the gut for 6. It's a 17-yard touchdown run, and Carter did it without being touched on the play. So with 9:05 to go in the first quarter, Michael Carter puts the Tar Heels on the scoreboard. 8 plays for the Heels and 71 yards. Grayson Atkins, another one of those seniors, one of 3, who said he would be returning to Chapel Hill. Atkins, Bo Corrales, and Tyrone Hopper, the 3. Atkins adds the PAT. And Carolina takes the 7-0 advantage here in quarter number 1. So the Heels force a punt, then they march down the field in 8 plays for a touchdown. 7-0 Carolina early on over Western Carolina here in Kenan from Learfield, IMG College.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12. Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner, Tanisha Lee of Hollister Elementary in Hollister. Her project, Hands-On Safety Science Oh My, is sponsored by Halifax EMC in Enfield. If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
What does Julie, who runs a thriving local business, have in common with the starting quarterback? Well, they both know how to hustle. As a small business owner, you rise before the sun and push till well after it sets. Outpace and defy expectations. Every quarterback needs a great team. UPS is here to support the hustle with tools and expert advice to help you be unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics partner of Carolina Athletics.
This season, Fox Sports South has your ticket to ACC football, including the UNC Tar Heels. Every week, get the latest with Coach Mack and UNC football with Carolina Insider on Mondays, followed by live ACC action every Saturday on Fox Sports South. Watch on most video providers, including Uverse Channel 1726, DirecTV Channel 646, and Spectrum Channel 50, or stream on the Fox Sports Go app. Fox Sports South, your home for ACC Saturdays.
9 plays, 71 yards, 3:06 off the clock for the Tar Heels on that first drive. Michael Carter from 17 yards out rushes in for his 5th touchdown of the season, his 18th rushing touchdown of his Tar Heel career. And the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard reads 7-0 Carolina. 9:05 to go in the first quarter. Western about to get the ball again. And Lee, as you would expect, Carolina's got better personnel than Western Carolina, and you could really tell it up front there. Tar Heels dominated along the line of scrimmage on that drive.
Well, across the defensive front for the Catamounts, Jones, they weigh 260, 270, 260, and 210 across. Compare that, for example, against Wake Forest several weeks ago, 285, 300, 285, and 250. So just a different stature of athlete that the Tar Heels are going across, particularly in the pits today.
So 7-0 Carolina. Jonathan Kim ready to kick off again. Low hooking kick this time. It skips a yard or two into the end zone and will be another touchback.
John Kim does not need the help of the wind, but he certainly has it coming. If he's kicking from Keenan Football Center toward the Loudermilk Center, he certainly got the advantage of the wind, so he's headed to his back. But Western Carolina took the decision to take the ball. Carolina got the win the first quarter.
And it is going to be Will Jones, the redshirt junior from Greensboro. He went to Page High School, won a couple state titles there. He'll be the quarterback. Again, this is the third game Western has played in the fall. Their conference games will be in the spring, and Jones has started the last two for the Catamounts. Handoff on first down. Good hard run and still churning. Up the middle, and now the ball's loose, but it bounces right to Daquan Patton for Western Carolina. He recovers it at the 40. Makai Stanley was the running back. Had a good run. Actually, it gained about 9 or 10, then lost the football, but a fortunate bounce for Western. So it ends up being a 15-yard play in total for the Catamounts out to the 40-yard line. Carolina, Kevin Hester, Miles Murphy, both on the field. Chris Collins. We'll try to keep an eye on this defensive personnel in particular as the Tar Heels are going to substitute a bunch, running a speed option to the near side, and with some success, Donovan Spencer able to sprint down that near sideline and get into Tar Heel territory. They may mark it right at the 50. So he tiptoed the sideline for 10.
That's in the direction of true freshman Tony Grimes, Jones, who is now starting his second game. Got a lot of playing time late in the Wake Forest game, and the Tar Heel coaches just said they were not going to force Tony this year to be able to play, just let him evolve at his own speed. And toward the end of the year, he has played, but he's got to learn to bear up and bone up against that option a little bit better.
It was Hester who forced the fumble a couple of plays ago, even though, as we said, Western fell on it. Handoff to Spencer, stretching to the near side, now cuts back, and a tackle by Don Chapman at the 39, but a gain of 11. I think I said near side. That was actually stretching to the right, the far side, as Western goes right to left. So some success here for the Catamounts on the ground, as they have run so far 8 plays. 7 of them have been runs in their 2 drives combined. And this one has moved into Tar Heel territory at the 39-yard line. And Spencer's a good back. He's a veteran player. He actually had over 100 yards receiving against the Tar Heels out of the backfield a couple of seasons ago, as this time nothing doing for the Catamounts as they hand it off, but a big hit. Des Evans comes into the backfield and lays the hammer down on Spencer for a loss of 2 back to the 41.
Evans didn't play hardly at all in the Wake Forest game, and Mac Brown was asked about that afterward, and he said, well, he just didn't have a very good week of practice, and so he's upped his game in practice and has gotten a lot of playing time today so far and gotten the start, Jones.
Clock moving, 6:45 to go first quarter. Tar Heels up 7-0. This is Western's second drive of the game, 2nd and 12 from the Carolina 41-yard line, and Jones is going to throw. Comes to the far side and making the grab between the numbers and the hash at the 31 is Reggie Jones. Made the catch in front of Patrice Renee, who had slipped. And it's a gain of 10, brings up 3rd down for Western, as that was a 2nd and 12. So it's going to be 3rd and 2 at the 31-yard line, although you have to figure this is going to be 4-down territory for Western if they don't get it. Certainly no sense in the big underdog playing conservatively in this one. 7-0 Tar Heels. In the pistol, Will Jones, that means he's in that short shotgun. He's going to turn. Nobody keeps it himself and is able to get the first down. Faked the handoff and then went right up the line of scrimmage to the 26. That gets the Western sideline excited, as that's their first 3rd down conversion. And they're nearing the red zone here, down to the Tar Heel 26. Carolina up 7-0. 5:42 to go in the first quarter.
Jay Bateman will not be happy with Western putting together as extended a drive as they are here.
Yeah, this is the 7th play of the drive. 6 of them have been runs. A lot of them have been some misdirection, a lot of read option. And again, Donovan Spencer to the left of Jones, Stanley to the right, but Jones is going to throw. Again, just a 4-man rush for the Tar Heels, and the throw over the head of Spencer, who is streaking down the left side between the numbers and the hash. He had a step on Gimmel, but the pass errant. Brings up 2nd and 10.
I mentioned the size disadvantage Western has on defense, but boy, they've got one hoss on that O-line. The left tackle is Tyler Smith, 6'8", 300 pounds, Jones. He's one of the bigger guys we've seen over at left tackle on the other side of the ball this year.
Western does have a pretty veteran offensive line. Grady Thomas has more than 20 starts. Smith has 14. Isaiah Helms, the center, has 14. Matthew Baer, one of the guards, 13. So they do have a offensive line that has been together for a bit. A swing pass to the near side, and nearly a big hit on the play by Chris Collins, but he got blocked out right at the last second as the catch made by Spencer, as he is pushed out of bounds. Trey Morrison at the 23. So it ends up being a gain of 3. Tar Heels thought they may have a big collision defensively, but a good block there by Owen Kosinski, the tight end for Western, to move Collins out of the play. 3rd and 7 with the Tar Heels up 7-0. Western, though, nearing the red zone here on their 2nd drive of the game. Jones is going to throw on the 3rd down play, and his pass is dropped. He had a man at the 15-yard line. That was Jacoby Quillen, a freshman from Florence, South Carolina, but popped out of his hands and will bring up a field goal attempt. Western going to try it from 40 yards away. Now, Western has 3 different place kickers that they have tried. This is going to be Paxton Robertson, who made a 52-yarder against Eastern Kentucky a couple of weeks ago, which is tied for the 8th longest in Western history. A late sub by Western. They couldn't get their personnel right.
Timeout.
And so they end up taking a timeout as they couldn't quite get who they wanted on the field. Alex McConnell, a redshirt sophomore from Boone, was running off late. And Mark Spear, furious that he had to waste a timeout, does so to avoid the delay of game penalty. That'll also send us to a break. 4:32 to go first quarter. Carolina up 7-0. Western going to try a field goal, a 40-yarder, when we return. Home finale here in 2020. Carolina hosting the Catamounts from Cullowhee. From Learfield, IMG College.
Dreams are what the holidays are all about. And nothing says dreams like holiday scratch-offs from the North Carolina Education Lottery. It's a gift that could be so many things. Holiday scratch-offs with over $45 million in total prizes. There's a lot of dreams to give this holiday season. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning range from 1 in 2.98 to 4.77. Problem Gambling Helpline, 877-718-5543.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Non-attorney spokesperson. Attention all women who have been diagnosed with ovarian cancer. In February and May 2016, Johnson & Johnson was ordered to pay $72 million and $55 million by 2 juries to 2 women who contracted ovarian cancer after years of using talcum baby powder products. If you or a family member has been diagnosed with ovarian cancer and used talcum powder prior to the diagnosis, call Talcum Powder Help Now today at 800-831-1745. 800-831-1745. That's 800-831-1745.
Touchdown. Second drive for Western Carolina. Catamounts had to punt on their initial possession after 5 plays, but they've moved the ball nicely down the field here. Going to attempt a field goal on 4th and 7, or at least have the field goal personnel on the field for a 4th and 7. It'll be a 40-yard kick. Appreciate you listening today along the Tar Heel Sports Network. That includes Sirius XM, and of course Sirius XM has ACC Radio. Get a free trial and take your team with you on your phone, online, and at home. You can listen at SiriusXM.com/ACCSXM. Paxton Robertson, the freshman from Knoxville, Tennessee, out to attempt the 40-yarder off the near hash, left hash, as he's kicking from right to left. The wind has really been blowing hard from left to right up higher in the stadium, but it looks down at field level like it might actually be at Robertson's back for this kick. The snap was high. The kick is good by Robertson. It didn't look real good. It was almost like he pulled out a sand wedge and just lobbed it up there, but it barely had enough juice to get over the crossbar and get Western on the scoreboard. So 7-3 with 4:27 to go in the first quarter.
I think he had about 2 yards to spare on that one, Jones. It looked like a wounded duck fluttering up there into the wind, but it fell over just in the nick of time.
So a nice drive for Western, 10 plays and 52 yards. It takes 4:38 off the clock, and again, most of that done with some misdirection running from the Catamounts. They've done a lot of motion before the snap. They're sending a man in motion to potentially be somebody to get a handoff for a jet sweep every time. They've had multiple players in the backfield. They've run a couple option plays, so trying to keep Carolina off balance, and they've done a nice job with it so far. And they get on the scoreboard with a field goal. So 7-3, 4:27 to go. Carolina due to get the football here. And let's see, it will be Robertson, the man who just made the field goal, kicking off.
No Michael Carter deep. It looks like it's going to be Toe Groves and DJ Jones, the true freshman, to receive the kickoff.
And it's a sky kick from Western Carolina, and it falls to the deck but then slides out of bounds. As that ball hung in the air forever, hit at about the 42 and bounced into the Tar Heels sideline. So Western trying to get sneaky. And, you know, this is where we'd love to have a sideline reporter to tell you what that wind feels like at field level. Of course, we're not allowed to have one this year due to COVID protocols. But, you know, that ball, once it was popped up in the air by Robertson, really seemed to move, kind of flutter around.
And that worked to the Catamounts' advantage there, Jones. Garrett Walson was trying to field it, but he looked like he had a good angle on it. He was waving for the fair catch, but the more the ball got hung up, the further and further away it got from Garrett, who was going from west to east to try and catch it. It could have been a big play for the Catamounts.
Yep, Carolina instead will start at the 42-yard line, so good starting field position for the Tar Heels with a 7-3 lead. And Howell is going to throw on first down. Cox to fire deep. Does so, looking for De'Ami Brown, and just a little too far for his talented receiver. As Brown had a step on his defender at about the 10 or 11-yard line, but the ball fell a yard or two in front of him. So the Heels try a big ball, and it'll be 2nd and 10.
As we said pregame, Jones, no Bo Corrales. He is dressed out in a jersey and shorts on the sideline. However, Storm Duck, who I did not see dressed out pregame, does have on his uniform. I doubt we'll see him, but he does have his shoulder pads and his pants on.
Antoine Green in the game now for the Tar Heels, but Carolina throws to Newsome in the flat left side and is able to advance it near to midfield before Darius Smith pushes him out of bounds at the 48. So a gain of 6 on the play will bring up 3rd and 4, first third down for the Heels. So Antoine Green wide left, wide right is Chaufrey Brown, Newsome in the slot right side, Walston a wing on the right side of the line. Javonte Williams, the back in the game, standing next to Sam Howell. Howell to throw, now he'll scramble, picking his way through the line, has a first down and more. Sam into Western Carolina territory over the 30 and pushed out of bounds at the 22-yard line on the far sideline. So a big scramble gain on the run for Sam Howell of 30 yards is going to give Carolina the ball deep in Western Carolina territory.
Beautiful job by Sam by cocking it to the right, pulling it down, and running for the big gain.
So 1st and 10 at the Western 22. Howell claps his hands once, twice, and now he's going to throw right over the middle. Antoine Green snags it, dives for the score. Antoine Green, his first catch of the season, is a touchdown.
Phil Longo said this week, Jones, that among the younger players that he would like to see have a good game today would be Antoine Green, who he recruited when he was at Ole Miss 2 years ago. And Antoine had some injury issues last year. It's just caught behind a lot of really good players this year. So nice boost to his confidence for the young man from Florida.
He's out of Rockledge High School in Rockledge, Florida. He has scored a touchdown before. That's his third Tar Heel touchdown, although the replay official is out on the field, or the man who signifies that a replay
Ruling on
is
the field
occurring.
is a touchdown. Previous play is under further review.
So I think the question is simply going to be, did Green cross the goal line on his dive before any part of his body hit the field? Really made a nice catch with his hands out in front of his body at about the 5. And then as the Catamounts were trying to tackle him, he dove ahead. So, again, I think the only question here is, did he indeed break the plane? Worst case scenario here for the Heels, they're going to have it first and goal inside the 5. We're getting a look at the replay here on the big screen, and yeah, I think that's a touchdown. Ronald Kent Jr., the junior from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, the man trying to make the tackle on Green. And Green's left elbow coming down to the ground as he reaches out with his right arm where the ball was. I think that's a score. Let's get the official word from
After
Gary
further
Patterson.
review, the ruling on the field stands. Touchdown.
Good. Touchdown. So Sam Howell gets his 25th touchdown pass of the season. That's now 23 straight games, every game that he has played in. Howell has thrown for at least one touchdown, 63rd of his career. And as we mentioned for Green, first catch of the season, first touchdown of the season, third touchdown of his Carolina career. Comes at the 3:22 mark of the first quarter. So 13-3 and make it 14-3 as Atkins adds the PAT. So Howell to Green caps the 4-play, 58-yard drive in just 1 minute and 5 seconds. By the way, you know, Lee, it seems like we could probably just fill the entire broadcast with unbelievable Sam Howell stats, of course. And so that touchdown, 63 now. That is third most in ACC history for a sophomore quarterback. So Jameis Winston had 65 through his first 2 years. Trevor Lawrence had 66 through his first 2 years. So Howell, with the rest of this game, however much he plays, plus Miami and then a bowl game, Howell has a pretty good chance to have more touchdown passes through 2 seasons compared to any quarterback in ACC history.
Well, and what he has done statistically and with the numbers, Jones, and physically is just very remarkable. Boy, watching that Notre Dame game last week as the second half just denigrated into just a lot of offensive ineptitude was how he never lost his poise. He never carped at any of the O-linemen on the sacks or the pressures he was getting, never lost his emotions or had a temper flare. So that was one thing last week, even though the offense did not play as well as you would like, that was really impressive to me.
It's going to be a kickoff return opportunity for that's Reggie Jones, who fielded it right at the goal line for Western, wrapped around to the far sideline, got a decent return. It was actually Jonathan Kim, the kickoff man who made the tackle, knocking Jones out of bounds. It's going to be at the 31-yard line where Western will start its third possession of the game, with the Tar Heels leading 14-3. Carolina's had it twice, 2 touchdowns. Western has a punt and a field goal thus far. In the pistol, Will Jones gone the whole way at quarterback. He'll have Donovan Spencer, the fifth-year senior from Charlotte, at running back. Hands off to Spencer, trying to stretch to the far side, and eventually he is stood up. Clyde Pender, Jeremiah Gimmel, Jalil Taylor, all there for the Tar Heels to help stop it for a short gain of 2 and bring up 2nd and 8.
Kyler McMichael in at the right cornerback, Jones alongside Patrice Renee on the other side. Looks like they may alternate Grimes and McMichael on one side and give Patrice Renee for senior day the honor of playing as much as he can.
So 2nd and 8 Carolina with the 14-3 lead. Again, Western with a lot of movement and motion before the snap. They bring two players into the backfield to stand to either side of the quarterback, Jones. Jones will play action, roll to the near side, cock and fire down the field, and it is well off the mark into the Tar Heel sideline. He was looking for Daquan Patton, leading returning receiver for Western Carolina. Patton had 46 catches a year ago to pace the Catamounts, and that brings up third down.
Now let's see, Jones, if the defense can keep up its end of the bargain. The offense has been perfect. 2 quick scores on 2 drives, but the Tar Heel defense has given up 71 yards and has not had a 3-and-out, so here's the opportunity on third down.
2:27 to go first quarter, 14-3 Carolina. Pinder and Fox, Tamon Fox, with some pressure on that last play. 3rd and 8 for Western Carolina. Jones to throw, pressure coming, and dropped it off over the middle to Donovan Spencer. Spencer would not have had enough for the first down on the catch. Don Chapman was bearing down on him, so even if he had held on, don't know if he would have gotten the first down, but that's the second drop that Western's had, and on third down plays. You know, they had a chance. Jacoby Quillen on the previous drive would have had a first down had he been able to catch a third down throw, and that one from Spencer would have at least given him a chance. But as it is a 3-and-out for the Catamounts. And a punt coming. Newsom back to receive it. Pretty quick kick there by Brandon Dickerson. Newsom will field it at the 25. Newsom coming to the near sideline. He might have some space. Newsom at the 35. Stiff arm at the 40. Cuts back at the 45. Taken down at about the 46. I tell you, that was the punter again, Brandon Dickerson. He's been on the wrong side of a stiff arm from Daz Newsom on each return thus far. He's got to be getting tired of that. That one from Daz was impressive. And a good return in total, 22 yards for Newsom on the return after the 43-yard punt. Carolina with good field position here. Heels will start at their own 46.
This goes to show you, Jones, what a great punt return can do for you field position-wise, and Carolina just hadn't gotten enough out of that punt return as Mac Brown would have liked.
Yeah, Newsom has a good return per return average, better than 9 yards, which is third best in the league, but he's only returned 12 punts all season. Quick hitter to the tight end, Garrett Walston, near side. Not much there. A yard, maybe 2 at best. And I think there's a flag down, too.
Offside. Defense, number 48. 5-yard penalty. Repeat first down.
So an offside penalty on Western Carolina. It is on Chester Jeffrard, a sophomore defensive end for the Catamounts. So the penalty will move the ball to the Western 49. Then be a 1st and 5 for the Tar Heels. 14-3 Carolina, 1:48 to go in the first quarter. Tar Heels moving from left to right here in quarter number 1. Howell on the read option will pull it and run, and he's dragged down from behind as he crosses the 40. Willie Hampton, redshirt junior, grabbed Howell by the neck of his jersey and had Hampton then jumped up and dragged him down. That would have been a horse collar, but instead just kind of pulled Howell down as Sam does get the first down to the Western 38-yard line. Gain of 11 on the run. So Howell's already had 2 sizable runs today. One on a scramble and then that one on a read option. This time it's fake the handoff, then whips it to Emory Simmons. Simmons shakes a tackler at the 25 and bangs forward to the 22-yard line. Gain of 16. And Tar Heels in business again, up 14-3, getting late here in the first quarter. Just one more word about Howell's rushing. He already has 41 rushing yards in the game. Another run, handoff to Carter. Carter up the middle, stiff arm at the 2, and has a touchdown for the Tar Heels. There is a
big day for Michael Carter, Jones.
There is a flag down.
Illegal substitution. Defense. More than 11 players on the field. Penalties decline. Touchdown.
Well, Western had 12 guys on the field, and they still couldn't stop Michael Carter as he goes 22 yards for his second score of the day.
Big day for him. It looks like setting up, Jones, with 2 touchdowns so far in his senior game here in Kenan Stadium.
So Carter makes it 20-3 Carolina with 52 seconds left in the first quarter. Grayson Atkins on to try and add the extra point, which he does.
Last week, Ben Kiernan was the player of the game on special teams, Jones. He punted 7 times for an average of 50 yards. The goal today, as long as the ones are still playing for Carolina, is don't let him punt. And so far, Carolina 3 for 3 offensively.
How about this, too? You're talking about Michael Carter, big day. And now with his rushing yards, Lee, he's already at 53 yards. He has already passed today on the all-time rushing list for Carolina, Ethan Horton and Natron Means. So 2 big-time names in the Carolina history books at the running back position that Carter has now passed. He now has Michael Carter nearly has 3,100 yards in his career rushing. The all-time lead at Carolina is Amos Lawrence with 4,391 career rushing yards.
And the interesting thing about Carter and Javonte Williams, Jones, is neither of them were highly recruited. Neither of them more than a 3-star, but both have just had stellar careers for the Tar Heels.
Tar Heel, the kickoff from Kim almost went out of bounds as he hooked it to the far sideline, but he got a fortunate bounce. It hit at the 3 and then skipped forward into the end zone for another touchback. And so Western will have it at the 25-yard line for what is already now the 4th possession of the first quarter for Western Carolina, with the Tar Heels a perfect 3 for 3 offensively on touchdowns. Carolina already here in the first quarter, 193 yards of offense and 21 points, up 21-3 with 52 seconds left in the quarter. Cameron Kelly on the field for the first time for the Tar Heels at one of the safety spots as the Heels continue to substitute pretty liberally. Handoff and a quick tackle. Tamon Fox, Cameron Kelly combined on the stop at the 28-yard line. Running back is Saheem McQueen, a redshirt freshman from Laurinburg, North Carolina. McQueen on the season did not have a carry coming into the ballgame, but he gains 4 officially on that run to the 29. Likely the final play of the first quarter here, just 20 seconds left in the frame. 2nd and 6 for Western Carolina with the Tar Heels up 21-3. Jones will hand off to Makai Stanley right side and look for a moment like Stanley might have some room, but the Tar Heels shut the door. The Hasek and Surratt coming up off the bottom of the pile for the Tar Heels. That will be the final play of the first quarter. Carolina, impressive as you would expect. 193 yards of offense and 21 points on the board, including 2 touchdowns by Michael Carter in the first 15 minutes. All Carolina through 1, 21-3 Tar Heels. Western facing a 3rd down when we return from Learfield, IMG College.
To celebrate State Farm's surprisingly great race, we gave this game day jam surprisingly great lyrics. I saved a lot this year because I called the pro. I am calling State Farm. I gotta make a phone call. We got that coverage here. Protect your car at home. I am calling State Farm. I gotta make a phone call. Just call now. There's a little bit of great rates with a little bit of great. Look at my quote now. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hey Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2020 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
This is Carolina football on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
This holiday season at Dunkin', we're cheersing to all with drinks that will really get you into the holiday spirit, like the signature peppermint mocha latte, the signature gingerbread latte, and the new chai oat milk latte. Whether you're visiting friends or getting the whole family together on a video call. Now if some of them could just find the mute button. That's better. Bring the cheers in with holiday-inspired drinks from Dunkin' and make this season a little extra special. And now you can send a virtual cheers in via the Dunkin' app with an e-gift card. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer.
Hey, all you Carolina fans, Nationwide agents are just like you. They support the Tar Heels, too. They are also proud to live in the Triangle, where they help families like yours with auto, home, business, farm, and life. Don't drop the ball. Get the professional coaching you need to win at life. Give Pete Seagroves in Chapel Hill a call at 919-942-8733 or Terry Nobles in Raleigh a call at 919-833-3803 and go Tar Heels. Nationwide is on your side.
Well, a pretty impressive first quarter, as you would expect in this matchup today. Tar Heels 193 yards and 21 points. Western, though, has run the football pretty well. 12 carries, 63 yards. They had 76 yards and a field goal in that first quarter. 21-3, Carolina with the advantage heading into quarter number 2. Tar Heel football brought to you in part by State Farm with surprisingly great rates. State Farm is the real deal when it comes to home and car insurance. Get the help you need and when you need it, with personalized service from your local agent, or you can use the State Farm mobile app when you're on the go. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Lee Pace, Jones Angel here with you in Kenan Stadium. We're joined in the booth by Jody Zeugner, our statistician and spotter, Ben Alexander, our chief network engineer. You heard from Brian Simmons in pregame. He'll join us in post. Dave Nathan back in our Tar Heel Sports Network studios. Final home game of the 2020 season for Carolina football. Still some work to do, of course, with Miami next week. But the Heels hosting Western today. It is 3rd and 5. Catamounts keep it on the ground and not much there. And the ball might be loose. Everybody diving into the pile. Carolina says that it has the football. Let's see.
4th down.
So Carolina does recover the loose ball, but you probably heard the official Gary Patterson say ruling on the field was that forward progress had stopped on the handoff to McQueen. And so Western is going to have to punt it away again. Catamounts now 1 of 4 on 3rd down.
Good to see the big dog, number 88, Miles Murphy, in there for the Tar Heels. Boy, he has developed as the year goes on, Jones, and he's got quite a future in front of him. He and Clyde Pender both have, we've seen a good bit of them first quarter so far.
So after Western was able to run 15 total plays in its first 2 drives and get a field goal, last 2 drives for the Catamounts have been 3 and outs, and now very clearly punting away from Daz Newsome, who was set up on the near hash as Carolina was going to return it right to left. Dickerson punts it all the way to the far sideline where it is downed at the 25 as he and Western didn't want any more parts of Newsome's stiff arms on his returns. 44-yard punt by Dickerson, and Carolina will start at the 25-yard line.
One substitution for the Tar Heels, Jones. Q Johnson in at the left guard. Josh Azudu taking a breather. And Johnson, of course, played very well in Brian Anderson's stead several weeks ago against Wake Forest at center.
Phil Longo said he really hoped to be able to sub on the O-line as this game went along, particularly wanting Johnson and William Barnes to get a lot of time. Howell to throw. Quick on the play action to Newsome in the middle of the field. Newsome weaving through Catamounts, comes into the near side. He's at the 40, spins through a tackle there, and eventually is out of bounds on the Carolina sideline at the 41. It's like the adventure just begins when Newsome catches the ball in this game, as he is doing his best to find open grass, cutting through players, weaving to the sidelines, running backwards after he makes the catch, whatever he can do to gain yards. Gained 16 total on that one. And he'll get it again on the little flare near side. Stumbled a bit right when he caught it. That slowed his momentum. He was still able to cross the 45 to the 48 for a gain of 7. And it'll be 2nd and 3. Sam Howell now only has 1 incompletion on the day. That was on an attempted deep ball that was just a yard or two too long. Sam now 10 of 11 for 117 yards, plus he has 41 yards rushing. 21-3 Carolina, beginning of the second quarter here in Chapel Hill. Pressure coming, Western off the edge. Howell whips it out of his hands quickly and caught. Toe Groves diving to the ground at the Western 47. Makes the catch for the first down. For Toe, that's just his 2nd catch of the season. And he gives the Heels the first down. And good recognition there from Howell, too. Pressure was coming from Western off the right side of the Catamount defensive front. Howell quickly threw it right towards the pressure to get it out of his hands. He'll throw again, caught by Groves at the 35. And then Groves fumbled the football And Western jumps on it. It's going to belong to the Catamounts as Groves had the catch, and then as he was tackled, lost the ball.
Ruling on the field is a catch, fumble recovery by the defense. First down.
They're going to replay this. The fumble was forced by A.J. Rogers. We'll have to see who recovered it. I believe it was Curtis Roach who recovered for Western Carolina. So 12:26 to go in the second quarter. Rogers forces the fumble, and Roach recovers, and they have already verified the decision. And so Western will have the football, and they're going to try and reverse it and now throw. And wide open is the tight end, Kosinski. Down the near numbers, Surratt able to catch up to him and drag him down at the Carolina 31-yard line. So Western goes into the bag of tricks and is able to get the big hitter.
Jones, my key to the game was no turnovers, and that's already been blown up. And, how many turnovers do you see followed up by a gadget play like that? It just happens a whole lot, and it gives them the opportunity to get a little bit of a break and a little bit of emotion going.
Legal substitution, offense, breaking the huddle with 12 in the huddle. 5-yard penalty, first down.
Western's had some trouble just having the right number of players on the field, as that particular play for the Catamounts gains 40 yards, but now they're moving back on the penalty. So it was a reverse to Reggie Jones, who then threw it to Kosinski for the big gain. Good hustle by Surratt to catch up to him and keep it from being a larger problem. And now the Catamounts facing a 1st and 15 after the penalty at the Tar Heel 36. 21-3 Carolina, but Tar Heels frustrated because they just turned the ball over, as it'll be just a quarterback run. And that is Kason Link is in the game now for Western at the quarterback spot, a freshman from Mobile, Alabama. He took the snap and just tried to wrap around the left side of the line, gains 2. So first action of the season for Link in here with now a 2nd and 13, 11-10 to go, second quarter. Western moving from left to right here in the second. Tar Heels up 21-3. Link with a running back to either side of him. And ball's on the deck. Carolina's Collins jumps towards it but can't quite squeeze it. Makai Stanley, the running back who lost it on the handoff, able to fall back on it at the 36-yard line. So the fumble loses 2. And it'll be 3rd and 15 now for Western Carolina. That's a couple times that the ball's been on the ground for Western, but they have had a few fortunate bounces as Chris Collins was right there, but the ball bounced away from him back into the breadbasket of Stanley, the running back.
Carolina's been an even 9-9 with turnovers this year, Jones. Mac Brown has lamented the fact they haven't stripped as many and gotten on those strips as they would like to have.
Link to throw, makes Hopper miss in the backfield, makes another Tar Heel, Vahasek miss, and then Link just scrambling for his life, slips and falls at the 34-yard line. I tell you, he made a nice move to make Hopper miss. He ducked under the potential big hit from Tyrone Hopper. He did that at around the 45. Then Vahasek was hugging at air as Link was rushing down the field. But then he just ran out of gas and ran out of real estate on the scramble. So Western sending the punt unit out. So the Catamounts can't take advantage of the fumble, and they'll have to punt it away, and then also can't take advantage of the big gain on the trick play. So they'll try the pooch punt, fielded by Newsom at the 12-yard line, and that's where the Tar Heels will have the ball again. So that is just a 22-yard punt by Brandon Dickerson, but that, of course, the goal, trying to pooch it down there and pin the Heels back. So 21-3 the score. Carolina will have the football. Worst starting field position of the day for the Heels. We'll see what they can do with it. They turned it over on a fumble on the previous drive. 21-3 Carolina from Learfield, IMG College.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we have a number of vaccines, including the Quadvac flu immunization at no cost with most insurance plans. If you have any concerns about the flu vaccination, please call our pharmacy and ask to speak to one of our pharmacists. We also have the Tdap, pneumococcal, and shingles vaccinations available. With COVID-19 continuing, we have masks, mask lanyards, hand sanitizers, disinfectant spray, and gloves while supplies last. Seating in our fountain is still limited to 65 patrons on a first-come, first-served basis. We are continuing to offer curbside pickup for the fountain and prescription pickup. Please utilize our drive-through prescription window at the back of the store. And remember that our back entrance is still closed to the public at this time. Please check our Facebook page for any updates on over-the-counter and gift shop items. Our home medical equipment department is ready to help you with any of your CPAP needs, mobility, bathroom safety, lift chairs, and any diabetic needs to include meters, test strips, and shoes. Please call us with any questions you may have about any of our services or message us on our Facebook page. We are located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City, and our phone number is 828-245-4591.
WCAB, 24 hours a day, we're family-friendly radio.
I listen to it every day.
It's what we do between the music that sets us apart. WCAB.
With the advantage over Western Carolina. Heels about to get the ball starting off their own 12-yard line. Before that drive starts, we need to break 10 seconds. Station ID down the lines on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
You're listening to Tar Heel Football on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherfordton.
That last third down stop for Carolina now has Western at just 1 for 6 on third downs in the game, and you can make your defensive stand against the spread of coronavirus. Practice your 3 W's, wear, wait, and wash. Presented by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina. They resolve to help keep North Carolina stay healthy. Heels keep it on the ground. Michael Carter wrapping around the right side. Carter's already had a big day with more than 50 yards and a couple of touchdowns, and has another good run there, gaining 8 out to the 20 before Ty Harris takes him down. Harris, the leading returning tackler on Western's team. He had 106 tackles a season ago. 2nd and 2 after the first down run. Carolina keeps it on the ground again. Carter doing some nice work. He was in heavy traffic. He was skipping and juking and spinning and gets 4 yards to the 24 out of it. And it's a first down. That looked like it may be no gain with the amount of traffic around him. But Carter with some nice moves to move the sticks. So Heels now at the 24-yard line, 1st and 10 off the far hash as they go right to left. Heels steady diet of the run game here on this drive. Give it to Carter again over left guard. He gets 3 to the 27.
And now you can give him a break and send Javonte Williams out.
Chester Jeffrard with the stop. Daz Newsome, by the way, 4 catches today. He's at 178 for his career. And that moves him past Jaworski Pollock into 3rd or 4th all-time in Carolina history. Howe to throw. Rips one to the far sideline. Nice leaping catch at around the 40. And dragging a couple of catamounts at Simmons. Boy, Simmons just wouldn't go down. He was impressive on the catch, and then it took multiple players to take him to the ground. It's going to be our Duke Energy Powerful Play of the Game. Brought to you by Duke Energy, building a smarter energy future for you, as Simmons just refused to be tackled. He ends up gaining 17 on the play. What a good second half of the season Simmons has had. Swing past Javonte Williams. Buckle up. Here he goes into Catamount territory. Over the 35, over the 30, and Javonte inside the 25 to the Western Carolina 24-yard line, gain of 30.
Speaking of records, just need 3 more to get him to tie Don McCauley, Jones. And Don is watching and listening, said he would love to see Javonte Williams break his touchdown record for single season.
Pressure coming. Howell out of his hands to De'Ami Brown. Made the catch at the 20. Spins up the field inside the 10 to the 9. A gain of 15 on the play, and it will be 1st and goal for the Heels. Howell now 15 of 16 passing on the day for 204 yards, and there's 7:05 to go in the second quarter with the Tar Heels up 21-3 and looking for more. 1st and goal from the 9. We'll have to wait as Western Carolina takes its second timeout of the first half. So Catamounts stop the action. Heels a 1st and goal from the 9 when we return. 6:59 to play, first half in Kenan Stadium. All Tar Heels thus far, 21-3 from Learfield, IMG College.
For any surface and every season, there's a Continental tire that delivers superior performance. From ultra-high performance tires like the Extreme Contact Sport, to passenger touring tires, to all-terrain light truck tires like the Terrain Contact AT. Continental has a tire that gives you confidence no matter the road conditions. Whether you're looking for summer, all-season, or winter tires, Continental Tire has something to fit your needs. Visit ContinentalTire.com to find your ideal tire. Continental Tire, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
This is your radio home for the Tar Heels on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
Whether it's 12 miles to the Pee Wee football comeback of a lifetime, 80 miles to your first hole-in-one, or more like 8 shots to the first hole. Whether it's 240 back road miles to sleeping under the stars, or just a few blocks to the grocery store, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you. For quality fuel through every mile, fill up at Marathon.
Look around you right now. How many signs do you see? Probably dozens. Signs let you know whether you've arrived or departed, and often are the first impression someone has of your business. At Southwood, we strive to create lasting first impressions and let your customers know they've arrived. Whether indoor or outdoor, we specialize in commercial, multifamily, and hospitality signage. Southwood has served the Carolinas for 50 years and is proud to be the trusted signage partner of the Tar Heels. Visit southwoodcorp.com to learn more.
Senior Day in Chapel Hill, sunny, windy day here in early December. Just the 13th regular season game Carolina football has ever played in the month of December. And the Tar Heels up 21-3, 6:59 to go first half. Heels looking at a 1st and goal from the 9. And Lee, it's Senior Day, but last 2 guys to touch the ball for the Heels, De'Ami Brown and Javonte Williams, both juniors, but both juniors that going to be facing a decision here once this season is complete.
Mac Brown says they will not recruit them to stay another year. They are gathering information. Daryl Moody, one of his executive assistants, former NFL scout, is talking to scouts and general managers to gauge where each of them might go, what their value would be, what round they went, and they'll provide the information for them and let each young man make his own decision.
So see how that shakes out. Certainly Heels would love to have either or both back, but they've got to make the decision that is best for them. And gracious, they've had terrific seasons and careers thus far at Carolina. And it will be Javonte who gets the handoff, but not much doing in the backfield as Western Carolina read it nicely. Curtis Roach was hanging on for dear life, wrapped around one of the legs of Williams, who was trying to kind of kick him off, but could never do it. No gain on the run. And it will be 2nd and goal from the 9. Roach, his dad was a 3-time All-America kicker at Western Carolina. Roach is backup holder and a backup linebacker for the Catamounts. Howe going to throw, pressure coming. He scrambles out to the right, chucks it out of bounds, right side. Howe was knocked down by Curtis Roach at the end of the play. He pops up and is okay. And it will bring up 3rd down, though, as Carolina from the 9-yard line hadn't been able to get much going. First down run, gained nothing. Howe was under serious pressure that entire play. And 3rd and goal.
His blind side, developing that left side of the offensive line, is going to be a key initiative during the offseason. Jones spring practice is developing Austin Richards and taking care of Sam's blind side, because that's where it came from on that particular instance, and there was a lot of that last week against Notre Dame.
Yeah, 6 sacks allowed last week. Richards not all by Richards, but Richards making his 9th career start. Hal, time to throw here, and a diving catch inside the 5 by Javonte Williams. That was a goal-to-go situation, so Tar Heels don't find the end zone. We'll see what they decide to do. Looks like they're going to go for it. That was a heck of a grab by Williams. Laid out to make the snag in between the hash marks at the 3.
How often do you see a running back as stocky and powerful as Javonte Williams is, Jones, being able to splay out full length like that and make a diving catch?
So Heels are going to go for it. 4th and goal at the 3, up 21-3. Howell in the shotgun, claps his hands. He will hand off to Javonte Williams, and the seas part for the touchdown. You could have driven a Mack truck through that one, and the human version of the Mack truck, Javonte Williams, plowed through it for the easy score.
An interesting conversation with Kevin Motzinger, Javonte's high school coach down at Wallace Rose Hills this week, Jones. He made the point Javonte played linebacker for much of his career, which is why he didn't get on many radars early on. In fact, Mike Eckler, who was the linebackers coach for Carolina, loved him and would have offered him or tried to offer him, but he just wasn't big enough at the time.
Touchdown comes at the 5:39 mark of the second quarter. So, Javonte Williams. There is a flag on the play. Hang tight. We'll tell you about Javonte's touchdown roll here before. Let's hear about the flag first.
Sideline warning, Western Carolina. That's their first warning.
Okay. So, the drive, 10 plays, 88 yards, and 3:45 off the clock. We need to take a full break, but let's just tell you here quickly, that is touchdown now for Javonte Williams, number 19 on the season. That ties him with Gio Bernard for second place all time for touchdowns in a single season. Don McCauley, as Lee referenced earlier, with 21 in 1970, is the all-time single season record holder. So Javonte now tied with Gio, 19 for Gio back in 2012. 28-3 Carolina, 5:39 to go first half from Learfield, IMG College.
What does Julie, who runs a thriving local business, have in common with the starting quarterback? Well, they both know how to hustle. As a small business owner, you rise before the sun and push till well after it sets. Outpace and defy expectations. Every quarterback needs a great team. UPS is here to support the hustle with tools and expert advice to help you be unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics partner of Carolina Athletics.
Carolina football on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
Elora Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. It's all about you. Elora Bridal offers unique collections with more than 300 styles, which are as unique as you are. Visit Reed's Jewelers to try on diamond rings from their timeless couture, blush, and harmony collections. Or you can custom build your own ring from their design collection. Elora Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. It's your style and your choice. Reed's Jewelers, official partner of the Tar Heels.
It's fall, and that means the competition is on for the best tailgate at home. Let Cruisers stock all your food and beverages for your next home gate, garage gate, yard gate, heck, even a balcony gate. Cruisers is your quick one-stop shop for cold beer and drinks, hot food, fresh grab-and-go items, and game-time snacks. Show us how you home gate with Cruisers. Share a pic on Cruisers' Facebook page, and one legendary home gator will win a $50 Exxon gas card. Cruisers, let's go.
Two Michael Carter touchdown runs, a Javonte Williams touchdown run, a Sam Howell to Antoine Green touchdown pitch and catch, 28-3. Tar Heels with 5:39 to go in the first half. End over end kick by Jonathan Kim will be a touchback. So Western Carolina, the opponent today, will start again from the 25-yard line. Told you so for Javonte, that was touchdown in total number 19. Just in straight rushing touchdowns, that's now 16 for him this year. Still in fifth place all-time in a Carolina single season. Don McCauley with 19 leading the way in 1970. Mike Voigt had 18 in 1976. Kelvin Bryant and Elijah Hood each had seasons with 17 touchdowns. So Javonte Williams closing in on that record as well. It is going to be the freshman Kason Link getting the snap at quarterback. He just immediately starts running to the right side and gains a few into the Tar Heels sideline. It's a gain of 3 on the run, so it'll be 2nd and 7. So we've seen two different quarterbacks today, Will Jones and Kason Link. Haven't seen Mark Wright, the junior college transfer who started the first game against Liberty. And as we said, Western is really treating these games in the fall with their conference schedule coming up in the spring as a preseason. Get a lot of different guys, see what they have, playing a ton of freshmen to see what is going to be most beneficial for them in conference play. Handoff to McQueen, and Chaz Surratt with the hit as McQueen came right up the gut for 2, and it brings up 3rd down.
Jones Carolina had 4 true or redshirt freshmen along the defensive front on that last staff with Desmond Evans, Miles Murphy, Kevin Hester, and Kamen Rucker. They have now substituted in Tamari Fox is back in, so we can't say that on this particular snap. But boy, that's impressive to get all those young defensive linemen that are going to be growing up over the next few years.
Grimes, true freshman, is one of the corners along with Renee. Cam Kelly and Don Chapman, both young players in the secondary. They're both sophomores. Swing pass to the far side, going to be enough for the 1st down for Western Carolina as they had it blocked well in front of Calvin Jones, a rookie from Forest City, North Carolina, out of East Rutherford High School. And for Western, that's just the 2nd 3rd down they've been able to convert. They are now 2 of 7. That one gained 12 yards on 3rd and 5. So with 4 minutes to go in the 2nd quarter, Western Carolina gets a fresh set of downs. Tar Heels up 28-3.
And now they are back to those 4 freshmen on the D front with Miles Murphy back in for Tamari Fox.
And so Murphy, Evans, Hester, Rucker, and a read option for Link, and he is ripped down by Jeremiah Gimmel after a gain of 5. Link, with the read option, pulled it out of the belly of his running back and took off himself, and then took a hard shot from Gimmel. 2nd and 5 on the way for Western. Carolina due to get the ball lead to start the 2nd half. Timeouts, Heels have 3, Western has 1. 28-3, Carolina advantage.
And Kevin Hester doesn't have quite the sterling recruiting resume that guys like Miles Murphy and Desmond Evans has, but boy, Jay Bateman just really enthuses over him. Says, you look at him, he looks like an NFL guy.
They have him listed at 6'4", 280, so he's a big dude for a young player. Stretch play to the near side, ball on the deck, and 2 teams scramble for it. Let's see who has possession. Carolina adamant that it's Tar Heel football. Cameron Kelly forces the fumble, and out of the pile comes the man we were just talking about, Kevin Hester, with the recovery. Boy, big pop by Kelly on the ball carrier. McQueen knocked it loose. Renee tried to pick it up and run with it. He couldn't quite squeeze it, and then Hester outfought everybody in the pile for the ball. It'll be Carolina's ball after this break. 2:47 to go. Heels up 28-3 from Learfield, IMG College.
Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. You can't drive safely unless driving has your full attention. Any non-driving activity you engage in increases your risk of crashing. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
Start with a foundation of toughness, then add exceptional intelligence and dominating power. That's how you build a winner. And that's how Ford builds their lineup of vehicles with features like EcoBoost technology for a winning combination of power and performance. Another reason why Ford is America's best-selling brand 10 years in a row. Leaders aren't born, they're built. And in the Carolinas, they're built for victory. Learn more at buyfordnow.com or contact your Carolina Ford dealer today. Based on 2010 through 2019 calendar year sales.
To go. That's the 3rd time that Western Carolina's fumbled the football. First one that the Tar Heels recovered. Cameron Kelly with a really nice hit on Shaheem McQueen, the running back for Western, popped it loose. First fumble that Kelly has forced, and first fumble that the young player Hester has recovered. Not that Kelly's old, he's a sophomore, and Hester a redshirt freshman. So 2 young players combining to force the turnover. And Carolina will have it starting in Western territory at the 47-yard line with still 2:47 on the clock and 3 timeouts to work with. And the Tar Heels are scheduled to get the ball to start the 2nd half.
they'd like to make 2 quick scores, get it to 42-3 after the first possession of the third quarter, Jones, and then they can do what they want to with playing some other guys.
Tar Heels, still one more game to go here in the regular season. That's against Miami. We still don't know the time of that game. Should find that out tomorrow. Tar Heels heading down to South Florida. Our next broadcast radio-wise will be basketball on Tuesday night, Iowa City, as the Tar Heels match up with Iowa, a top 5 team at the moment in the ACC Big Ten Challenge. But right now it's football time. 2:47 to go, second quarter. Tar Heels up 28-3 and starting at the Western Carolina 47-yard line. Howell with Carter to his right, 2 receivers to either side of the formation. Newsom will come in motion, swing behind the play, and get the swing pass on the far side. Newsom puts his foot in the ground, and he's heading off to the races, knocked out of bounds. Inside the Catamount 35 to the 32, gain of 15.
Phil Longo was asked this week about the fact that Daz has not touched the ball quite as much this year, Jones, and Longo just replied that defenses, knowing how good they are, have been bracketing him more than they had in the past, and Carolina has made a concerted effort to throw the ball to its 2 tailbacks, Carter and Williams, more often. So that's kind of split down on the
5th catch of the day for Newsom. Lee on that one as Howell's pass is knocked down at the line of scrimmage. He tried to quickly throw to the right to Joffrey Brown. The snap was high, kind of threw off the timing of that play as Nigel Manns, a freshman from Byron, Georgia, knocked the pass down. They actually called that last play for Newsom a run, so the throw from Howell must have been a backwards pass. So even though it appeared to be a little swing pass, it will go down officially as a run. Howell, pump fake, is hit hard as he throws to Walston. Walston made the catch, had his pins taken out from underneath him as he makes a nice grab at the 15. Howell took a big hit too, but he's okay as Carolina gets 17 on the throw to their big tight end from Wilmington.
What a nice pump fake by Sam Howell over here to the left. They got the Catamount defense moving in that direction and opened it wide open for a nice slit for Garrett Walston down the middle.
1:56 and counting. Second quarter. Tar Heels up 28-3, and now at the Western 15. Ball on the near hash as the Heels go right to left. Howell quickly out of his hands to Newsom inside the 10, near sideline. Pushed out of bounds at the 5. So that'll be 10 yards and a first down and bring up 1st and goal from Carolina from the 5. Joffrey Brown wide right. Newsom slot right. De'Ami Brown wide left. Walston a wing on the right side of the line. Michael Carter to the right of Sam Howell. 28-3 Carolina, 34-3 Carolina as Howell hands to Carter, who cruises in for his 3rd touchdown of the day.
Second senior game in a row, Jones, that the Tar Heels, particularly on offense, have just clicked on all cylinders. They did so against Mercer last year and doing so against Western Carolina. It's of course, obvious what you're seeing here and what would be expected, but how many times have teams got tripped up in this situation, and Carolina has not done it each of these last 2 years?
Tar Heels have had the ball 6 times. They've scored 5 touchdowns, and they were on their way to another one on the drive in which they didn't score, but turned it over on a fumble. Extra point is good, so that makes it 35-3 with 1:36 to go in the first half. So that's 3rd touchdown of the day for Carter. He has touchdown runs of 17 yards, 22 yards, and now 5 yards. That caps off a 5-play, 47-yard drive. Carter was 73 yards rushing. Howell has 41. Newsom credited with 15 yards rushing on that pass the lateral that we mentioned a moment ago. And Javonte Williams only has 8 yards rushing. Tar Heels in total 374 yards of offense, 237 passing, 137 rushing. Howell is now 18 of 21 for 237 yards and a touchdown through the air. Almost a squib kick by the Tar Heels. Jonathan Kim fielded at about the 15, and Reggie Jones able to return it to the 25 for Western. I don't know if that was on purpose or not by Jonathan Kim, but a low spinning kick on the kickoff. Western will start with 1:31 to go.
Jones, it's nice to see Michael Carter having such a big day. Mac Brown talked this week about how Carter is the leader of the team leadership committee, and Coach Brown said he rarely makes a decision that has anything to do with the team before he consults with Michael Carter. Phil Longo further said that he looks for Michael Carter every day if he's feeling down or doesn't have a good mental attitude. He finds Michael Carter, and Carter will immediately lift him up and lift his spirits.
Cedric Gray and Cameron Kelly combined on that special teams tackle. As Western will keep it on the ground, Reva Hassick rips into the backfield and takes down Donovan Spencer for a big loss on first down. Loss of 5 back to the 20. And Carolina's going to take a timeout. Tar Heels won the ball one more time here late in the first half. As with 1:16 to go and 3 timeouts to work with, Carolina has a chance to really hammer it down here, already up 35-3. One more word about Michael Carter. I had a chance to talk to Jake Lawler a couple weeks ago. Of course, Jake, former Tar Heel football player, now out in California doing some great things in the film industry. Jake has been very open with his battle against depression. And he talked about when Adam Lucas and I had a chance to talk to him on the Carolina Insider podcast about how instrumental Michael Carter was for Jake Lawler in that challenge. And those two were roommates and good friends. And it's, you know, you're not going to hear a lot of bad words about anybody, Lee, but everybody has something positive to say about Michael Carter and the type of person he is off the field. Sprint option to the near side for Western. And the late pitch to Donovan Spencer gets the ball back over the 25-yard line to the 28. Patrice Renee with the tackle after a gain of 8. And it's going to bring up 3rd and 7. Clock stops with Spencer getting knocked out of bounds.
Michael talked about his personal evolution over his career at Carolina, said that he had to learn to deal with the ups and downs from 1 week scoring a touchdown, the next week making a game-losing fumble on the 1-yard line. That, you know, as soon as you get too high, you'll get knocked right on your rear end, and that's part of what he's had to learn about, and that, of course, will apply to life once he leaves Chapel Hill.
Western to throw on 3rd down. Now tucking it and running is Link, and he's fighting hard. Vahasik almost took him down. He spun out of that, but eventually is dropped for a short loss on the scramble. And I believe Carolina's also taken a timeout. It has, so the Tar Heels are going to get the ball one more time here, forcing another 3 and out.
They did, Jones. Mac Brown was very quick to call the timeout just as soon as that play was over.
So the Heels will have 1:06 to work with, plus a timeout after this punt. So Western was able to run 15 plays on its first 2 drives. Since then, 3 and out, 3 and out, a 4-play drive that was a punt, 5 plays and a fumble, and then another 3 and out. So that will go down, by the way, as a sack officially on that last play by Vohasek. And it's a Food Lion sack to give back. Food Lion Feeds just donated another 1,000 meals to feed our neighbors in need here in Chapel Hill. Keep cheering on the sacks to help them give back. But the Tar Heel defense has buckled down after Western gained some yards early. They did have that one trick play, but that was it. Oh, off the side of the foot. That was a really, really poor punt by Brandon Dickerson. We'll have to wait and see. There is a flag down. That might have been a 9-yard. I think they're putting that at the 30. That was a 9-yard punt off the side of the foot of Brandon Dickerson. But let's wait on the flag.
Carolina wants to get to those 42 points by the end of the first half, Jones, not after the first drive of the 3rd quarter.
That was a 9-yard punt. You don't see that very often.
After the play, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 27, receiving team. That 15-yard penalty will be enforced from the end of the kick. First down, North Carolina.
Well, that's Gio Biggers, and that's not going to make the Carolina coaching staff happy. So you still have good field position at the 50, but you could have been starting at the Western 35. Plus, you don't ever want any unsportsmanlike. That just means you are doing something you shouldn't have been doing after the play. So the Heels will start at the 50-yard line with 1 minute to go and a timeout to work with, plus a 35-3 lead.
Carolina had one of those penalties last week against Notre Dame, and unfortunately it was, young man was guilty, but he was retaliating to something before, and that's one of the laws of the universe, Jones. Death, taxes, and you'll always be the guy responding is going to be the one caught, not the initiator.
Howe down the sideline, caught in traffic by Joffrey Brown. Boy, Howe flashing the arm strength there as he absolutely cannoned one to Joffrey Brown, who made a good solid catch with 2 catamounts around. Brings it in at the 26-yard line. That's a gain of 24 on the play. And I believe that is now 8 different receivers that have 19 or more yards receiving for Carolina. Howell in total, 19 of 22 for 261. And he's going to throw again. Has all day to throw. Lobs it to Newsome. Touchdown. Just placed perfectly into the arms of the Tar Heel senior for 6. 2 plays,
50-point spread going into this game, Jones. Carolina's almost going to break it here in the first half.
2 plays, 50 yards. And it is now 41-3 with the extra point on the way. So Newsome's had a big day. That's now 6 catches, 82 yards, and a touchdown in the first half for Daz. Atkins to add the PAT. And that's through there. So the touchdown comes at the 49-second mark. Howell to Newsome from 24 yards out. 2 plays, 50 yards. And just 11 seconds off the clock for the Tar Heels. So Newsome now trying to keep up with all these records because these guys have had such terrific seasons and careers. They're all closing in on a lot of these offensive records. That's now 180 catches for Newsome in his career. He is 1 behind Hakeem Nicks for 3rd place all time in Tar Heel history. Quinshaw Davis in second with 205. Ryan Switzer, Carolina's all-time leading receiver as far as total number of catches with 244. 49 seconds left. And it will be another touchback.
Jonathan Kim shows his leg strength even into the teeth of the wind. Jones headed from east to west on that one. Nails it in the end zone yet again.
So we'll see what Western does here. Carolina due to get the ball to start the second half. Tar Heels have done whatever they want offensively. -1 fumble. It has been about as dominant and easy as it could be. Western does have a timeout in 49 seconds to work with. And they'll keep it on the ground. Running into a mass of bodies for a gain of 5. Trying to see who it is. It's Mekhi Stanley. He's like a bowling ball. 6'2", 235, freshman from Wilmington, New Hanover High School. Same high school Garrett Walston for the Tar Heels went to. And Western does not have to snap it again if it does not want to here to end the first half, but we'll see if they do. 18 seconds and counting with Carolina up 42-3. Link will hand off. Stretching to the near side is Caleb Ferguson, a redshirt junior from Waynesville, North Carolina, and that will be the final play of the first half as Ferguson gains a couple. So, as you would expect, a dominant first 30 minutes for the Tar Heels as Michael Carter with 3 touchdowns. Sam Howell has thrown for 2. Daz Newsome with 6 catches and more than 80 yards in the first half as well. As Carolina with the big advantage, 42-3, heading to the halftime locker room. Dave Nathan will take you through the Wells Fargo halftime report, get you caught up on scores and more. Heels due to get the ball to start the second half with the big advantage. 42-3 the score from Learfield, IMG College.
He bounces outside. No one's going to catch him. He's at the 10. He's at the 5. Touchdown. Oh, man. throws downfield. The ball is tipped. It's intercepted. He's going to score.
He's scrambling. Man open in the end zone. It's a leaping one-hand grab. He got it. Touchdown.
Keep the excitement of game day going in a Nissan. With game-changing tech, every drive is guaranteed to get your adrenaline pumping. Get to Nissan, proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
From the mountains to the coast, 2.5 million North Carolinians are members of an electric cooperative. And as a co-op member, you are part of exciting efforts to build a brighter future in the Tar Heel State through new energy services, support for local communities, and innovative energy programs that make the electric grid more efficient and sustainable. Learn more at ncelectriccooperatives.com/brighter.
This is your radio home for the Tar Heels on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
Pandemic pain? Is this pandemic adding frustration, pain, and increased stress? Great news, there's hope without the use of pills or surgery. The experts at Breakthrough Physical Therapy have a cutting-edge program for that pain and stress. Call the location nearest for free information. Contact Breakthrough, Carolina's choice for keeping you in the game of life today. Breakthrough-pt.com.
The expert dental care from UNC you trust to keep you healthy has a new name, Carolina Dentistry. As the first dental school in North Carolina, the UNC Adams School of Dentistry has been putting patients first since 1952. That's why we're first in care, for the people, and that's something to smile about. Visit carolinadentistry.org to learn more and become a patient today.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield IMG College under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of North Carolina. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield IMG College. Announcers are provided by Learfield IMG College and approved by the university.
It is the Wells Fargo halftime show from our studios in Chapel Hill. 42-3. Carolina all over Western. Dave Nathan with you at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Helping you is what they do best. This is the only game right now involving an ACC team, although that'll change in about an hour at 2:30 when number 2 Notre Dame hosts Syracuse in South Bend. Later at 3:30, it's Virginia and Boston College. Georgia Tech travels to NC State for a 4 o'clock tilt with the Wolfpack. Later at 7:30, number 3 Clemson is on the road in Blacksburg to battle Virginia Tech, and at 8, Duke hosts number 10, Miami. In the top 25, number 4, Ohio State, leading Michigan State, approaching halftime 28-0. All Buckeyes in this one with 4:29 still to go in the second quarter. Number 5, Texas A&M has a slim lead on Auburn down on the Plains at the break. 14-10 Aggies leading the Tigers. Number 15, Oklahoma State's jumped out to a 13-7 advantage at TCU with just seconds to go before the break. And Rice, an early 10-0 lead on Marshall. That game has just hit halftime as well. Other games coming up tonight in the top 25. Number 1, Alabama is at LSU. They'll kick at 8 from Death Valley. At 3:30 from Neyland Stadium in Knoxville, Tennessee, hosting number 6, Florida. At 3:30, West Virginia battling number 9, Iowa State. At 8, staying in the Big 12, it's Baylor at number 11, Oklahoma. Another Big Ten battle at 3:30 features number 12, Indiana, on the road at number 16, Wisconsin. Battle of unbeatens, number 13, BYU, and number 18, Coastal Carolina, face off at 5:30 from Conway. So that's what's happening on the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Helping you is what they do best. Again, Carolina out to an early 42-3 lead on Western Carolina. We've got your ultimate halftime highlights when we come back after this from Learfield IMG College.
Make mobile merry this holiday season with special deals from Bark Mobile. Put something special under the tree with up to 4 LG Stylo 6 smartphones for free when you switch. We have our sleigh stocked with many other free smartphone options too, and we can make the holidays even easier with our 90-day payment option. Celebrate the season with big savings from Bark. It's mobile made merry. Certain restrictions apply. See store for details or visit mybarkmobile.com/terms and conditions.
Dreams are what the holidays are all about. And nothing says dreams like holiday scratch-offs from the North Carolina Education Lottery. It's a gift that could be so many things. Holiday scratch-offs with over $45 million in total prizes. There's a lot of dreams to give this holiday season. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning range from 1 in 2.98 to 4.77. Problem Gambling Helpline 877-718-5543.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Get your local weather at 5 past the hour here on WCAB.
Rates per person, double occupancy, 2-night minimum, taxes not included.
It's fall, and that means the competition is on for the best tailgate at home. Let Cruiser stock all your food and beverages for your next home gate, garage gate, yard gate, heck, even a balcony gate. Cruisers is your quick one-stop shop for cold beer and drinks, hot food, fresh grab-and-go items, and game-time snacks. Show us how you home gate with Cruisers. Share a pic on Cruiser's Facebook page, and one legendary home gator will win a $50 Exxon gas card. Cruisers, let's go.
42-3, Carolina out in front and all over Western Carolina on December Saturday in Chapel Hill. Dave Nathan welcoming you back to the Wells Fargo halftime show as we'll get you up to speed on how this one unraveled here as Carolina, well, lost the opening toss. Western Carolina took the ball to begin the first quarter and promptly punted it right back to the Tar Heels, who began their first drive at their own 29-yard line. Well, 9 plays and 71 yards later, Carolina did this.
5 for 5 for Howe. And he'll keep it on the ground to Carter. A lot of space up the middle. 10-5 touchdown. Michael Carter right up the gut for 6.
7-0 Carolina at that point with 9:05 to play in the first quarter. Western Carolina then has its best drive of the afternoon on its way to kicking a 40-yard field goal to close the gap to 7-3 with 4:27 to go in the first quarter. But Carolina just getting warmed up and getting started because in a little less than a minute, the Tar Heels get the ball back and march right down the field to score their second touchdown of the game.
Howell claps his hands once, twice, and now he's going to throw right over the middle. Antoine Green snags it, dives for the score. Antoine Green, his first catch of the season, is a touchdown.
That was a 4-play, 58-yard drive. It took just 65 seconds off the clock, and Carolina leads 14-3 with 3:22 to play in the first quarter. On the ensuing kick, it's Western Carolina going 3 and out, punting it back to Carolina. This time the Tar Heels only needed 3 plays to cover 54 yards.
Another run, handoff to Carter. Carter up the middle, stiff arm at the 2, and has a touchdown for the Tar Heels.
So that's Michael Carter's second touchdown of the ball game. It came with 52 seconds to play in the first quarter, and it put Carolina up 21-3. The second quarter began with another Western Carolina punt, although the Tar Heels fumbled it back to the Catamounts, who punt it back to the Tar Heels, who this time drive 88 yards in 10 plays to take a 28-3 lead.
Howell in the shotgun, claps his hands. He will hand off to Javonte Williams, and the C's part for the touchdown.
That was a 4th down and goal to go situation for Carolina as Williams makes it a 28-3 spread with 5:39 to play in the second quarter. Hey, Carolina scored 3 touchdowns in a little less than 5 minutes to end the half. Coach Brown talks about how important those near halftime situations are. Well, that was the first of 3 Carolina TDs. Here's how the second one unfolded.
Joffrey Brown wide right, Newsome slot right, De'Ami Brown wide left, Walston a wing on the right side of the line, Michael Carter to the right of Sam Howell. 28-3 Carolina, 34-3 Carolina as Howell hands to Carter, who cruises in for his third touchdown of the day.
That touchdown came courtesy of a Western Carolina fumble that gave it back to the Tar Heels at the Catamount 47-yard line. So Carter with 3 touchdowns in the first half. That made it 35-3. Western gets it back. Carolina takes a couple of timeouts. The Catamounts go 3 and out after a 9-yard punt. The Tar Heels had it at the 50-yard line, and 2 plays later, Daz Newsome hits pay dirt.
Howell in total, 19 of 22 for 261. He's going to throw again. Has all day to throw. Lobs it to Newsome, touchdown. Just placed perfectly into the arms of the Tar Heel senior for 6.
Newsome's 26-yard touchdown reception, the final play of a 2-play 50-yard drive that only took 11 seconds off the clock, and it made it 42-3 Carolina with 49 seconds to play in the first half, and those are your ultimate halftime highlights. Carolina in control of 42-3. We'll recap the first half stats when we come back after this from Learfield, IMG College.
Good things come to those who wait. At Jersey Mike's, they also come to those who don't. Download our app, order ahead, and skip the line. Cut to the Chase by Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
To celebrate State Farm's surprisingly great race, we gave this game day jam surprisingly great lyrics.
I want a race that's great. Who is this? Free him tonight. Hey, it's Jake. I want a way to save. Got the coverage on my brand new ride. State Farm rates. Yeah, they're great. State Farm, State Farm, State Farm rates.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Good things come to those who wait. At Jersey Mike's, they also come to those who don't. Download our app, order ahead, and skip the line. Cut to the Chase by Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
This is your radio home for the Tar Heels on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
As North Carolina goes back to school and to work, let Janney King Professionals ensure your facility is properly cleaned and disinfected for your employees, students, and customers. Our fogging and electrostatic disinfection services use EPA-approved disinfectants that mitigate pathogens at the cellular level and are safe in all applications. For schools, food services, hospitals, and office buildings, call Janney King at 919-852-1555 or go to JanneyKingRDU.com.
It's bow time.
So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of GAS. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea.
It's bow time.
42-3, the Tar Heels lead Western Carolina at the break. Dave Nathan back with you from our Chapel Hill studios. We'll get to some of the individual numbers, but team-wise, Carolina 424 total yards of offense in the first 30 minutes, 287 coming through the air, 137 on the ground. Both teams have a turnover, and Carolina, in scoring 42 points, has only had the ball for 12 minutes and 6 seconds. That's how efficient the Carolina offense has been so far. Defensively, the Heels have allowed Western Carolina to 151 total yards, 73 through the air and 78 on the ground. Both teams have been penalized twice, the Tar Heels for 30 yards and the Catamounts for 10. As far as the individual numbers go, Sam Howell, 20 of 23 passing for 287 yards. The Carolina QB has thrown for a couple of scores. Michael Carter, he's got 3 total scores on the day, 8 carries, 73 yards for the Tar Heels senior. He's averaging 9.1 yards per carry. Howell has also carried twice for 41 yards. Javonte Williams has a rushing touchdown, too. Newsome through the air, 6 catches, 82 yards, and the 26-yard TD. Javonte Williams has 3 catches for 48 yards and a long play of 32. Emery Simmons, a couple of pass receptions for 33 yards. Garrett Walston has 2 catches for 30. Toe Groves has 2 catches for 23 yards. Chaufrey Brown, Antoine Green, Michael Carter, and De'Ami Brown all have receptions. Green's catch went for a 22-yard touchdown. Western Carolina has used 3 different quarterbacks with limited success. Jones, 1 of 1 passing. Kason Linke, 2 of 2 passing for 20 yards, and Will Jones, 2 of 7 passing for 13 yards. Nobody's rushed for any more than 24 yards for Western Carolina as the Tar Heels lead 42-3 at the break. Carolina gets the ball to begin the second half, and we'll send it back over to Kenan Stadium after our final halftime break. Again, the halftime show is brought to you, as always, by Wells Fargo, official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, and we'll see what kind of units the Tar Heels trot out there in the second half. All sorts of speculation about what kind of youth movement there'd be in the final half of the ball game if this one looked to be out of reach. And from Western Carolina's perspective right now, it's a long road to get back. Carolina 42, Western Carolina 3. Back to Kenan Stadium after this from Learfield, IMG College.
Start with a foundation of toughness, then add exceptional intelligence and dominating power. That's how you build a winner. And that's how Ford builds their lineup of vehicles with features like EcoBoost technology for a winning combination of power and performance. Another reason why Ford is America's best-selling brand 10 years in a row. Leaders aren't born, they're built. And in the Carolinas, they're built for victory. Learn more at buyfordnow.com or contact your Carolina Ford dealer today. Based on 2010 through 2019 calendar year sales.
Texting while driving takes your eyes off the road for an average of 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a football field with your eyes closed. Research shows you are 3 times more likely to get into an accident when distracted by a cell phone. I'm joining Trusted Choice independent insurance agents to urge you and your families to put down your phone. Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice independent insurance agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/Go Heels.
This is Carolina football on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
Duke Energy is honored to recognize 2020 Social Justice and Racial Equity grantee Center for Racial Equity in Education for their work to address social justice and racial equity in our communities. In addition, Duke Energy is committed to overcoming racism in our state and has pledged to offer an annual social justice and racial equity grant cycle in North Carolina. Visit duke-energy.com/racial equity to learn more.
Safe, accessible, reliable. Breakthrough Physical Therapy, proud partner of Carolina Athletics, promises that your care will be safe, accessible, and reliable, making sure you're back to your daily activities sooner. Contact Breakthrough, Carolina's choice for keeping you in the game of life today. Breakthrough-pt.com.
Second half on the way here in Chapel Hill. Tar Heels control half number 1 against Western Carolina, 42-3. I know Dave gave you a lot of these stats, but Tar Heels with a whopping 424 yards of offense in the first half. Western Carolina had 151. 40 of those 151 for Western came on one play, a reverse throw. And after the first 2 drives where the Catamounts ran 15 plays, their subsequent drives included 3 3-and-outs, a 4-play drive with a punt, a 5-play drive with a fumble, and then 2 plays right before the half. Let's get to the Trusted Choice of the game. Brought to you by the Trusted Choice independent insurance agents of North Carolina, who want you to stay safe behind the wheel. Put down your phone while driving, and let's have a hands-free NC. Go to trustedchoice.com/Go Heels to find an independent insurance agent near you to learn more. And Lee, Carolina trusting in the second half. Really, it's just you're likely to see a lot of new players here. One would assume that you'd have a lot of reserves coming in for Carolina. And you'd just like to see the level of execution still stay at a high level when the Tar Heels substitute and bring in some backups.
Yeah, don't get sloppy. I mean, just keep your focus and, hopefully run the ball as much as you can. And It gets a little colder as the afternoon goes on, Jones. A lot of wind swirling around here in Keenan Stadium. The challenge here in the booth is to keep all our paper here on the tables without blowing off everywhere.
Yeah, that's our trusted choice in the second half, is to not have anything blow out of our booth, our open-air booth here in Keenan Stadium. So Carolina's going to get the ball first. And let's see who's back there to receive for the Tar Heels. It is Emery Simmons back to receive the kickoff for Carolina.
Hopefully we can get a look at a couple of young running backs, Jones. That's one of the interesting things I'm looking forward to seeing. DJ Jones and Elijah Green, a couple of true freshmen with a lot of talent, a lot of experience, or need some experience, and we'll see where that goes.
It's going to be fielded by the up man, Toe Groves, on the kickoff at the 10. Groves makes a man miss at the 25, still picking his way over the 30 on the far side as the Heels go right to left. And Carolina's going to start out at the 33. By the way, that wasn't Simmons. It was Jaquarius Conley, the other numbered 0, who was back deep for the Tar Heels. And let's see if Carolina will send out the starters. No, it is going to be Jacoby Criswell, the freshman from Morrilton, Arkansas, who's going to come out at quarterback, and DJ Jones, the 5'11 freshman from Pine Forest High School in Fayetteville, who is going to be the running back. So the Tar Heels do begin the process of going to their bench to start half number 2. And Criswell's going to hand off to Jones on first down, and the youngster up the middle made some nice cuts and moves on his way for a gain of 11 yards to the 44. Darius Smith with the tackle for Western.
And one change on the O-line. Jones, Kieran Johnson is starting at center in place of Brian Anderson.
The wide receivers, Antoine Green out wide right. Justin Olson, a redshirt freshman from Huntersville, is wide left. Toe Groves is in the slot left. Garrett Walston still out there. As Criswell set to throw. Now he's going to run. Crosses the 50 before he's taken down at about the Western Carolina 48 by Roman Johnson. So a scramble by Criswell gains 8. And it will be second down for the Tar Heels.
The fact that Criswell is taking the number 2 job is the reason that Jace Reuter, who actually is just a junior eligibility-wise, has opted to become a senior, and he will graduate on a year early, and he will leave, we assume, to transfer somewhere and go somewhere where he can get some playing time.
Criswell throws an interception, which is going to be taken back for a touchdown by Ronald Kent Jr. There is multiple flags down. And believe it, it's going to be an illegal block after the pick. Criswell loaded up and fired to the near sideline, where it was intercepted by Kent.
During the return, personal foul, illegal blindside block, number 3, Western Carolina. 15-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. 1st and 10, Western Carolina.
So Darius Smith's illegal block, in which he cleared out Justin Olson, is going to nullify the 58-yard touchdown return by Ronald Kent. But Western still is going to get the football and will start at the Tar Heel 49-yard line.
Criswell chased that touchdown down toward the end zone and had a long way to walk back to the bench, where he was met with Phil Longo. They've been having a discussion. Sam Howell has joined in there. Sam has taken his shoulder pads off and his helmet off and is now talking with Jacoby Criswell.
So Criswell with his first interception as a Tar Heel on just his second pass as a Tar Heel, as the run for Western Carolina on first down comes to the near sideline. Donovan Spencer knocked out of bounds after a short gain of 3 to the 46. Let's see, out here defensively, and of course, as we've referenced, a lot of young guys are already playing on the defensive side. There is Eugene Asante, sophomore from Chantilly, Virginia, is in instead of Chaz Surratt. But the rest of the players defensively out there for the Tar Heels are regular first or second teamers, as Des Evans hawking down the ball carrier from behind. Evans came off the left side of the defensive front. Donovan Spencer was running the opposite direction, and Evans chased him down for a gain of 3. That was an impressive play by the young end player for the Heels. And it's going to bring up a third down, 3rd and 4.
Jones, that speed is exactly why he was so highly coveted as a high school prospect coming out of Sanford, North Carolina. Every school in the ACC and the Southeastern Conference and everybody else around the Eastern Seaboard was interested in him, and the Tar Heels were able to land him just an hour away from Chapel Hill.
It is Will Jones back in at quarterback. He started the game. Kason Link finished the first half for Western Carolina as a quick hitter is complete for the first down on the far sideline. Tony Grimes makes the tackle on Donovan Spencer, but it's a gain of 8. Western now 3 of 9 on third downs. And that one's going to extend this first drive of the third quarter for Western Carolina. Tar Heels up 42-3. Started playing a heavy amount of reserves on offense, including Jacoby Criswell, the backup quarterback, who threw an interception on Carolina's initial drive. And now the Heels sprinkling in a lot of second-teamers defensively here at the start of the second half with this big advantage. And Jones going to hand off to Spencer. Has a big hole on the left side and is able to cross the 20, nearing the 15-yard line as Spencer pops through the left side of the offensive line for a gain of 20. Trey Morrison with the stop. But Western Carolina with its deepest penetration into Tar Heel territory of the day. 42-3. Carolina 11 of 33 and counting in the third quarter. Spencer, veteran player, 5th-year senior at Vance High School in Charlotte, has 4 100-yard rushing games in his Western Carolina career. He's set up behind Jones, who is in the pistol, and he will get the handoff. And boy, what a hit as Eugene Asante just absolutely laid the lumber on Spencer on the handoff for no gain.
Ray Vohasek gets up with his arms spread out looking for some officials. He was on his duff on 8 yards deep, and he wanted a holding call on that one, Jones.
Des Evans was involved in the tackle too, and he was announced here in Keenan, but I promise it was Asante who made first contact with a big hit. So 2nd and 10 from the 15. Western trying to take advantage of the interception against the Tar Heel backup Criswell. It'll be a speed option to the near side, late pitch to Spencer, and he is banged out of bounds by Patrice Rene for a short gain. Gain of 2 to the 13-yard line.
Patrice got his bell rung on that one. He's being attended to by Dr. Mario Sioka right now. He's come off the game. I think he may have just gotten stunned there.
Yep, Day Hollins has come in. The redshirt sophomore from Tampa, Rene. Yeah, right when he made the play, looked a little uncomfortable. And the Tar Heel is going to bring Luke Ross, the head trainer, I think, over to see Rene as well here in a minute. But right now, it's third down. Western Carolina going to keep it on the ground, and they get some positive yards inside the 10, but not enough for the first down. Spencer gets to the 9. Eugene Asante with the tackle. And looks like Western's going to send the field goal unit out.
And we have not seen Kyler McMichael yet this quarter, Jones. He got hurt toward the end of the second period and had to be helped off the field going into the locker room at halftime. So I'm sure they will play conservatively with him the rest of this half.
So this is a different field goal kicker. Richard McCollum, a redshirt sophomore from Sanford, is going to come on and try to kick the short kick here. Just 26-yard attempt. Paxton Robertson had a 40-yard field goal in the first half. The snap is low, and it's just a scramble drill for the Catamounts. They end up throwing it into the end zone, but incomplete. Tristan Sins, the holder, had to scoop up the low snap and just tried to get the best he could out of it, but it ends up being nothing for Western Carolina. So the Tar Heels, who have started to empty the bench, turn it over to start the second half, but the Catamounts can't make them pay. Tar Heels will have it with a 42-3 lead starting at the 9-yard line after this from Learfield IMG College.
Do you need some extra money in your pocket? Try Insurance Service Associates, your local independent agent. We can shop your auto and home insurance with several companies to get you better coverage and the best rate. Insurance Service Associates at 127 East Trade Street in Forest City for auto, home, or commercial insurance. More choices, better coverage, best rate. That's Insurance Service Associates, 245-5301.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers of Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. They continue to strive hard to keep that honor. Come on in and see for yourself. Take a look at the all-new design 2021 F-150 or reserve an all-new 2021 Bronco coming in the spring. Don't miss out on the automobile you've been wanting at the Sisk Family Ford price. Take your pick while the picking is good on Oak Street in Forest City.
Make this holiday season holly jolly with big savings from Carolina West Wireless. Have a new iPhone on your Christmas list? Then this is one sale you don't want to miss. We have the full lineup of new iPhones in our Santa bag. Get $350 off the just released iPhone 12 to put under the tree. While you're there, wrap up a new iPad for $100 off. Plus, you can still get the iPhone 11 series for $350 off, or the iPhone SE for just $5 a month. Come into our holly jolly holiday event at Carolina West Wireless today. Certain restrictions or conditions may apply. See store for details or visit carolinawest.com/terms and conditions.
pt.com.
It'll be Carolina football starting on its own 9-yard line. Heels have the big advantage. They led 42-3 at halftime, and it's still 42-3 after each team's had the ball once here in the third quarter. Carolina football brought to you in part by GM, and we are tailgatenation.com. No matter where you are, how you pregame, we are Tailgate Nation. You can find game day recipes and savings for $20 off team gear at wearetailgatenation.com. Josh Henderson has come in at the running back spot for the Tar Heels. Stations, we owe you an ID break. We'll take it here at our first opportunity as Criswell back in at QB will hand off to Henderson. He pops it to the near side and is taken down around the 15. And as the Heels get set up for second down, let's break 10 seconds. Station ID down the lines on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
You're listening to Tar Heel Football on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, the best of both worlds, WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Henderson, the sophomore from Pennington, New Jersey, gets 5 yards on the run. He'll get it again on second down and wrapping around the right side for a pair to the 16-yard line. That'll bring up third down. Heels have this will be just the third down that Carolina's faced the entire game. Heels were 1 of 2 in the first half. Ball at the 16-yard line as Carolina goes right to left, starting this drive deep in its own territory with a 42-3 advantage. Criswell out of the shotgun, keeps it on the ground with Henderson, plows ahead, takes a big hit right at the line to gain for the first down. Think he's going to be about half a yard shy. Ty Harris, I believe, the man who really popped Henderson. It was Curtis Roach, 33, not 37, Harris. And that big hit is going to force a punt.
Tar Heels obviously are going to lose Michael Carter going into 2021, Jones. We don't know about Javonte Williams, so it's going to be an interesting battle for that additional playing time going into next year with Josh Henderson, DJ Jones, and Elijah Green. Mac Brown has his fingers crossed for a applicable and full spring practice this March and April.
Kiernan seeing his first action of the day, sends one down the far numbers, which is fair caught at the 43-yard line of Western Carolina. 39-yard punt into the wind by Kiernan as the wind continues to whip left to right. That is west to east here in Keenan in the face of the Tar Heel Irish punter on that one. We need to take another break. Carolina has started emptying the bench with the big advantage, 42-3, 7:22 to go, third quarter from Learfield, IMG College.
Finally, B-Dubs has new lemon pepper sauce. What took so long? Well, crafting the perfect buttery, tangy lemon pepper sauce isn't something you can just do overnight. It's like raising a child. If you want them to be successful, you've got to give them lots of love, patience, and plenty of lemon and pepper. Lemon Pepper, one of 4 new sauces at Buffalo Wild Wings. Available for dine-in, takeout, and delivery.
Delivery subject to availability. Fees may apply.
Today tastes like game day at home. Like assigned couch seating. Tastes like coffee table dining. And an ice-cold Coke to cool down the heat. It tastes like the game you've waited for all week with friends you've known your whole life. Today tastes like watching football is supposed to. And it never tasted this good. Coca-Cola. Together tastes better.
Start with a foundation of toughness, then add exceptional intelligence and dominating power. That's how you build a winner. And that's how Ford builds their lineup of vehicles with features like EcoBoost technology for a winning combination of power and performance. Another reason why Ford is America's best-selling brand 10 years in a row. Leaders aren't born, they're built. And in the Carolinas, they're built for victory. Learn more at buyfordnow.com or contact your Carolina Ford dealer today. Based on 2010 through 2019 calendar year sales.
The North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard has been heavily in favor of the Tar Heels today, and it remains that way. 42-3. Carolina with the 39-point advantage with 7:22 to go third quarter. All right, a lot of young guys out there on defense. Let's set it for you. Up front, Jalil Taylor, Zach Gill, Kamen Rucker, a freshman, Des Evans, a freshman, Chris Collins, a sophomore. The middle linebackers for Carolina will both be young players, Eugene Asante and Kadri Jackson, two sophomores. Asante from Chantilly, Virginia, Jackson from Windermere, Florida. In the secondary, the corners are Dede Hollins and Tony Grimes. That's a sophomore and a freshman, respectively. The safeties are two young players, two sophomores, Gio Biggers and Cameron Kelly. Heels up 42-3. Western Carolina with the football. They'll keep it on the ground, trying to stretch it to Spencer near side, and Carolina does a nice job. Rucker and Chris Collins both in the area. Rucker made first contact. That's a loss of 2.
Keep an eye on Eugene Asante, number 7, Jones. He's going to be the heir apparent to Chaz Surratt next year. Asante's had a very quiet year in 2/3 or 3/4 of his career so far. He just hadn't been able to get a lot of playing time because he's been stuck behind Chaz the whole time. And Jay Bateman just raves about his potential, but would like to have played him more, but needed Chaz Surratt, number 21, out there.
Western Carolina, 2nd and long. They'll throw it to the far side, and flag comes in as Tony Grimes makes the immediate tackle after Daquan Patton made the catch. I believe it's an illegal man downfield on Western. Let's see if Carolina accepts it or not. It'll be 3rd down if the Heels don't.
Ineligible receiver. Offense, number 84, was covered up. 5-yard penalty. Repeat 2nd down.
So Tar Heels do accept the penalty. That'll move it back to the Western 36-yard line. So it will be 2nd down and very long. Western needs to get to the Tar Heel 47-yard line. Midway third quarter here. Carolina dominated the first half with its starters and has played almost exclusively reserves here in the first couple minutes of the second half. Have the big lead, 42-3. 2nd and 17 for Western Carolina after the penalty. Will Jones will drop back to throw. Pressure coming, and his pass off the hands of his attempted receiver, which is Calvin Jones. Jones was at the far hash mark at about the 44-yard line. Couldn't bring it in. Jaquarius Conley, the rookie from Jacksonville, was coming right down the barrel towards Will Jones, so he had to get rid of it quickly, and that forced the throw to be just a bit off the mark. So clock stops on the incompletion, 6:05 to go. 3rd and 17 coming up for the Catamounts. Heels up by 39, 42-3.
Dede Hollins at the right cornerback now. We have not seen Patrice Renee since he got his bell rung at the end of the last Western Carolina series.
Jones going to throw again, set up a screen on the near side. Caught with some blockers in front is Spencer, but he's taken down from behind by Rucker, short of the first down at midfield. And that would bring up 4th and 3. Let's see if Western punts it or they're just going to go for it against Tar Heel reserves, down 39, and that does appear to be the case.
What a nice burst of speed from Kamen Rucker there, coming from behind to make the tackle. That's from a defensive lineman or a defensive end, Jones.
So 4th down for Western. Catamounts have attempted 1 coming into this game in their 2 previous contests, did not get it. This will be 4th and 3 from midfield. And Jones, play action, rolling out to the near side. Going to try down the field and almost intercepted as Jones overshot his attempted receiver, Mahari Stribling. Gio Biggers had an opportunity for the pick behind the play, but actually, while I'm sure Gio wanted it, it would have cost the Tar Heels a fair amount of field position. So Carolina will have it at the 50 after this break. Catamounts turn it over on downs. All Tar Heels here today, 42-3 on Senior Day from Learfield, IMG College.
Robbins Auto Parts is your auto parts headquarters, located at 1891 Harris Henrietta Road in Henrietta. They're your team of professional auto parts dealers for Rutherford County. They have a commitment to serving their customers with the auto parts they need, both new and used. Open Monday through Friday from 8 to 5. Visit them today at 1891 Harris Henrietta Road in Henrietta or call them at 828-657-5732. Robbins Auto Parts keeps you rolling. The Grace of God Rescue Mission in Forest City is inviting all who need a hot meal to stop by Christmas Eve at 11 o'clock. This free meal is a ministry outreach from Terry Hageman and his team at Grace of God Rescue Mission. If you know someone who is down on their luck this year and otherwise will not have a hot meal for Christmas, invite them to the mission on West Main Street, Forest City at 11 o'clock Christmas Eve. Also, the team will be giving out Christmas gifts, hats, scarves, toboggans, gloves, and fruit baskets. For just $5, you can help provide one of these dinners or one of the thousands that will be provided next year. Your gifts can be a real blessing to someone who needs a hot meal. Please mail your gift to Grace of God Rescue Mission, P.O. Box 212, Forest City 28043. Please mail the most generous gift you can today. You can be a bright spot for those who may have stumbled in the darkness. And from the volunteers at Grace of God Rescue Mission, thank you and Merry Christmas.
The music's on us on WCAB.
5:15 to go third quarter. Tar Heels with the big advantage, 42-3 over Western Carolina. Third all-time meeting between these two schools. StubHub is the easiest way to experience every Tar Heel game. Check the virtual view, score your seats, get your tickets delivered instantly. StubHub, official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Heels. StubHub, be there. Carolina's had a very good record historically against FCS programs. 25-1 all-time against FCS teams. That's the old Division I AA. Assuming the Heels hold this sizable advantage, it will be their 19th consecutive win. The only loss back in 1999. Tar Heels lost to Furman here in Keenan, 28-3. That was when the Tar Heels ran out of scholarship quarterbacks that year due to injuries. Furman had a good team. That's the only time Carolina's ever lost to an FCS program. And well on their way to another victory here. Criswell remains in the game at quarterback. It is DJ Jones again at running back, and the freshman from Fayetteville gets the handoff. He'll slip his way forward for a gain of 3 or 4. And second down on the way.
Jones committed to the Tar Heels in July of 2019, was an early enrollee earlier this year. He committed to Carolina after visiting Michigan and decided that he wanted to stay closer to home rather than going all the way up to Ann Arbor.
Justin Olson remains in the game at one of the wide receiver spots. He's been in this half as the Heels throw a swing pass to Toe Groves around the block of Kamari Morales on the far side. Groves gets close to the first down. He's going to be a little short. He gains 5 on the play. That'll bring up 3rd and 2. So, again, it's Olson and Antoine Green and Toe Groves. Those are the 3 receivers. Olson wide left, Green wide right, Groves slot left. Morales, the redshirt freshman from Buck Lake, Florida, now the tight end. Criswell at QB and DJ Jones, the running back, 3rd and short. Criswell going to pull it and run himself. He has the first down as he comes around the left side and is knocked down at the 39. Heels now 2 of 4 on 3rd down. Curtis Roach, whose name we've said a lot today for Western, makes the tackle for the stop. So Carolina keeps the drive alive, going right to left. Ball on the near hash. Been a bright, sunny day. Shadows covering about a third of the field now here in Keenan. 3:52 and counting in the third quarter. Carolina emptied the bench long ago with a 42-3 advantage over Western Carolina. Criswell going to pull it and throw it. Steps up in the pocket, unleashes one down the field. Antoine Green, and here come the flags as Green was hit in the end zone by Aaron Gethers before the ball got there. Gethers, a Boston College transfer, clearly with the interference, and the Tar Heels are going to get 15 yards out of it.
Boy, how do you like the arm on number 6, Jones? Boy, he stepped back, caught the ball, threw it on a rope, perfect spiral downfield. And one of the things Phil Longo has raved about Jacoby Criswell so much about is that he's got a powerful arm, but he's also a great athlete. You know, usually you got one or the other, but this kid has got both of them.
Number 11 dual threat quarterback, according to the 247 recruiting rankings. Had more than 8,000 career yards between passing and rushing in high school, and he runs here on this play just to get back. Did good work just to get back to the line of scrimmage. No gain in total. It'll be 2nd and 10.
He committed to Tar Heels originally in June of 19 because of his relationship with Phil Longo, going back to Longo being at Ole Miss. But boy, a late surge by Auburn and Arkansas after Sam Pittman got the job gave him second thought, but in the end, Jacoby still opted to come to Carolina, and we're glad he did.
DJ Jones remains in there at running back, standing next to Criswell in the shotgun. 10 seconds on the play clock. Heels up 42-3. Criswell will empty out the backfield. He's going to pitch it down the field. Boy, rockets it to Morales, who brings it in between the hash marks inside the 15, and there's that arm strength again. That was not a real big window. There were a couple Western defenders in the area, but they didn't want anything to do with the fastball from Criswell. That's going to gain 11 and be a first down to the 13 for the Heels. So 1st and 10 from the 13. Carolina up 42-3, trying to get in the end zone with some reserves here. Western crowding the line of scrimmage. Snap a little low. Criswell picks it up, hands to DJ Jones. Jones to the 5, spun down at the 1. The freshman almost hitting the end zone for the first time. He gets 12 out of it as it is.
Boy, you like his speed and quickness, Jones, just darting through the middle of the line like that.
Kieran Johnson is the center for the Heels right now. He'll crouch over the ball on 1st and goal from the 1. Good clean snap to Criswell this time, but flags come down. I think it's
prior to the snap, false start, number 76, offense, 5-yard penalty, still first down.
Now that's William Barnes, and moves it back from 1st and goal at the 1 to 1st and goal at the 6. 1:56 to go third quarter. So that O-line right now, Awesome Richards still in at left tackle. Left guard is Jonathan Adorno, freshman out of Raleigh. Told you Kieran Johnson at center. McKeithen still playing at right guard, and William Barnes at right tackle. So that's 3 reserves, 2 starters on that O-line for the Heels. 1st and goal from the 6. Criswell will give it to DJ Jones. Runs over a man, but taken down short of the goal line. Knocked down at the 2. Ty Harris hanging on for dear life. You're right about DJ Jones, Lee. He's got some burst to him back there out of Pine Forest High School.
He's got some bursts, and what I'm thinking is give him another year with Brian Hess and A.J. Blue and John Heck and those guys, and put some more power on him, and he'll be able to turn these stops at the 1-yard line into pay dirt.
Got 3, so marked him officially down at the 3-yard line. 2nd and goal from the 3. Heels trying to add to the 42-3 lead. Criswell speed option. He's going to keep it himself. He lost the ball near the end of the play. Tar Heels jumped on it, and he may have been down as it was. DJ Jones jumped on it, and I do think they're going to say it was a fumble as Criswell was reaching out to try and cross the goal line with the ball. In doing so, he was hit by L.A. Rogers Anderson, a reserve safety for Western, which jarred the ball free, but Carolina jumps on it. So it's going to be 3rd and goal from the 2. 3 receivers in the formation. Have to think Carolina keeps it on the ground. They do to DJ Jones. And for the first time in his Tar Heel career, he finds the end zone for 6. So the rookie from Fayetteville makes it 48-3. And fun to see him get his first touchdown here in Kenan Stadium.
Nice work behind that offensive line there, Jones. Phil Longo said this week that he thinks Marcus McKeithen, who's still in at right guard, might be due for a breakout year next year. So he's next on his radar to be one of the next offensive linemen to be talked about at Carolina.
9 plays as now Noah Ruggles on to try the extra point for the Tar Heels, and he sends it through as he swings his leg through. Ruggles, of course, the top kicker for the Tar Heels a year ago, was 17 of 24 field goal wise, and now a perfect on his career, 46 of 46 on PATs. That makes it 49-3. Capping the 9-play, 50-yard drive for the Heels, 4:57 off the clock. A lot of runs on the drive, then a couple of flashes of Criswell's arm strength. And DJ Jones plows in from 2 yards out to cap it off.
Jones, we talked a lot about the seniors today, and it's always fun on this day to go back and look at the signing class of these kids who came in with them. Go back, let's remember guys like Jonah Melton, J.T. Cawthon, Jordan Riley, Antoine Branch, Malik Robertson, and Kane Roberts were just some other guys in that 2016 signing class. Just goes to show you how many things can happen to a signing class over the course of 4 or 5 years.
Kickoff bounces at the 1, picked up by Jones on the bounce for Western Carolina. Reggie Jones, he brings it down the near sideline as the Catamounts go left to right and gets out near the 20-yard line. He stepped out a little earlier than the play ended. They're going to say he stepped out back at the 18. The final hit was laid around the 25, but he had stepped out before them.
That freshman D-line is back in there, Jones, with Evans, Murphy, Pender, and Rucker. Wish I had a camera down on the field, get a picture of these guys and be able to post that, 2 or 3 years down the road with how these guys have evolved and where the defense is, say, in 2021 or 22.
Obi Egbuna in at one of the cornerback spots for the Tar Heels as Carolina continues to go reserve heavy as run to Makai Stanley left side goes nowhere. Kamen Rucker trips him up for no gain, maybe one, and that'll be the final play of the third quarter. So Tar Heels have gone to the reserves, and they add a touchdown to the lead. 49-3. Carolina heading to the fourth here in Kenan Stadium. 15 minutes of football to play here at home in the 2020 season, and it's coming up after this. From Learfield, IMG College.
Listening to this Allstate commercial about savings might be the hardest thing about getting those savings. Save for simply becoming an Allstate customer. Save more for adding DriveWise. And save even more for driving safely. Visit Allstate.com or contact your local agent for a quote today. Allstate. Minimum effort, maximum reward.
Not available in every state. New customer savings based on early signing discount. DriveWise is an optional feature. Savings vary based on how you buy. Subject to terms and conditions. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
From star athletes to super fans, UNC Health is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds. For you, the latest advancements in our greatest expertise are always in play to deliver personalized care with the utmost compassion. It's the kind of care that keeps champions like you and your family in the game when it matters the most. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
This is Carolina football on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
Tar Heel fans, when shopping for your game day celebrations, don't forget to pick up your favorite variety of Lay's potato chips and Tostitos to tailgate like the Tar Heels. Tostitos and Lay's are an essential part of the game day tradition and a proud partner of Carolina athletics. Whether you are at Kenan Stadium or hosting Heels fans at home, make sure Lay's and Tostitos are a part of your Tar Heels game day ritual. Go Heels! Lee's 24-hour Towing is family-owned and operated since 1995. We provide fast and reliable towing, recover service, and roadside assistance for Durham and Orange counties in North Carolina. No matter the day or time, our dispatchers can schedule service, and our towing operators are happy to assist your needs. Our promise is to offer fair and affordable pricing for all of our towing and recovery services. Our well-trained and certified operators will provide you with the highest level of customer service experience. Lee's 24-hour Towing, preferred hauler of Carolina football equipment.
Have you been injured in an auto accident and need to know your rights? Dial 919 all fours. Have you been hurt at work? Do you know if you're getting every single workers' compensation benefit within your rights? Dial 919 all fours. Fighting for disability benefits and need someone in your corner? Dial 919 all fours. Have you been injured by a prescribed medication? Dial 919 all fours. For all injuries and disability questions, call Hardison and Cochran Attorneys at Law. 919 all fours.
Heading to the fourth quarter here in Kenan Stadium. Tar Heels have been in control since the beginning today against Western Carolina. 49-3 the score. Catamounts have the football, 2nd and 9 from their own 19-yard line. Brought to you in part today by the College Foundation of North Carolina. Visit cfnc.org for everything you need to plan, apply, and pay for college this season, now in an updated format. Carolina now with 492 yards of offense. Western with 204 through 3 quarters of play, and an open receiver at the 30-yard line. Clayton Bardall, reserve line or tight end, made the catch. Big hit by Biggers, but it is a gain of 13 to the 32-yard line and a first down for Western Carolina.
Jones Tar Heels have these big navy blue capes that cover their shoulder pads and their entire bodies, and a lot of the first team guys now are draping those capes and on the shady side of the sideline where it's getting pretty cold this afternoon.
Kadri Jackson makes the stop on the first down run by Makai Stanley. It is a gain, though, of 5 from the big running back. He's, as we mentioned earlier, big guy, 6'2", 235, just as a freshman. And he'll bring up 2nd and 5. So Tar Heels on their way to going to 7-3 with a big date with Miami next week. Hurricanes play later today at Duke. That's a part of the jumbled ACC schedule here late in the year. That was not a game on the schedule originally, just got added recently. It's Western moving players around a bunch here. Everybody gets tight to the line, and they'll hand off. Good tackle coming in there. Eugene Asante trips up the running back, who again was Stanley for Western. And he gets 3. That'll bring up 3rd down. So big date next week. Again, we'll find out the time of that matchup tomorrow between the Tar Heels and the Hurricanes.
And interestingly, Jones, that could be a preliminary game to the same area back to South Florida, because the Capital One Orange Bowl is contractually obligated to take the highest ACC team available outside of the college football playoff. And as that's Clemson and Notre Dame together, that could set up Carolina, if it could beat Miami and finish 3rd in the league, to have that spot.
Throwing on 3rd down and completing it for the first down is Will Jones. He finds his tight end Kosinski. Owen Kosinski, 3rd-team FCS All-America a couple years ago. He set down against the Tar Heel zone right at the 44-yard line and gets the catch for the first. Catamounts now 4 of 12 on 3rd down today.
And that Orange Bowl is set for January 2nd, Jones, at Hard Rock Stadium, the same venue the Tar Heels will be in next Saturday against the Miami Hurricanes.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see what happens with bowl season this year. We've seen some bowls bow out, including several that had ties with the ACC, as a handoff again to Stanley. Nowhere to go, as Kamen Rucker and Kevin Hester both in there on the hit for the Tar Heels. A couple new players out there, too. Christian Varner, redshirt freshman from Hiram, Georgia, is on the defensive front for Carolina as well. First time we've seen him in the action today. But Sun Bowl bowed out. Pinstripe Bowl won't happen. Holiday Bowl, which the ACC was in its first year of an agreement with, it is not going to occur either. So have to hold our breath and see which bowls actually happen, as another nice defensive play by Kamen Rucker. The freshman knifes into the backfield and takes down Stanley for a loss back to the 41. So, Lee, we have seen the freshman from Hartwell, Georgia, Kamen Rucker, flash here a couple of times since he was called into duty.
Miles Murphy and Clyde Pender got a lot of the publicity and a lot of the notoriety, but Rucker was a 3-star out of Georgia who still has tremendous upside, and he's a very smart kid, a very disciplined young man, and he's got a great future ahead of him at Carolina.
3rd and 13 for Western. Tar Heels up 49-3 here early fourth quarter, and it's just going to be a quick bubble screen to the far side. It was caught, but with a ton of Tar Heel traffic around, Jacoby Quillen could only gain a couple. He gets back to the original line of scrimmage, a gain of 3. Jaquarius Conley, Kadri Jackson, Gio Biggers, all in the mix for the Tar Heels to help stop the play. So that should spark a punt, and it is going to be Austin Chestnut back to receive. Chestnut out of Reidsville, North Carolina, going through senior day today, and he was a terrific return man in high school. He tied the North Carolina state record for kick return touchdowns. And he's going to get an opportunity, maybe. Punt's not very good. Hits at the 25, and unfortunately, Chestnut's just going to have to leave the area. Ends up getting a great roll for the Catamounts inside the 10 and down to the 8. So the smart play by Austin Chestnut, I'm guessing the one he didn't want to make, though, but the right football play to get out of the way after a wobbler hit, and ends up, as I said, taking a positive roll for the Catamounts. Heels will have it at the 8.
He's saying, come on, man, give me a good punt. I mean, I'm not getting another opportunity here this career.
That's right. Give me just one, but unfortunately, didn't happen. Tar Heels will have the football at the 8. 10:02 to go. Big lead for Carolina from Learfield. IMG College.
Today tastes like game day at home. Like assigned couch seating. Tastes like coffee table dining. And an ice-cold Coke to cool down the heat. It tastes like the game you've waited for all week with friends you've known your whole life. Today tastes like watching football is supposed to. And it never tasted this good. Coca-Cola. Together tastes better.
Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. You can't drive safely unless driving has your full attention. Any non-driving activity you engage in increases your risk of crashing. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
When you're craving delicious, crunchy snacks, reach for the brand you grew up with, Utz. Delicious snacks like Utz Ripple, Wavy, or Kettle Classic chips, sourdough pretzels, or cheese curls. Utz snacks have been made by the same family for nearly 100 years. Cooked craft style with only the highest quality ingredients and delivered quickly for the freshest snacks ever. Utz Snacks. Freshness you can hear and authentic flavor you can taste with a satisfying crunch. Everyone loves Utz.
Carolina's going to have the football going from left to right early fourth quarter. 10:02 to play. Heels up big 49-3, and Carolina continues to play some reserves. Jace Reuter, the redshirt sophomore, so third year of eligibility, actually going through senior day today from Norton, Kansas, will be the quarterback. Elijah Green, 6-foot freshman from Roswell, Georgia, will be the running back. Wide left, Justin Olson. Wide right is Tylee Kraft for the Tar Heels, a freshman receiver. And Austin Chestnut will be in the slot. But Carolina keeps it on the ground with Green, and good hard running by that youngster out to the 20 as he came over right side for a gain of 12 and a first down. Also some reserves, Lee, on the offensive line, too.
Elijah Green, an interesting story, Jones, out of Roswell, Georgia. His dad, Victor, played 11 years with the New York Jets. Loved the family atmosphere here at Carolina after offers from Virginia, Missouri, and Michigan State, among others.
Caden Baker now in the game at the offensive line. Another handoff to Green, and big contact for the rookie as he headed down the field. Ends up gaining 7 to the 27-yard line. Tar Heels up 49-3. Quentin Talley with the tackle for Western Carolina. Trying to look at the rest of the offensive line here for the Tar Heels. Wyatt Tunall, redshirt freshman from Chester, South Carolina, is at left guard. Still Q Johnson at center as Green will get the call again and stood up after a gain of 2. It'll be 3rd and 1. Also new tight end in the game, Kendall Carr, freshman from Belmont, North Carolina. Rest of the O-line, Jonathan Adorno at right guard and Barnes at right tackle. So a bunch of reserves out there for the Heels for this 3rd down play. It'll be 3rd and about 1.5 yards for Carolina. Heels up 49-3, 8:34 to go, 4th quarter. Chestnut comes in motion. Reuter going to swing it to him, and Chestnut gets the first down. Crosses the 30, and the senior from Reedsville squirts out to the 32 to move the sticks.
Jace Reuter, a big recruiting catch for the Tar Heels 3 years ago out of Norton, Kansas. Picked Carolina over Florida State, among others. So he and Cade Fortin came in together, and you just wonder what either of their careers might have been if not for those unfortunate injuries, those freak injuries early in the 2018 season.
Now Reuter came in, drove the Tar Heels down the field against Georgia Tech for a touchdown, but also was injured on the play. He's going to keep it here, pulling it and wrapping around the left side for a good chunk of yards with his legs. And Jace, always known as a good athlete, good runner, in addition to his ability to throw the ball, and showed off the wheels there for a gain of 4. And Lee, correct me if I'm wrong, Reuter hurt his shoulder in the middle of that drive against you and still threw for a touchdown, just flashing the toughness a little bit as he threw for a score in that drive against the Jackets. But then unfortunately that was his only action due to the injury. Josh Henderson back in. He gets the handoff from Reuter and plows ahead to the 43 over the left side. That's a gain of 7 and a first down.
Get a nice array of visibility from Josh Henderson, DJ Jones, and Elijah Green this afternoon. So that's nice to see. And I'm sure we'll see British Brooks here before it's over with, a non-scholarship player who's just been a key guy in practicing on special teams over his career out of Ashbrook High.
Clock melting away. It's at 6:59. Tar Heels led 42-3 at halftime. Have played exclusively subs in the second half, and they're up 49-3. Reuter trying the quick hitter to the near side. That was Mason Lawrence, the intended receiver, who's going through senior day today from San Antonio, Texas. You may have heard we've got the coaching box to our right, and they got excited because Lawrence was open with some blockers in front. That would have been his first career catch, and he may have had a while to go had he been able to make it. Reuter was hurried a bit with some pressure coming, and the throw just off the mark. 2nd and 10. Reuter out of the shotgun, and he'll keep it on the ground. Boy, a lot of space for Green, who slips through a tackle. He's into Western territory before he's dropped down at the 42-yard line. So the Heels continue to move down the field with the 46-point lead. It'll be 1st and 10 at the Catamount 42.
Malik McGowan, big number 64 out of Charlotte High School, another big recruiting catch for Mac Brown's class coming into this year. It's good to see him out there and getting some experience this afternoon as well.
That's now 36 yards rushing for Elijah Green, the freshman from Roswell, Georgia, one of multiple players that have had the opportunity to carry the football today for the Heels. He's still in the backfield. Now he's going to empty out of it as Reuter is hit from behind and loses the football, scooped up by the Catamounts, and they're going to take it back for a touchdown. Trevor Childers hit Reuter from behind as he cocked to throw, and then Nigel Manns, a freshman from Byron, Georgia, scooped it up and took it back for 6 to get Western Carolina in the end zone for the first time today. 49-9 with the extra point coming.
Just a fraction away from being an incomplete pass, Jones. His arm was back. He was cocking, but he had not yet started to move it forward. So it was indeed a fumble.
So Western will try to get a little bit closer here with 5:56 to go. That stops what had been a nice drive by the Tar Heel bench players, as the extra point is no good. The snap was really low. And then the PAT by Richard McCollum was hooked low and left and didn't have much a chance to go in. And it didn't. So 49-9 the score with 5:56 to play. Western gets the fumble return touchdown to find the end zone for the first time. Carolina will be receiving the kickoff after this. 5:56 to go from Learfield, IMG College.
This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. And as a parent, I know nothing is more important than the safety of our children. More than 22% of teen-involved crashes per year in North Carolina are the result of distracted driving. Help protect our teenage drivers by ensuring they practice safe driving habits and avoid distracted driving. Always encourage your teens to put down the phone while driving and lead by example. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/Go Heels.
This is your radio home for the Tar Heels on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
Right now, you can get 5 cents off every gallon of fuel every day. That's 5 cents off every gallon with Make It Count rewards from Marathon. Plus, you can earn points for additional savings on fuel, airfare, hotels, and more. It's quick and easy to join. Just visit makeitcount.com/radio or download the free app. So start saving today with Make It Count from Marathon. Offer valid only at participating Marathon locations. Marathon, fueling the American spirit.
The expert dental care from UNC you trust to keep you healthy has a new name, Carolina Dentistry. As the first dental school in North Carolina, the UNC Adams School of Dentistry has been putting patients first since 1952. That's why we're first in care, for the people, and that's something to smile about. Visit carolinadentistry.org to learn more and become a patient today.
Western Carolina gets the fumble return touchdown. It's going to be officially 42 yards on the return by Nigel Manns. Again, it was Trevor Childers, a senior from Lincolnton and East Lincoln High School, who came in and made the hit. By the way, the same high school Chas Surratt went to. He's the one who made the hit on Reuter. Not much Jace could have done. He was cocking back in the action, ready to throw, and was just hit right in the back. One of those tough ones to hold on to the football at that point. Bounced nicely for Western, and a good play by Manns, the rookie, to run it back for the score. So first time Western's been in the end zone, 49-9. Now the score, Carolina on top. Hey, do you know that right now Geico's offering an extra 15% on car, motorcycle, and RV policies? That's on top of what Geico could already save you. What are you waiting for? Visit geico.com to learn more. So kickoff on the way. And it is a little bit of a sky kick, kind of an in-between kick by Western, but fielded by the Tar Heels' DJ Jones, and he has room to return, spins forward over the 40, and will give Carolina a pretty decent starting field position here at around the 42 or 43. We need to take another break. 5:51 to play. Carolina on its way to a victory and has been in control since the start. Farm Bureau scoreboard reads 49-9 Carolina from Learfield, IMG College.
At Steel, we're proud that much of our legendary gasoline-powered outdoor equipment, from trimmers to chainsaws, is built right here in America. Working as hard as you do to get the job done. Steel is not sold at Lowe's or the Home Depot. Pick up at over 9,000 local Steel dealers. Real Steel. Find yours at SteelDealers.com. The majority of Steel gasoline-powered units sold in the United States are built in the United States from domestic and foreign parts and components. Lowe's and the Home Depot are trademarks of their respective companies.
This is Carolina football on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
Have you been injured in an auto accident and need to know your rights? Dial 919 all fours. Have you been hurt at work? Do you know if you're getting every single workers' compensation benefit within your rights? Dial 919 all fours. Fighting for disability benefits and need someone in your corner? Dial 919 all fours. Have you been injured by a prescribed medication? Dial 919 all fours. For all injuries and disability questions, call Hardison and Cochran Attorneys at Law. 919 all fours.
It's fall, and that means the competition is on for the best tailgate at home. Let Cruisers stock all your food and beverages for your next home gate, garage gate, yard gate, heck, even a balcony gate. Cruisers is your quick one-stop shop for cold beer and drinks, hot food, fresh grab-and-go items, and game-time snacks. Show us how you home gate with Cruisers. Share a pic on Cruisers' Facebook page, and one legendary home gator will win a $50 Exxon gas card. Cruisers, let's go.
5:51 to play. Tar Heels 49, Western Carolina 9, and we're going to have another quarterback in the game. Jefferson Boaz is going to enter the action for the first time this season for the Tar Heels. He's going to be the quarterback as the Heels try to salt this thing away. They've led the whole time, up 49-9. Boaz, big tall guy. He's at nearly 6'7". He's listed at 6'6.5", 245 pounds. Freshman from Pilot Mountain, North Carolina, and East Surrey High School. And he's going to throw. Dumps it off to Kendall Carr near side, and Carr gets a couple of yards. The freshman tight end ends up gaining 3 on the play.
Jefferson is the son of Jay Boaz, who was a kicker under Mac Brown in the mid-1990s. One of several father-son combinations here. Jones, we've got Jeffrey and Jeff Saturday, Will and Pat Crowley, Parks and Luther Cochran, Christopher and Corey Holliday.
Boaz was named the North Carolina High School Association Male Athlete of the Year as a senior. He had a really successful high school campaign as he hands off to British Brooks, who pounds his way forward, always physical when British Brooks gets into the game. Boaz has high school teammate Stephen Gosnell is a reserve wide receiver for the Tar Heels.
Boaz recruited as a tight end by many programs, and but he wanted to play quarterback, so Phil Longo and Mac Brown said they would give him a shot to see what he could do at quarterback. And I mentioned all those father and son combinations, Jones. There is yet another father-son combination that will join next year. Can't say his name because he's not yet officially signed, but son of a former Tar Heel quarterback who himself is a 5-star quarterback prospect out of Charlotte.
3rd and 4. Boaz hands off to British Brooks, and Brooks won't be denied the first down. Was hit a yard shy, but continued to churn forward through the tackle attempt of Willie Hampton and gets the first. So as Tar Heels have it at the Western 48, moving from left to right with the big lead, 49-9, and 4:07 still to go. Lots of reserves in the game. Landon Stevens, a wide receiver, split out wide right. Gray Goodwin is in the slot right. And out wide left for Carolina is Carson Burgess, a sophomore from Greensboro, as British Brooks going to get the handoff. Tried to pop it to the outside wide left and just nowhere to go. That one was blown up early by the Catamounts. Ball will move back over to the Tar Heel side of the 50 to the 48 as it'll be a loss of 4, 2nd and 14 on the way.
If the Tar Heels could get one more first down, Jones, after a couple more plays, they could probably stretch this drive out the rest of the game.
Micah Nelson, Willie Hampton, both involved in the hit for Western Carolina, and Heels keep it on the ground. I think that is Elijah Green back in. Need to double check it. Yeah, it is Green, the freshman from Roswell, Georgia, moves the pile up to the Western 49 for a gain of 3. And so it will be 3rd and 11 for Carolina. See if Boaz throws it here on 3rd and long. Will Crowley, a wing on the left side of the line for the Tar Heels. As Boaz, even on 3rd and long, will keep it on the ground with the big lead late. Handoff to DJ Jones. Gets to the 46 for a gain of 3. And we'll see if the Heels send out the punt unit or if they're going to go for it here. And here comes Ben Kiernan. So a little different day for Kiernan. Last week he had to punt 7 times against Notre Dame, averaged nearly 51 yards per punt, including a season long of 62. This will be just his second punt today, and they've both come in the second half once the Tar Heels have emptied the bench. Kiernan jogging out to the right. He could fake this if he wanted, but elects to go ahead and kick it down the field. Hits at the 6 and going to be downed, I believe, or did Carolina end up in the end zone for a touchback? Nope, they downed it at the half-yard line. What a kick by Kiernan, and a good job by the coverage team for the Tar Heels. So Western's going to be pinned way back when we come back. 1:51 to go. Kiernan, 45-yard punt, and puts it right on the lip of the cup. Heels up big. Going to finish this thing off after this break from Learfield, IMG College.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Justice, Rosenbluth, LT, Jordan, Hansbrough, Geo. This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. Certain names in Tar Heel athletics resonate across generations, bringing to mind an unmatched commitment to excellence. When someone mentions Smith's Drugs of Forest City, I think of a similar commitment to excellence. Since 1939, Smith's Drugs has served Rutherford County with the highest quality customer service and care. The friendly staff at Smith's Drugs not only provides you with prompt service, they give you the individual attention needed to understand your medication and how it works. This same level of care is exhibited by the staff in the Smith's Drugs Home Medical Equipment Department. And don't forget about the old-fashioned soda fountain, where you'll be served up the best pimento cheese sandwich in North Carolina. Call on Smith's Drugs of Forest City at 828-245-4591, located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City, where they've been putting the customer first since 1939.
The rookies come in and rush for 43 yards here late in the game, so he and DJ Jones and others have showed well. Also, tip of the cap to Western Carolina. They forced 3 turnovers today. They've only played 3 games here in the fall. They have forced 9 turnovers in those 3 games, so they've been active defensively in that regard. And then finally, what a great kick by Kiernan. I mentioned as the play was occurring, he could have faked that. It was one of those roll-out rugby punts Western had cleared out. Kiernan could have run had he wanted to. Of course, when you're up by 40 with 2 minutes left, no sense in rubbing it in, and so he went ahead and just did what he does best, and that's pinned the other team back deep. Good coverage by the Tar Heels as well to down it at the 1, and so Western will have to start with his back against the wall.
Jones, let's appreciate Sam Howell after seeing Jacoby Criswell with that interception that could have been a pick 6 if not for the blocking infraction and the fumble that was picked up, the scoop and score after the Jace Reuter fumble.
Handoff up the middle, and it's going to be positive yards and a good chunk of yards for Western Carolina, as crossing over the 15 is Makai Stanley. He gets to the 17. Tar Heels have gone even deeper into the reserves. Jake Harkleroad is on the field and made the tackle on that play. Also, William Robertson, a redshirt freshman from Austin, Texas, is on the field. Just trying to take a look. Cedric Gray, talented young freshman, is out there. Christopher Holliday, son of Corey Holliday, is out there on D as well, as Kason Link will keep it himself from the QB spot for Western. And with 1 minute left, bring up 2nd and about 8 as he advanced it to the 19-yard line. So Tar Heels up big, 49-9, and finishing this thing off. Alex Nobles on the defensive front for Carolina, as is Lacine Toure, a sophomore from Newark, New Jersey. Cameron Roseman Sinclair in the secondary. He had an interception against State earlier in the year. Val Edwards, the other safety, a redshirt freshman from Raleigh. So Tar Heels getting everybody out on the field. Swing pass to the near side and big hit at about the 21. That is Christopher Holliday, the freshman from Chapel Hill who made the big stop. Be a gain of just 2 on the play. It'll stop the clock with the play finishing out of bounds with 22 seconds left.
Speaking of big hits, Jones, it was good to see Patrice Renee come back out of the locker room after getting some attention after his big hit earlier in the quarter and getting his bell rung. So hopefully he'll be no worse for the wear and good to go tomorrow when prep starts for Miami.
Jalen Brooks is also on the field defensively for Carolina at one of the linebacker spots, a freshman from Knightdale. 22 seconds left to go. Pressure coming off the edge as Link is just going to run on the design QB sneak up to the 30. And that may be the last play with just 10 seconds left to go. Tar Heels going to finish off their home campaign in style. 2 seconds, 1 second, and Western's going to get one more play. And Link is dropped in the backfield by Christian Varner to finish things off. So from the very start, Carolina dominates Western Carolina today. Heels lead 42-3 at halftime. And after emptying the bench in the second half, get the victory by the final score of 49-9 here in Kenan Stadium. So the Heels dominate on Senior Day. We'll parcel our way through the stats, give you our player of the game, play of the game, and more. Stations, we owe you one in-game commercial break. We'll take that, come back here quickly, and then send it to our post-game inventory after that. As you would expect, it was all Tar Heels today. 49-9, the final score here in Kenan Stadium from Learfield. I am Gene Collins.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
180 over 111, and I had a stroke. I couldn't speak or walk.
This is high blood pressure. Get back on your plan. Go to loweryourhbp.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
WCAB.
And an ice-cold Coke to cool down the heat. It tastes like the game you've waited for all week with friends you've known your whole life. Today tastes like watching football is supposed to. And it never tasted this good. Coca-Cola. Together tastes better.
What does Julie, who runs a thriving local business, have in common with the starting quarterback? Well, they both know how to hustle. As a small business owner, you rise before the sun and push till well after it sets. Outpace and defy expectations. Every quarterback needs a great team. UPS is here to support the hustle with tools and expert advice to help you be unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics partner of Carolina Athletics.
This is Carolina football on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
Don't put away your golf clubs, Tar Heels. There's plenty of golf to be played on the Tar Heel package at Pine Needles, Mid Pines, and Southern Pines Golf Club. Play 3 of the top courses in North Carolina with unlimited golf, accommodations, and breakfast starting at just $145. Take on your choice of 3 Donald Ross courses, one of which will host the 2022 U.S. Women's Open Championship. Call Pine Needles, Mid Pines, and Southern Pines Golf Club at 800-747-7272 and ask about the Tar Heel package. Rates per person, double occupancy, 2-night minimum, taxes not included.
This holiday season at Dunkin', we're cheersing to all with drinks that will really get you into the holiday spirit, like the signature peppermint mocha latte, the signature gingerbread latte, and the new chai oat milk latte. Whether you're visiting friends or getting the whole family together on a video call. Now, if some of them could just find the mute button. That's better. Bring the cheers in with holiday-inspired drinks from Dunkin' and make this season a little extra special. And now you can send a virtual cheers in via the Dunkin' app with an e-gift card. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer.
Dave Nathan welcoming you into the Coca-Cola post-game report. Carolina races out to a 42-3 halftime lead on Western and closes 49-9 winners. We'll update you on the rest of the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard after we pause 10 seconds for a station ID down the lines on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
You're listening to Tar Heel football on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, the best of both worlds, WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Carolina gets the 49-9 win over Western Carolina on the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. One other ACC game is in progress right now. Notre Dame has jumped out to a 3-0 first quarter lead on Syracuse. 6 minutes to go in the first quarter from South Bend. Elsewhere around the top 25, 12 minutes to play in the fourth quarter from East Lansing. Number 4, Ohio State, 38, Michigan State, 7. Good one brewing down on the plains. Well, at least it was brewing. Texas A&M has just kicked a field goal to now go up 31-20 on Auburn. Just over a minute to play in that matchup. It looks like A&M will get the W and improve to 7-1 and still very much in the mix for a possible berth in the college football playoff. All right, number 15, Oklahoma State, tight with TCU right now with 13.5 to play in the ballgame. 22-21 Cowboys leading the Horned Frogs in Fort Worth. Rice pitching a shutout at number 21, Marshall. It's 20-0 with 3:19 left to go in the fourth quarter. Marshall unbeaten at 7-0 coming into this game. Rice just 1-2, but it looks like Rice will spring the big upset again, up by 20 late in the game. That's all the action right now on the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. We'll come back and hopefully hear from the coach of the Tar Heels, who's just won his 7th game of the season. It's Carolina 49, Western Carolina 9 from Learfield IMG College.
It's bow time.
So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of GAS. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea.
It's bow time.
Whether it's 12 miles to the Pee Wee football comeback of a lifetime, 80 miles to your first hole-in-one, or more like 8 shots to the first hole. Whether it's 240 back road miles to sleeping under the stars, or just a few blocks to the grocery store, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you. For quality fuel through every mile, fill up at Marathon.
Have you been injured in an auto accident and need to know your rights? Dial 919 all fours. Have you been hurt at work? Do you know if you're getting every single workers' compensation benefit within your rights? Dial 919 all fours. Fighting for disability benefits and need someone in your corner? Dial 919 all fours. Have you been injured by a prescribed medication? Dial 919 all fours. For all injuries and disability questions, call Hardison and Cochran Attorneys at Law. 919 all fours.
As North Carolina goes back to school and to work, let Janney King Professionals ensure your facility is properly cleaned and disinfected for your employees, students, and customers. Our fogging and electrostatic disinfection services use EPA-approved disinfectants that mitigate pathogens at the cellular level and are safe in all applications. For schools, food services, hospitals, and office buildings, call Janney King at 919-852-1555 or go to JanneyKingRDU.com.
Owning an LS tractor is about a lot of things.
For me, it's about lift capacity.
It's about the hydraulics.
Owning an LS, it's about how well it's made.
Steel, baby. More features.
Standard features.
It's about the land, making it better.
Having something to pass down.
It's about owning the best.
Find your local LS dealer at lstractorusa.com and see what it's about for you.
$49-9. Tar Heels top Western Carolina today in a game that Carolina really grabbed control of from the very beginning. Tar Heels led 42-3 at halftime and then completely emptied the bench offensively early in the second half, and then about midway second half had a full reserve defense out on the field as well and end up winning it by 40. Again, 49-9 the final score. Carolina finishes with 540 yards of total offense. They had 424 at halftime, but again, after going to some reserves, as you would expect, the number slowed down. But 540 yards of offense for the Heels, 309 passing, 231 on the ground, and 31 first downs for Carolina. Tar Heels had the ball 28 minutes and 16 seconds, were 5 of 8 on third down, 1 of 1 on fourth down, and 4 of 4 in the red zone. Meanwhile, Western Carolina finishes with 253 yards, 137 rushing, 116 passing, and had 13 first downs. Catamounts held the ball for 31 minutes and 44 seconds, were 5 of 14 on third down, 0 of 2 on fourth down, 0 of 1 in the red zone. Individual numbers, Michael Carter only played the first half, had 8 carries for 73 yards and 3 touchdowns. Elijah Green, one of the rookie running backs for Carolina, was the second leading rusher with 43 yards. He played a bunch in the fourth quarter for the Heels. Also, DJ Jones had 31 yards rushing and a touchdown, the freshman from Pine Forest High School out of Fayetteville. Meanwhile, passing the football, Sam Howell only played the first half, was 20 of 23, 287 yards and 2 touchdowns. Also ran the ball 2 times for 41 yards. Jacoby Criswell came in the second half. He was 2 of 3 passing, 16 yards, did have an interception in the game. All right, we have the head coach of the Tar Heels, Hall of Famer Mack Brown, joining us on the telephone for the Continental Tire Coach's Corner, brought to you by Continental Tire. And, Coach, great to be with you again. Thank you so much for the call. Congratulations on the win. And seems like your team did what you wanted it to do, and that's take control of this one early, execute at a high level in the first half, and then give you a chance to play some reserves in the second half. How was it from your view on the sideline?
Jones, I thought it was perfect. I thought we started a little bit soft on defense. We were too high, and the guys woke up and started playing with lower pads and stopped the run. And then we dominated the first half like we should have. And we in my coaching career, I have never started the third quarter without the first team in there. But we felt like this was an opportunity to play some guys before it got out of control. And the guys played hard. I thought they worked at it. We got a lot of work to do with the young ones. We're playing so many young ones on defense. When you get more in there, you're really young. But I think we tried really hard to make sure that everybody on the bench got to play. And that was really, really important today. It was a senior day. It's the way these games, when you have better players than the other team, are supposed to go. It's the way our Mercer game went last year. And it's a step forward with your program. It's what you're supposed to do. And I'm proud that we did the things we need to do. And Western Carolina will be a competitive team in their league.
Coach, I wanted to ask you about Senior Day. I know it wasn't the type of ceremony before the game that you normally have because the guys, of course, would have loved to have their parents down on the field. I know you would have loved for them to have that opportunity, but still felt like a really nice moment for the individual 16 who were honored, had some nice messages from their families up on the video board, and just a group that I know is really important to you and important to Carolina football.
Yes, it's Senior Day for everybody is really emotional. It is the last time that these young people will ever play in Kenan Stadium, and that's a great thing that they've all graduated. It's a tough thing that they will never play here again, and it's emotional for me. You hope that you've prepared them for the next step as a coach in a program, and these guys are even more special because they were recruited by Coach Fedora. They hung in there with us. They accepted all the changes that we had. They stepped up as leaders, and they're the reason that we're moving forward so quickly in this program. So really, really proud of them. I thought it was a great touch that their parents got to speak to them on the Jumbotron. But before we started, I thought it was really cool when they sang together, and the crowd was really receptive. And a lot of good football players will be leaving. So I thought it was a touching moment to say thank you to them in an appropriate way, the best way that we can do it during COVID.
Coach, one of those really good football players leaving is Michael Carter. He scored 3 touchdowns today for you. And Lee and I had the opportunity a little bit during the broadcast just to talk about Michael's impact on your team, both on the field, of course, but off the field, and how highly his teammates speak of him, how highly the coaches speak of him and his importance to your program. And great to see him have so much success here in his final game in Kenan Stadium.
Yes, Michael's probably been as important to me personally outside of football as anyone on our team, because I would go to him and ask him the pulse of the team, and when we fought through some tough COVID conversations, and should we be practicing, should we not, do you trust us, do you trust the doctors, is this something you want to do? Because if our players had said they didn't want to play, then we would not have played. And if we ever thought at any point it wasn't healthy for them, we would not have played. So Michael was the one that I called first. And when there was the social injustice issues that popped up, and a lot of people all over the country, some protesting, some saying they're not going to play, some missing practices, Michael was the one I went to first to say, help me with what you think and what this team thinks, and give me the pulse of this team. And he's one of the hardest workers. He's one of the most successful seniors we have. So he's a guy that they all listen to. And we'll really miss Michael. On the field, it's obvious, but people just can't imagine how much we'll miss him off the field.
Coach, just 2 more things before we let you go, and it's Mac Brown inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner after the Tar Heels take care of business today in Kenan against Western Carolina. The final score 49-9. Coach, you were able to play a bunch of young guys. You mentioned, Tar Heels already playing a bunch of young guys, particularly on defense, but got a chance to see Elijah Green and DJ Jones at that running back position, and Josh Anderson as well, and those guys showed something here today. Ran hard, and DJ Jones had a touchdown, Elijah Green over 40 yards rushing, and you have the potential to lose a lot at that running back position, so exciting to see some of those young guys get the opportunity.
Yes, we're lucky, Jones. We see that every day in practice, and we're excited about the future. Plus, we've got some committed that we feel like are going to be really good too. So we're losing one great one for sure. Obviously, Javante will have to make a decision, and we want him to do what's best for him. So we will give him all the possible information we can, as accurately as we can, to make sure that he and his family get to do what's best for them. But we've got some good young ones coming on in a lot of different positions, and this program's in great shape. And we've got 2 more games. We won 7 last year. We're already at that point, and we've got 2 more for sure. And then we're in a position where we've got 12 new enrollees coming in January. So it'll be really fun to watch them this spring.
Coach, that next one on your docket is Miami next week. Don't know the time of that one just yet, but, of course, it will be on the road and potentially a lot on the line for the Tar Heels in that game. So really finishing off the year with an important ball game, and I know one that you're excited for and a big opportunity for your team.
Yes, we had an opportunity to step up on the national level last weekend, and we did it for a half. We couldn't finish. So this is another opportunity, depending on how Miami and Duke come out tonight, and people are expecting Miami to win. They'll still be a top 10 team next week, and it'll be another opportunity for us to go on a national level on the road, where we haven't played very well at times, and see how much we've grown up. So every step that we take now, Jones, is important, and any game that we lose is going to be critical and devastating, because I've been there, and that's where we're headed. So there's still it's fun to be at the end of the season and still have a lot on the line. This time last year, we had to beat NC State to go to a bowl with one game left. So we weren't even sure we were going to be bowl eligible. So now we know we're bowl eligible. We're fighting to get to one of the better bowls in the country against the top 10 team. So that should be a fun challenge for us next week.
Coming up next Saturday, Carolina at Miami. But for today, it is the Tar Heels 49, Western Carolina 9, the final in Keenan. Coach, thank you as always for your time, and look forward to talking with you this upcoming week.
Thanks, Jones.
That's Mac Brown inside the Continental Tire Coaches Corner, brought to you by Continental Tire. And whether you're looking for summer, all-season, or winter tires, Continental Tire has something to fit your needs. Visit ContinentalTire.com and find your ideal tire. Continental Tire, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics. We'll take a break, come back, we'll finish up some of those stats we were going through with you, plus we'll have player and play of the game. Brian Simmons is going to join us. We'll chat with Brian on the telephone, too. Tar Heels walk right past Western Carolina today. 49-9 the final from Learfield, IMG College.
How are you the ultimate UNC fan? Because I got this air horn installed in my throat. Pretty sick, right? Yes, you look really sick. What doctor would even do this? Doctor? I did this myself. I mean, I can't swallow whole food, but still. Wait, what? Just gotta plow through it. Hey, can I get a couple of soups up here? What about some chamomile tea?
Don't be that guy. Get a fan card. The smart way to be the ultimate Tar Heels fan. Just go to unccards.com.
This season, there's one thing I'm looking forward to. Yeah, that. And the great game day food. We can still celebrate big because I shop at Food Lion. Like topping my sliders with bacon and cheese, adding a twist to my guac with roasted tomatoes, turning up the heat on my hot wings with jalapeno poppers on the side, and I'll pick up some treats in the bakery.
Food Lion's got the fun and affordable food you need to keep your game day spirit high, because this is our home. And that's our Food Lion.
This is your radio home for the Tar Heels on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
Established in 1995, Lee's 24-Hour Towing is a family-owned and operated small business in Durham and Orange County, North Carolina. We have the equipment and experience to handle all size vehicles, whether it be your motorcycle, car, truck, SUV, family recreational vehicle, or even a tractor-trailer. We're prepared and available to upright, winch, and tow them all. We provide lockouts, jump starts, fuel deliveries, battery replacement on site with complete diagnostic equipment, and much more. Lee's 24-Hour Towing, preferred hauler of Carolina football equipment.
Tar Heel fans, when shopping for your game day celebrations, don't forget to pick up your favorite variety of Lay's potato chips and Tostitos to tailgate like the Tar Heels. Tostitos and Lay's are an essential part of the game day tradition and a proud partner of Carolina Athletics. Whether you are at Keenan Stadium or hosting Heels fans at home, make sure Lay's and Tostitos are a part of your Tar Heels game day ritual. Go Heels!
Post-game coverage continues now on the Tar Heels Sports Network. You're listening to the Coca-Cola post-game show. Coca-Cola, together tastes better. This is the Coca-Cola post-game show.
Carolina wins it 49-9. Now we've said this before on the Tar Heel Sports Network. We have the most unbelievable stat team possible. Jody Zoigner here with us on site. Adam Lucas helps us as well with stats from time to time in football and basketball. And how about this one? This one comes from Adam and his research, saying this is the 1,326th game in Carolina history, and it's the first time that the Tar Heels have won by the final score of 49-9. So unique score final today for the Tar Heels. We'll trust Adam on that one. Tar Heels win it by 40. And that 9 for Western Carolina is one All-State good hands field goal for the Catamounts, and then a scoop and score on a late fumble that they then missed the PAT to give you that 49-9 final. All right, Brian Simmons joining us on the telephone. And Brian, of course, our normal on-site analyst with COVID slowing everybody down this year. Brian's joining us in pregame and postgame. And Brian, Coach Brown said it early in his comments a moment ago that, this is what in this game that you would expect your team to do, that you want, if you're the Tar Heels in this scenario, to go out and control it from the beginning. That's exactly what happened, and gave Carolina the opportunity to do a lot of things in the second half, to let a lot of different players get some snaps and some different plays. And so all in all, a successful afternoon in Kenan Stadium.
Yeah, absolutely. And Coach Brown talked about it. Obviously, the number one objective was to win the football game. But after that, I would say it would be keep guys healthy and be able to play a lot of guys. And they've done that for the most part, with maybe the exception of Patrice Renee not being able to finish. Hopefully he'll be okay for next week. But other than that, I think everybody else stayed pretty clean. And it was good to see all those guys, seeing a bunch of different numbers today and a bunch of young guys on offense. It looked like everybody who played O-line got a chance to get out there and get some reps. And you spoke about it earlier, seeing the running backs, the young guys look like they run hard. So it was exciting, and it was a great opportunity, because you always want to see the guys who, those guys work hard in the weight room. They work hard in practice, giving the starters look for them to get rewarded and get some play time in Kenan Stadium.
Brian, anything from your point of view to take out of that first half for Carolina? I mean, the Tar Heels were the better team personnel-wise. I think everyone understood that going into this game. Anything of note from you in what the Tar Heels did in that first half? Again, they led it 42-3 at halftime of this one.
No, I mean, the offense did what they were supposed to do. They were supposed to go out there and dominate the line of scrimmage and basically score every time they step on the field. I mean, that sounds unfair, but looking at Western Carolina on tape, you felt like the offense had the ability to do that. Coach Brown spoke about the defense a little earlier being a little soft against the run. I thought that looking at the game on TV. I think they gave up 137 yards on the ground. Coach Bateman probably not going to like that number overall. But, all in all, they did what they were supposed to do. You have to give the guys over at Western Carolina some credit, too. They played hard the whole game. They have guys on scholarship, guys that love football and have some pride. So, they're going to be able to do some things. But I think all in all objectives were reached. And obviously that's winning the game, keeping guys healthy, and being able to play a lot of guys.
So, Brian, let's turn the page to next week. Miami's a different animal, of course. The Hurricanes have had a terrific year. Kind of easy to forget about them a little bit here at the end of the season, because they have not played in a couple of weeks due to COVID problems within their program. But, have a matchup with Duke tonight at 8 o'clock. And this is a team that's ranked number 10 in the college football playoff poll. Have a terrific quarterback and a mobile quarterback in De'Aaron King. That's something that has given Carolina trouble this year. And, Miami's going to have great athletes up and down the roster, because it's Miami, and then that's what they do. So, but a big opportunity next week, and it just feels like that game next week is going to help decide kind of how you feel about this year for Carolina, because a win there could really present something special for you bowl-wise if the Tar Heels are able to get it.
No question. Carolina with the UVA game and the Florida State game, I felt like overall for this season let a great opportunity slip, but those things have passed. And you get to go down to Miami and play a very good football team. And like you said, it's kind of the team in the ACC that's kind of been forgotten. But, with the new quarterback King coming in, he is a dynamic player from a skill set and leadership, and that's really what they needed for that team, because they have athletes all around the field. So they have a tight end who's dynamic. They're going to have speed at the running back and wide receiver position. They're going to be fast, physical, and athletic on defense. And the great thing about this is I remember when I was at Carolina, we had very good football teams. And for us, we really had only one opportunity per year to prove that we were a national team, and that was Florida State. And we were unable to do that every year. But Carolina, they lost against Notre Dame, but guess what? They get a chance to go into the building of a number 10 team, maybe even higher next week, and they have another opportunity to prove that they can play with the big boys, and that's what you want. You want multiple chances to be able to crack that nut, and Carolina gets that next week.
Carolina and Miami coming next week. Again, we don't know the time of that game just yet. We should find that out tomorrow as the ACC announces its times for next week. All the games for next week in the conference were put on a 6-day hold. Normally, we would already know the time of that game by now, but we will find out by tomorrow. Brian, man, thank you for your time. Look forward to talking with you again next week.
All right. Appreciate it, Jones. Y'all have a good week.
That's Brian Simmons. Carolina takes care of Western today, 49-9. We'll take a break, come back, get some of Lee's final thoughts on this soon, plus play and player of the game. By the way, you can help vote for the LS Tractor player of the game via Twitter after Tar Heel wins. It's at Jones Angel right there on my feed. Angel with 2 L's at the end. Gave you 4 choices today. Michael Carter, Sam Howell, Daz Newsome, or Kamen Rucker, who was all over the field defensively for the Heels. So you can help us choose that coming up as well. Heels win by 40 from Learfield IMG College.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we have a number of vaccines, including the Quad-Vac flu immunization at no cost with most insurance plans. If you have any concerns about the flu vaccination, please call our pharmacy and ask to speak to one of our pharmacists. We also have the Tdap, pneumococcal, and shingles vaccinations available. With COVID-19 continuing, we have masks, mask lanyards, hand sanitizers, disinfectant spray, and gloves while supplies last. Seating in our fountain is still limited to 65 patrons on a first-come, first-served basis. We are continuing to offer curbside pickup for the fountain and prescription pickup. Please utilize our drive-through prescription window at the back of the store. And remember that our back entrance is still closed to the public at this time. Please check our Facebook page for any updates on over-the-counter and gift shop items. Our home medical equipment department is ready to help you with any of your CPAP needs, mobility, bathroom safety, lift chairs, and any diabetic needs to include meters, test strips, and shoes. Please call us with any questions you may have about any of our services or message us on our Facebook page. We are located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City. Our phone number is 828-245-4591.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Hi, it's Jones Angel. Thanks for staying tuned to our friends here in Rutherford County. WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Your every game, home and away, on 106.1 FM Talk.
49-9, Carolina with the win over Western Carolina today. Wanted to finish up going through some of the stats from a moment ago. We had started telling you about the individual stats for Carolina. Again, Michael Carter, leading rusher with 73 and 3 touchdowns, only played the first half. Elijah Green, 43 yards. DJ Jones, 31 yards and a touchdown. Sam Howell, 41 yards rushing, 287 yards passing, and 2 touchdowns. Howell only had 3 incompletions all day, 20 of 23. He only played the first half. Daz Newsome, leading receiver, 6 catches, 82 yards, and a touchdown. Javonte Williams, 3 catches. Toe Groves had 3. Emory Simmons, a pair. And again, most of these names did not play in the second half. Leading tackler was Kamen Rucker. The freshman had 7 stops, including 2 for loss. Donovan Spencer, the leading rusher for Western, he had 52. Will Jones had 55 yards passing. Spencer was also the leading receiver for the Catamounts with 4 catches for 33 yards. Leading tackler was Trevor Childers. He had 9, including a sack and a tackle for loss. In some of the career and season stats that the Tar Heels continue to move up these charts, Sam Howell now tied for second all-time in career touchdown passes. He is up to 64 now, total touchdown passes in his career. The leader in that category is Darian Durant with 68. Howell has now tied Bryn Renner for second with 64. He's also now to fifth in a single season in passing yards. He was second last year. He is tied for fourth in touchdowns in a single season with 26. He set that record a year ago, and he is seventh in a single season in total offense. He was fourth last year. We mentioned during the action, Michael Carter is now sixth all-time in career rushing yards at Carolina. Daz Newsome is up to fourth in career catches and ninth in receiving touchdowns. And Javonte Williams now tied for second in season touchdowns rushing, tied for second in season touchdowns total and tied for third in total season points. So a lot of those guys moving up those career charts for the Heels. All right, let's get to our play of the game. It is brought to you by our friends at Coca-Cola, also the sponsors of our Coke postgame report. And a lot of touchdowns today for the Tar Heels, a lot of action in that first half. And we're just going to go right to the beginning when Michael Carter set the tone for the day with an early, easy score. And he'll keep it on the ground to Carter. A lot of space up the middle, 10-5 touchdown. Michael Carter right up the gut for 6. It's so funny. So many of the Tar Heel rushing scores today, 3 by Carter, 1 by Javonte Williams, even the DJ Jones touchdown. There just wasn't a whole lot of contact. Carolina was able to just rush right down Broadway there for the score, including that one, which is our Coke play of the game. Now let's get to our LS Tractor difference-making player of the game. Again, after wins, you can help us vote via Twitter, and we gave you 4 choices today. Michael Carter, who just, you heard, have that touchdown run. Sam Howell, big day in the first half. Daz Newsome and Kamen Rucker. And our LS Tractor difference-making player of the game is going to be Michael Carter. 73 yards rushing, 3 touchdowns for the senior, and our LS Tractor difference-making player of the game. The LS difference is about redefining what comes standard. LS gives you more standard features, more performance, more warranty, more satisfaction, all that more for less money. See the LS difference today. LS Tractor. That's the letter L, the letter S, tractorusa.com. All right, we're going to take another break. Come back. We'll get final thoughts from Lee, look ahead to next week, and then Dave's going to take you the rest of the way home. Heels win it by 40 from Learfield IMG College.
Hey Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2020 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
At Steel, we're proud that much of our legendary gasoline-powered outdoor equipment, from trimmers to chainsaws, is built right here in America. Working as hard as you do to get the job done. Steel is not sold at Lowe's or the Home Depot. Pick up at over 9,000 local Steel dealers. Real Steel. Find yours at steeldealers.com. The majority of Steel gasoline-powered units sold in the United States are built in the United States from domestic and foreign parts and components. Lowe's and the Home Depot are trademarks of their respective companies.
This is Carolina football on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
Duke Energy is honored to recognize 2020 social justice and racial equity grantee Cops and Barbers for their work to address social justice and racial equity in our communities. In addition, Duke Energy is committed to overcoming racism in our state and has pledged to offer an annual social justice and racial equity grant cycle in North Carolina. Visit duke-energy.com/racial equity to learn more.
For more than 30 years, Crumley Roberts has been caring like family, listening to learn and doing what's right as they stand up for you. This year more than ever, they are proud to support Carolina athletics and Tar Heels everywhere. Whether studying or teaching from home or on campus, we are all in this together as one Carolina family. Follow Crumley Roberts on Facebook and Instagram to find out how Tar Heels in the Crumley Roberts family are working to make a difference in the world today and how they continue to stand up for you. Go Crumley Roberts and go Heels.
Carolina football has been brought to you by Wells Fargo, official retail bank sponsor of Carolina Athletics. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. This is the Coca-Cola postgame show.
Finishing things up here from Keenan. Dave Nathan will finish up the Coke postgame report. Carolina Ford Dealers wrap-up show from back in our Tar Heel Sports Network studios. But Jones and Lee finishing things up here. And Lee, Carolina wins at 49-9 over Western Carolina. Tar Heels grab control of this from the very beginning and never really let go, winning this one pretty easily today. And nice way to finish up the home slate. Nice way to send the seniors out today and get a lot of guys some action in half number 2.
Well, Jones, 2 years in a row with a late-season game and against an FCS opponent. And as Mac Brown just said a few minutes ago, the Tar Heels did what they were supposed to do. 49 points, right out of the box from the first-team offense. 6 of 7, 49-point win over Mercer last year, 40-point win today. 6 of 7 touchdowns from the first team in the first half. After that, let the reserves play. Obviously everybody on offense did what they were supposed to do. The only troubling points would be the 3 turnovers and the defense being a little soft there that first drive or two. But it really enjoyed seeing some of the young players on defense play. Kamen Rucker was the leading tackler for the Tar Heels with 7 total tackles, 4 solos. Showed a nice burst on one play where he chased the runner down from behind. Eugene Asante had 4 tackles. And I mentioned a couple times as the game evolved, looking out and seeing 4 freshmen at the defensive front with Rucker, Kevin Hester Jr., Miles Murphy, and Desmond Evans. So all that's really good for the Tar Heels. And move on to a big game next week. Mac Brown said at the beginning of the year, guys, let's not let us be the reason to lose any game for a postponement or cancellation. And so far, 10 for 10, knock on wood. And I think I've said it before, I just think it's a credit to his leadership and the team buying into what he and his staff are preaching. And they've been focused and resilient and have made a few mistakes along the way at Florida State and Virginia, but today they did what they were supposed to do, and it was good to get out with a win and a nice warm feeling for the seniors.
And I was going to mention that before we get out of here, Lee. And we talked about it some in pregame, but this really is an impactful senior class. Mac Brown mentioned it. A lot of these guys could have not accepted the coaching change or not handled things well when Coach Brown and his staff came in. And not only that, this season, Chaz Surratt could have opted out at any point. I don't think anybody would have blinked an eye. Michael Carter could have said, hey, you know what, guys, I think I'm done for this year. And I think a lot of people nationally would have never blinked an eye. But, man, those guys have really been a core key as Carolina has grown this program over the last few years. And not where they want to get ultimately, but certainly a lot closer than they were.
Well, Michael Carter said this week that the thing that Coach Brown and his staff did when they came in was they made the game fun again, and they just rejuvenated the program. And Mac Brown has a remarkable ability to not only look at an operation from 20,000 feet up, see the big picture, but also delve into the little things, the detail work. And he came in and looked around, just saw some things within the operation of the program, the detail work that were just not up to his standards, and what has to do with a winning program. And he changed all that stuff. The players open their eyes and say, wow, this discipline, this attention to detail, this structure that we didn't have before, it pays off and is going to pay off. And it has certainly done so. And we're seeing the results of it. And through 2 years and almost one game shy of 2 years, Carolina has lost a handful of games, but only one of them by more than 6 points.
So the Tar Heels win this one handily, 49-40 over Western Carolina. Again, as we've told you a few times, don't know that Miami time yet for next weekend. We should learn that tomorrow from the ACC, so certainly keep your eyes and ears open for that. We next broadcast for us will be a basketball game as the Tar Heels travel to Iowa City to face Iowa. That is 7:30 the tip time, Eastern time, on Tuesday night, so we'll be on the air to get you ready for that one starting at 6:30 from Iowa City as part of the ACC Big Ten Challenge, and then we'll be down with the Tar Heels and ready to go from South Florida as Carolina and Miami meet next week with potentially a lot on the line, even though the Tar Heels can no longer mathematically advance to the ACC championship game. Okay, one other note, no more Mac Brown shows this year. Those were scheduled out before the season started, and with the Charlotte game eventually being canceled, and that's why, of course, the season is stretched on a little bit longer with some added games here at the end. No more Mac Brown shows radio-wise. We will start the Roy Williams show coming up on Monday, though, so looking forward to talking to Coach Williams. And, of course, there'll still be plenty of Tar Heel football content from us on the Carolina Insider Podcast, on GoHeels.com, etc. And looking forward to bringing you Tar Heel football next week from Miami. But we're going to take a break, come back, let Dave get you through the rest of the Coke postgame report as the Tar Heels take care of business today against Western Carolina. 49-9, the final score here in Kenan. Heels win it to close the home campaign in 2020. All coming your way from Learfield, IMG College.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we have a number of vaccines, including the Quad-Vac flu immunization at no cost with most insurance plans. If you have any concerns about the flu vaccination, please call our pharmacy and ask to speak to one of our pharmacists. We also have the Tdap, pneumococcal, and shingles vaccinations available. With COVID-19 continuing, we have masks, mask lanyards, hand sanitizers, disinfectant spray, and gloves while supplies last. Seating in our fountain is still limited to 65 patrons on a first-come, first-served basis. We are continuing to offer curbside pickup for the fountain and prescription pickup. Please utilize our drive-through prescription window at the back of the store. And remember that our back entrance is still closed to the public at this time. Please check our Facebook page for any updates on over-the-counter and gift shop items. Our home medical equipment department is ready to help you with any of your CPAP needs, mobility, bathroom safety, lift chairs, and any diabetic needs to include meters, test strips, and shoes. Please call us with any questions you may have about any of our services or message us on our Facebook page. We are located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City, and our phone number is 828-245-4591.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. Fully equipped staff are ready to help you and answer any questions you have about insurance policies. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Hi, it's Jones Angel. Thanks for staying tuned to our friends here in Rutherford County. WCAB, Rutherford.
With 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea.
It's bow time.
49-9. Carolina beats Western Carolina as we welcome you back to the Coca-Cola postgame report. Dave Nathan with you until the top of the hour. And we want to thank Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina for being a part of our broadcast. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina, we resolve to help North Carolina stay healthy. Practice your 3 W's, wear, wait, and wash. Deems May joins us on the phone right now. It's been a few hours since we've spoken to Deems. And, partner, when last we spoke at about 10 o'clock this morning, I think the blueprint that we laid out was adhered to about as well as possible. Carolina got up quickly, starters got out of the game, reserves finished, and the Heels move along to play Miami next week.
Yeah, pretty much just like we thought it would happen, thankfully, and hopefully neither side had any injuries or anything like that. But just way too much talent for Western. They played well. They had a little bit of success early, first couple drives running the ball, and then we buckled down. And I tell you, a game we played with a lot of wind. So seeing Sam pierce the air pretty good out there with some throws, and our kickers getting kind of used to it, especially that'll always help because you never know about Miami. But overall, just pretty much what we talked about, as you said, get in, get out, get fine-tuned for Miami, and let some of these young kids get out there and have some fun. It looked like they did.
Deems, you know this. You don't just get to the game on Saturday and get yourself ready to play. It's a week-long process, and because of how Carolina got started in this game, 21 points in the first quarter, 21 points in the second quarter, what does that tell you about the way that this team is listening to their coaching staff?
Well, it just shows good leadership. That could easily have been one of those ones where you just didn't feel like it and put the ball on the ground a little bit and give a team some life. But, you never gave them a chance. And other than they had a couple drop passes and made a nice field goal into the win, but other than that, they really didn't have a whole lot of success with this first or second team. And I know you could take a couple turnovers out of there, and I know that we're not happy with the turnovers, but just to come out and handle it like we handled it. In the past, those are games where we would come out very slow and sluggish and maybe play down to the level of talent or competition, and that just didn't happen today. And it was one of those ones that was kind of a surreal environment. And you just kind of felt it from after the first drive. So great job to all the guys, and hope the young kids that got in there had a good time and learned a little bit.
49-9, Carolina gets the win against Western Carolina and now heads down to South Florida. Deems, if Clemson gets the win later tonight, it'll be a Tigers-Irish matchup in Charlotte. Miami still in the game, so to speak, entering play here today. Of course, the Canes need to take care of business tonight against Duke, need Clemson to lose today to Virginia Tech, and have to beat Carolina on Saturday to get to Charlotte. Who knows if any of those possibilities will be in play, but you've seen Miami and Carolina play over the course of time, and it's a wonder what a quarterback like De'Aaron King can do for a program like Miami. What do you expect to unfold next week?
Yeah, that's kind of I was looking a little bit, and I was thinking to myself when we missed a couple tackles on the Western QB, I was like, boy, we better not go after the top of the shoulder pads and tackle high next week, or we'll be in trouble. So I know that'll be a point of emphasis on film is getting that guy low and wrapping and rolling. But he's a super athlete, extends plays better than anybody in the country, and we've struggled. I mean, there's no secret we've struggled against running quarterbacks, but how fun is it thinking back where we were in August to know that we have a meaningful game coming up on the last game of the year down in South Florida against a team that's so uber talented every year. And if you get them right, if they get out in front of them, they'll get run over. But if you step on them and hit them in the mouth, you can have some good success. So I anticipate a fun game, and maybe for the Orange Bowl. I don't know all the scenarios going on, Dave. I know you could help with that, but this could be very big for a program in year two of Coach Brown's return.
Yeah, again, depending on how some other things fall, this is very much for a potential berth in the Orange Bowl for either one of these two teams. And just looking at what Miami defensively has done, Deems, maybe throw away what happened against North Carolina State with the 41 points allowed in that matchup and giving up 42 in a loss to Clemson. But it's a very defensive-minded football team that I think it kind of bears out the personality of its head coach and Manny Diaz. And Carolina really hadn't faced a lot of those type teams this year outside of maybe, say, Notre Dame a week or so ago.
Yeah, and Manny Diaz was with Coach Brown at Texas, if I remember correctly. But he's a defensive guy for sure, always has been. He'll have his teammate, and there's no doubt about the speed and athleticism that they have top to bottom on that roster. It's just which team shows up? Is it the old Canes with the swagger, the Canes that sometimes if they get hit go down, or but right now with just one loss, it seems like he's got them very focused and playing hard. And another good barometer. I was really looking forward to last week's game against Notre Dame to find out really where we stood, against a top four team in the country. And now, a team, here we go with another chance to see where we are at the end of the season against a perennial, ACC Coastal going forward the way it looks like, the way he has them playing right now. So a lot of huge implications going into next week. Another good game to kind of find out where we are in year two of Coach Brown's return and see how these young kids play and get to go down there and against the perennial power and see where we stand. So pretty excited about next week for sure.
Yeah, we talk a lot about how close some of Carolina's losses have been over the last year plus of Coach Brown's era here. How about some of the close wins by Miami in succession, 4 in a row? A 12-point win against Pittsburgh, a 5-point win against Virginia, a 3-point win at NC State, a 1-point win at Virginia Tech. A lot of ways you can take a look at these types of things, Deems, but winning close games tells you teams understand how to win, and maybe in the case of a guy like Manny Diaz, that could be his comfort zone.
Yeah, I tell you, he play good defense, but it's going to go back to the one position we all know and we talk about so much. And we've got number 7, and they've got De'Aaron King. And I tell you, if you have a quarterback that's a good leader, a good player, can extend plays, and doesn't get rattled, we see it every day with number 7. I just, they must have that as well, because that's Miami for the last few years have lost those games, those close ones in and out. And the examples last year against us, the second game of the year, but you get a quarterback in there with a lot of confidence, and it kind of bleeds to the rest of the team, especially on the offensive side, and then the defensive side steps up, and you start winning those close games. So this will be an epic coastal battle. It's probably a sign of the future. It's going to come down to us in Miami going forward in the coastal. And here's a preview of it of the future next week. Really looking forward to it.
All right, we will be looking forward to speaking with Deems next week in pregame before the Tar Heels face Miami. Until then, partner, enjoy your weekend, and we'll talk soon.
Yes, sir. All right, buddy. Go Heels.
Okay, the great Deems May with us here on the Coca-Cola postgame report as Carolina knocks off Western Carolina 49-9. And again, we should know by tomorrow what time that game is between Carolina and Miami. We'll take a look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau's scoreboard when we come back to wrap up our coverage here on the Coca-Cola postgame report. Plus 4 select affiliates around the triangle. We've got the Carolina Ford Dealers wrap-up show that follows network coverage. 49-9, Carolina beats Western Carolina by 40 from Learfield IMG College.
For any surface and every season, there's a Continental tire that delivers superior performance. From ultra-high-performance tires like the Extreme Contact Sport, to passenger touring tires to all-terrain light truck tires like the Terrain Contact AT, Continental has a tire that gives you confidence no matter the road conditions. Whether you're looking for summer, all-season, or winter tires, Continental Tire has something to fit your needs. Visit ContinentalTire.com to find your ideal tire. Continental Tire, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
This season, there's one thing I'm looking forward to. Yeah, that. And the great game day food. We can still celebrate big because I shop at Food Lion. Like topping my sliders with bacon and cheese, adding a twist to my guac with roasted tomatoes, turning up the heat on my hot wings with jalapeno poppers on the side, and I'll pick up some treats in the bakery.
Food Lion's got the fun and affordable food you need to keep your game day spirit high, because this is our home. And that's our Food Lion.
This is your radio home for the Tar Heels on the Tar Heels Sports Network.
As North Carolina goes back to school and to work, let Janney King Professionals ensure your facility is properly cleaned and disinfected for your employees, students, and customers. Our fogging and electrostatic disinfection services use EPA-approved disinfectants that mitigate pathogens at the cellular level and are safe in all applications. For schools, food services, hospitals, and office buildings, call Janney King at 919-852-1555 or go to JanneyKingRDU.com.
Owning an LS tractor is about a lot of things.
For me, it's about lift capacity.
It's about the hydraulics.
Owning an LS, it's about how well it's made.
Steel, baby. More features.
Standard features.
It's about the land. Making it better.
Having something to pass down.
It's about owning the best.
Find your local LS dealer at lstractorusa.com and see what it's about for you.
Dave Nathan back with you from our studios here in Chapel Hill. 49-9. Carolina gets the win over Western Carolina this afternoon to improve to 7-3 on the season. The Heels still 6-3 in the ACC, sitting in fourth behind Notre Dame, Clemson, and Miami. The Catamounts fall to 0-3 and will resume the conference portion of their schedule coming up in February when the SoCon begins play. So, again, for Western Carolina, the only 3 games before we flip the calendar to 2021 at Liberty, at Eastern Kentucky, and at Carolina. What else is happening on the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard right now? Well, that's a great question. I'm glad you asked because we've got ACC activity brewing, and it starts in South Bend with number 2 Notre Dame leading Syracuse 10-7 in the second quarter. Still 2.5 minutes to go before halftime in that matchup. Boston College and Virginia are underway with the Cavaliers up 3-0 on an early field goal in the first quarter. You've got Georgia Tech and North Carolina State kicking off at the top of the hour. And then at 7:30, number 3 Clemson goes to Blacksburg to face Virginia Tech. At 8 o'clock, Carolina's next opponent, number 10 Miami, goes to Duke to battle the Blue Devils. In the top 25 right now, 1:20 left to go from Fort Worth. And TCU still very much in charge of springing an upset against number 15 Oklahoma State. The Horned Frogs lead 29-22, have the ball right now, but are faced with a 4th down in their own territory. So we'll continue to monitor that with TCU up on Oklahoma State 29-22. 22. Over in Knoxville, Tennessee and number 6 Florida have kicked off. The Vols went 3 and out on their first possession. Florida has kicked a field goal and leads 3-0 with 9:19 to play in the first quarter. Scoreless, West Virginia and Iowa State about midway through the first quarter in their matchup. No score between Indiana and Wisconsin from Camp Randall 4 minutes into their Big Ten battle. Illinois put up an early touchdown and leads number 19 Iowa 7-0 midway through the first. Tulsa and Navy no score, 10:33 to play in the first quarter. And then your other finals, number 4 Ohio State runs all over Michigan State 52-12 to improve to 5-0. Texas A&M scores 17 unanswered in the fourth quarter and beats Auburn 31-20 to move to 7-1. Also, Rice shuts out number 21 Marshall 20-0 and hands the Thundering Herd their first defeat of the season. Rice evens its mark at 2-2. Other games coming up later today and tonight. Stanford at number 22 Washington at 4 o'clock. At 5:30, a battle of unbeatens from the coast. Number 18 Coastal Carolina hosting number 13 BYU. On the opposite side of the country, you've got number 23 Oregon traveling to play California at 7 o'clock tonight. At 8 o'clock, number 1 Alabama travels to LSU. Also at 8, Baylor at number 11 Oklahoma. And that'll do it for your full and complete look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard on this Saturday. Helping you is what they do best. So the Tar Heels get the 49-9 win over Western Carolina and head down to South Florida with a record of 7-3 and a potential spot waiting in the Orange Bowl depending on some of the other sequences that unfold here over the rest of tonight and possibly into next week. Standings right now in the ACC look like this. Notre Dame into the ACC title game with a record of 8-0. Clemson and Miami both with 7-1 records, and that trio of teams will be judged on a 9-game ACC schedule. So, again, Clemson needs to win tonight and is into the ACC title game. Should the Tigers stumble and lose this evening at Virginia Tech, then Miami would need to win its final 2 games against Duke and Carolina to get to Charlotte to face Notre Dame. Carolina sitting at 6-3 right now in the ACC, along with North Carolina State. Boston College 5-4, Virginia Tech 4-4. Wake Forest is 3-3, Pittsburgh's 4-5, Virginia 3-4, along with Georgia Tech also 3-4. Louisville 2-7, FSU 1-6, Duke 1-7, and Syracuse 1-8. Those are your up-to-the-minute ACC standings. And that'll do it for our broadcast here this afternoon, which, as always, produced by Tar Heel Sports Properties, a property of Learfield IMG College. Our general manager is Chuck Schrader, network manager Phil Brame, network coordinator Evan Williamson. Our thanks to chief network engineer Ben Alexander, John Essick back in the studio pushing all the right buttons, and Jody Zoigner providing the statistics. For Jones Angel, Brian Simmons, Lee Pace, Deems May, and the rest of our crew, my name is Dave Nathan, reminding you that our next broadcast begins with the Reed's Jewelers pregame show on Tuesday night at 6:30 when the Tar Heel basketball team travels to play at Iowa. Once again, our final score, Carolina 49, Western Carolina 9, and you heard it all right here on the Tar Heel Sports Network.